Coffee seems to have a lot, and I wish, well, I'm sure with time we'll call you because some of these conversations I would like to have you on to, you know, get more, and especially knowing about the Bible, since he's also a pastor, if you did not know. But of course, he's a gospel musician. You're a pastor. Which church are you?
Yeah, I fellowship with Whole Hill Chapel Assemblies of God in Second. And my senior pastor, Reverend Dr. Kujobati.
Okay. Hello, senior pastor. That's so good, and we are really excited. So June it is, right?
Yes, June.
And I believe that as time comes closer, you will find some time to visit us
Most
so that
definitely.
we can discuss more on it and see how we can all come and support this
Most
beautiful cause. Kofi, thank you so much for coming through. And I wish you all the best. As for the gospel music industry, we are all in. Don't be surprised. And one day, maybe I might feature on your show.
All right. I'll look forward to it.
Though.
I look forward to it, Joy.
And well, I mean, how can we find you on social media?
So I'm Kofi Boham on all social media platforms, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, everywhere. Kofi Boham is the name.
All right. Yeah. So go check him out. Listen to his music. I'm sure if you go on YouTube, you see more of his music as well.
Yeah, you should check out Names of Talkatives. And,
sounds good.
Yeah.
So go check it out. And of course, this is Let's Talk Showbiz.
Week edition of Business Life. Coming up in this bulletin, Chief Executive of the Volta Aluminium Company advocates a strong aluminium manufacturing sector to serve as takeover after the commencement of the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation.
We are in the middle. We have the upstream. That is where they produce the bauxite before it's sent outside to be processed. The integrated aluminium industry that the president is pushing so hard, Vacuum is in the middle.
Inflation for February 2024 slows down to 23.2% as Eastern region once again records the highest inflation rate in the country.
Over a one-year period, that is between February 2023 and February 2024, prices of goods and services have gone up by 23.2%.
Plus, today on the Joy Business Van, we will tell you how startup Emmanuela Light Amwa is helping promote Ghanaian snacks. We have details of these and many others coming your way all in a moment. Please stay on. Thanks so much for your company. I am Pius Kojobaka. We can now take a look at our stories. The Chief Executive Officer of the Volta Aluminium Company, Valco, Titus Glover, has stated that the company will play a crucial medial role when the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation starts operations. President Akufo-Addo, during the 67th Independence Day celebration, announced 2 strategic partners for the operation. Now, speaking to Joy Business, Mr. Glover said there is the need for a strong aluminium manufacturing sector to operate as off-takers when GIDEC starts work.
We are in the middle. We have the upstream. That is where they produce the bauxite before it's sent outside to be processed. The integrated aluminium industry that the president is pushing so hard, Vacuum is in the middle. So the upstream, where you have this bauxite production, currently GIDEC, our mother company that supervises Vacuum, recently had an investor to partner government to process the raw bauxite into alumina. When that is done, we'll not and ship all the way from overseas and bring the alumina here. So when it is done, it brings to Vaco. That is where we use to produce the aluminium.
On to one of our headline stories. Inflation for the month of February 2024 slowed down to 23.2% from 23.5% recorded in January 2024. Now, the key drivers for the ease in inflation were alcoholic beverages, tobacco and narcotics, as well as restaurants and accommodation services. Now, Eastern region was once again the region with the highest rate of inflation of 36.1%. Government statistician Professor Samuel Kobnenim has been providing more details in this report.
According to figures from the Ghana Statistical Service, the non-food inflation declined to 20% in February 2024 from 20.5% in January 2024. Food inflation, however, shot up marginally to 27.1% in February 2024 from 27% in January 2024. The month-on-month inflation between January 2024 and February 2024 was 1.6%. Inflation for locally produced items in February 2024 stood at 24.6%, whilst inflation for imported items was 20.1%. Here is government statistician Professor Samuel Kobnenim.
In the month of February 2024, the rate of inflation stood at 23.2%. This year-on-year rate of inflation signifies that over a one-year period, that is between February 2023 and February 2024, prices of goods and services have gone up by 23.2%. This 23.2% is a reversal of the marginal increase that we recorded in the month of January 2024, when the slowdown that we had successively recorded for the last 7 months saw a marginal increase to 23.5%. In reverse, we have turned around this increase for January 2024 to a reverse of 23.2% for the month of February 2024.
Eastern region was once again the region with the highest rate of inflation of 36.7%. OT region, however, recorded the lowest rate of inflation of 13.1%. The Greater Accra and Ashanti regions recorded inflation rates of 13.5% and 22.2% respectively. Meanwhile, 7 divisions recorded inflation rates higher than the national average. They are alcoholic beverages, tobacco and narcotics, restaurants and accommodation services, personal care, social protection and miscellaneous goods and services, health, food and non-alcoholic beverages, recreation, sports and culture, and furnishings, household equipment and routine household maintenance.
And I want us to have a discussion at the back of this, and joining us to do these analysis, of course, is economist Dr. Patrick Isumin. Thanks so much, Dr. Isumin, for your time here on Business Live. Now, on the back of this, the MPC of the Bank of Ghana is expected to start meeting from next week. Do you think that a marginal drop in inflation, or as we are being told, 23.2%, gives room for a further easing of the policy rate, or you believe it must be maintained?
Good evening and good evening to our viewers. Yeah, I think the marginal drop shouldn't really affect the policy rate, because when the rate was reduced, the current rate of inflation was just about the same as we have now. I think that the initial reduction that we saw at the last meeting was a little too early. It was a little premature, I think. So I expect that having reduced it and the expected disinflation at the time has not continued. So I believe that the BOG, the MPC, will be a little cautious in bringing further reduction. So I don't expect that they will reduce it at all.
I don't know what you are learning so far in relation to the inflation figures, but do you see inflation trending upwards for March, basically, following the increase in fuel prices and the slight instability seen in the exchange rate regime over the period?
There's a strong chance that we could see an increment. I think I was actually expecting that we could have seen a marginal increment this particular reading. So it was a little bit of a pleasant surprise that it was a marginal drop instead. I think, especially from the beginning of February, we've seen some pressures begin to build. We've seen the currency fluctuate lose a little bit of ground. And then I think through the last 2 pricing windows, we've seen fuel prices go up. Now, because of the pass-through effect takes some time, you expect that these will take a little bit of time for us to see its impact. So there's a chance that we might see some small increment. But definitely the steady disinflation that we saw towards the end of the year, it appears that it stalled a little bit. So on the back of all of this, I don't expect that the BOG will continue with the easing of the monetary policy rate.
Dr. Sumin, I don't know what you make of these assertions that basically there is excess money in supply, hence the rate must be tightened to mop up excess liquidity. Do you believe that?
I think probably that was truer last year than it probably is today. Because of what we learned, how much liquidity the central bank had given to the government. So when people make that argument, it's presuming that the Bank of Ghana has not been able to mop up all those additional liquidity that it pumped for the government in 2022. So there's a real chance of that. But don't forget that from the start of to up to this point, the increase in the interest rate has been really steep. The MPC has substantially raised the interest rate. So there's a sense that maybe now is the time to hold on. But when you read the inflation number, you also see that there's still problems with cost of production. When you disaggregate the inflation by locally produced and then imported, you still see that the local inflation is still high. So it just tells you that it's not just a excess liquidity issue. There are real problems with production bottlenecks in the country.
I want your view on this. What do you think could be accounting for the reason why the CD depreciation really did not have a major impact on imported inflation, as we have been told by the Ghana Statistical Service?
Sorry, you have to repeat that last question.
All right, so I'm asking that I want your views on what basically could be accounting for the reason why the CD's depreciation basically did not have an impact on imported food inflation, basically, as we have been told by the Ghana Statistical Service.
I think you should always expect a time lag between when the currency depreciates and the pass-through. So there are several things. One is even the timing of the depreciation relative to the timing of the measurement. So I think it's from the beginning of February. That's where we really began to see the CD lose ground. Now, my understanding is that for February inflation, the data would have been collected by the middle of the month. So the data collection takes place relatively early. So that's one part. But the way the pricing system works, it's also going to introduce additional lag, because don't forget, when the currency appreciates, it takes a little bit of time before businesses begin to reflect that in their pricing, simply because they might have had old stock that they have to get rid of. So all of those might play a role. The fact that the timing of the data collection, as well as it takes time for us to see a full pass-through effect from currency depreciation into actual prices.
I would plead with you to indulge me on this. We would like to shift focus and touch on this subject matter. We've seen cocoa prices go up on the international market in recent times. Do you foresee that the increasing revenue basically from these products as a result of the increase we are witnessing?
Probably not. So the primary reason why we've seen the increment is because there hasn't been sufficient production. There's been production shortfalls from the two major producers, Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire. So if we were producing a lot and the price was rising, then we see revenue gains. But our production numbers for this year is significantly lower than it was last year. So I don't think that we're going to gain much from the price increases. In any case, it's a supply-demand thing. It's because we haven't produced enough that we are beginning to see the price rises. Unfortunately, that means we are not in a good position to take advantage of the higher prices. I don't expect that there will be major uptick in our revenue from this.
I see. Thank you very much, Dr. Patrick Esumin, for your time speaking to us on Business Live on inflation, of course, cocoa-related stories. Now, Cocoa Board fears the current weather condition is as a result of climate change may affect the country's cocoa production target. According to its Chief Executive, Joseph Boahinedu, the country is likely to experience a marginal change in the product quality if the challenge persists. Now, in recent times, the Ghana Meteorological Agency has warned of extreme dry weather conditions in some parts of the country. The industry has also been impacted heavily by illegal mining activities. Mr. Boainidu tells Joy Business the situation calls for a strategy to reduce the impact on cocoa production.
Become very vulnerable. Cocoa doesn't lack too much rain. So when there's excessive rainfall, they stand in waterlogged soils. And by that, they cannot actually get the needed nutrition to, feed the flowers and then the showers that will come, the pulse and so on and so forth. And that affected us. Then immediately the rains were over, the harmattan came in severely. And these are all the work of El Nino, and we have had one of the severest harmattans of recent times. There too, when we have excessive harmattan, the cocoa definitely responds to that. And the effect is that you lose flowers and so on and so forth. So both ways, our cocoa farms have been affected by the extremes of the weather conditions caused by El Nino, excessive rains and then excessive dryness. And definitely it's going to affect production. But it's only come to exacerbate an existing systemic problem. Systemic problem had to do with cocoa swine-shoot virus disease. That is the main driver of the decrease of production of cocoa in Ghana.
So watching Business Live here with me, Pius Kojo Baka. We've got the business van for you right after this break.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
Hello? Bye.
Well, everybody's heard about the bird of the night. Bird is the bird of the night. Bird is the bird of the night. Don't you know about the bird? Well, everybody knows that the bird is the bird of the night. Bird is the bird of the night.
To consider the implications.
Hello, welcome back to Business Live. Hard up and looking for some money to support her education, Emmanuel Alight Amwa decided to venture into business. It was nothing sophisticated. A simple idea to make and sell the popular Ghanaian snack, kuli kuli, otherwise known as adunle. Now, it is just a part of a bigger dream to promote Ghanaian snacks Her story on the Joy Business Van today.
The Joy Business Van is brought to you by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and MTN everywhere you go.
Hi, Joy Business Van. My name is Emanuela Light Amwa, and I'm the CEO for Jani Foods. Welcome to my house, which is also my temporary business production.
Emanuela Light Amwa, or Ella Light, as she's popularly called, recently graduated from the University of Ghana.
I remember when I was in my final year, I needed to get some stuff urgently. I needed about 1,000 cedis in. I called home. Initially, I didn't want to call home because I knew my mommy didn't really have a solid source of income. So I was just thinking how I was going to get the money. So I just had to call her. I called home and she was like, Mama, and she went like, her response was like, oh, sweetie, and that broke me, like it really broke me, because I was like, and I know she would do everything for me. So for her to say that, like to openly tell me that, it means it was very hard for her during those
pressure on her mother.
So I remember I came home one weekend and I saw that my sister was doing adunle, and then donuts, those local snacks. So I tasted the adunle and I said, oh, this thing tastes really nice, not like the local one that we know, but I think it's advanced. It tasted so good. So I took some. Really loved it, and they were like, oh, Ella, how about you sell adunle in school? And I was like, hey, adunle is a local snack. I mean, how am I going to sell it in school?
Kuli, adunle, or atipupui, depending on which part of the country you hail from, is made from peanuts or cornmeal. It is a popular snack in Ghana, Nigeria, Benin, and northern Cameroon.
Kuli is a Ghanaian local snack, and the Northerners call it kuli. The Ghans call it adunle, and the others call it atipupui, but it actually originated from the Volta region. So atipupui basically means dried steak because of the nature of the snack. This is how it looks like. It's dried and it looks like a steak. Yes, but depending on the part of the country you are, the Northerners use ground nuts, and the Ghans use corn.
Having figured out an idea for packaging, Ella took her products to campus.
So I got the idea to go look for a nice paper pouch and then like this to do it. So I did, and then I took a sample to school. I took about 10, and shockingly they bought it. Like they bought it at a go, and at the time I was selling it for 5 cedis. Yeah, so they bought it, and that really encouraged me to start the business.
Ella turned the porch of her home into a production center. She shows us how production is done.
First, mix the ingredients. So we use corn, flour, sugar, and salt basically. But depending on the flavor, we can add milk powder and other ingredients, other spice. Yes. So we boil the water first, and then pour the mixed ingredients in. Stir it up, dry it like banku, like how we get normal banku, and then leave it to cool down. And after that, we roll it, knead and roll it, and to the desired shape, the atipupui, and then from there we fry.
From 10 packs, Ella is now able to do as many as 200 packs a week. The unique taste of the corn sticks, recommendations, and a boost on social media is doing the trick for the business. Keeping up with orders is now becoming a challenge.
One main challenge we are facing is with the production. Because we don't have a production space, we do it in our house, in a porch. We don't have like a place where we can do it. So it makes producing in large quantity becomes very hard, very difficult, because we now have to do everything like step by step, and then it's so tedious. And we also don't have the machines. I know we can get a machine that can make the kuli, like mold it to the desired shape we want, but because we don't have the machinery, we are not able to do the orders, and like the orders delay sometimes.
But that may change soon as Ella has started to work on a new production facility.
So as part of my plans to scale up our business, we are acquiring a new production center that will help us to move the business from our home to the production center here in Awoshi. The building is almost ready. We are just left with the interior, with the lighting and then the painting and tiling. And that's basically what is left. And then with the glass door and the window, yeah, that's basically what is left. And then the machinery. We need funds and support from people who are interested to help or to support us. We aim to expand the business. We want it to be a global business, and we are not only looking at producing adunle, we are also looking at producing other local snacks and even juice, beverages and all of that. And we want to be the major supplier of snacks in Ghana and beyond to hospitals, hotels, restaurants, everywhere. The thing is, if you think food, you should think Jani Foods. That's basically it. Thank you so much.
Big plans for the future. As she takes steps to go global, Ella is satisfied she's been able to start a food brand. The Joy Business Van was brought to you by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and MTN, everywhere you go.
Now, finally, before we go, Absa Bank Ghana says it will collaborate with key stakeholders within the SME space to aid in trade facilitation for export. According to Marketing and Corporate Relations Director at Absa Bank Ghana, Nana Esofua Tamaklo, the move is to intensify efforts geared towards building the capacity of small and medium-scale enterprises. She was speaking at a media briefing on the launch of Absa Bank's new brand repositioning.
Absa Bank Ghana says its repositioned brand to the market signals a shift to being a more deliberate, customer-centric business with the new brand promise of Your Story Matters. The bank has set a clear trajectory to ensure that Absa's entire suite of services and offerings lives up to this crucial pivot towards a more human-centered, empathetic banking service across the continent.
Support to SME is our biggest claim to fame. There is no bank in this country who is offering loans as 10%. You can please check. And therefore, the story to grow with our SMEs is as big as ever. We are still lending to our SME sector at 10% because we want to support this sector. It's the engine behind the economy, and therefore it's very important to us. And also, the fact that we want to continue empowering that sector is one of the reasons why we are supporting women-led businesses. And not just that, agribusiness, fintech, and young entrepreneurs. It does not matter the gender, because we see a lot of young people who are going into entrepreneurship. And so we have actually carved this out, and we are not doing this alone. We are doing this in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation. And it's given us a lot of leverage to lend, astronomical numbers, to the sector. And we will be doing that throughout the year.
The bank says its financial literacy project and ready-to-work programs will continue to ensure that their customers and users are supported with knowledge in order to be informed.
Thanks so much for being part of Business Live for today. I am Pius Kojo Baka. For more stories, do log on to myjoyonline.com/business. There you go, great stories on that portal. Do visit there. See you same time tomorrow. I leave you with commodities updates.
never stops until the job is done. Turn your home and business into an internet highway and experience the revolution of working and playing without limits. Visit broadband.mtn.com.gh to sign up for MTN Fiber for home and business today.
Nairobi, this is Focus on Africa on BBC News. Our top stories. The Sudanese army recaptures the state television building from RSF rebels in what's being seen as a significant development. Meanwhile, the High Court in Rwanda bars opposition figure Victoire Ingabire from running in July's presidential elections. She'll be reacting live on the program. And also coming up in the program, a massive drop in child mortality. We'll find out how Malawi and Rwanda have drastically reduced the number of children dying before the age of 5. And we focus on the professional dancers improving the reach and appeal of Afrobeats. One top choreographer speaks to Focus on Africa.
There is a certain intentionality of not bringing Afro dancers into the spaces or crediting Afro dancers, even down to interview.
Well, many thanks for joining us. You're watching Focus on Africa. I'm Wahiga Mwaura. Let's begin in Sudan, where the army has recaptured the headquarters of the state broadcaster from the paramilitary group, the Rapid Support Forces. This broadcast building, located in Omdurman city, was originally seized by the RSF when fighting broke out in mid-April last year. The rival paramilitary group used the studios and other public facilities as part of its anti-government operation. Well, recapturing the building is being seen as a breakthrough for the Sudanese army. However, the RSF still controls much of the capital, as well as other key parts of the country. Now, the government has pledged to pursue the RSF until complete victory is achieved. But the fighting means that millions have been displaced and are starving. The RSF hasn't commented yet about the loss of what's considered a strategic location. Well, to get the latest updates, I'm now joined in studio by the BBC Monitoring Africa specialist, Samuel Murunga, to talk a bit about this. Sam, thanks for your time on this. Thank you. Do we have any sense of why the RSF hasn't responded yet to the loss of this strategic location?
Well, actually, there was a response from the RSF today, and this came from an advisor to the group's leader, Hemeti, and he did say that they are preparing to deliver a painful response to the military over this takeover.
Okay. And I know this is something you do within BBC Monitoring, kind of getting a sense of what's happening across the continent. How relied upon would you say TV and radio stations are in Sudan at the moment for conveying of information with limited internet connectivity and phone connectivity as well?
Not so much since the war broke out, but in the years leading up to the war, radio and TV were quite popular, and especially state radio and TV. They were relied on by a huge number of Sudan's 50 million people, but since the war started, this hasn't been the case, although they will still serve an important role because the army will use them to push out its propaganda.
I mean, we're coming up to about a year since the start of this conflict. We know about the human cost of this war, but what has happened in the country in terms of infrastructure, economy, and the healthcare system as well?
Yeah, so there's been extensive damage to infrastructure. If you remember the fighting, which initially started in Khartoum and the twin cities of Bahri and Omdurman, that spread to Darfur, which had suffered major devastation with the genocide in 2003. Now the war has moved from the west of the country in Darfur into the central states of Gezira, and then further south to South Kordofan, parts of North Kordofan, as well as Sena State. So the damage has been extensive to the infrastructure, but then the economy is the one that has suffered the most, because we just heard from the finance minister late last month, and he was saying 80% of Sudan's revenue has been decimated because of the war. But at the same time, the more worrying thing that he said was that 40% of the economy was wiped off because of the war last year, and he estimates that this year there'll be another wipe-off of 28%. So there's been major damage to the country in terms of infrastructure, but the economy is in a really bad state as well, which will compound the state of the country and its citizens as well.
I mean, could some of the statistics that you've put on the table compel the parties to come forth and agree on some sort of mediation? What sort of efforts are we seeing and are you hearing about at the moment?
At the moment, nothing really, because the main push to resolve this war through peace was by the US and Saudi, but that has stalled since May last year when they had a declaration of humanitarian principles that was violated, and the army said RSF was responsible for that. But since then, the latest promising signs were an attempt by the transitional authorities in Libya to try and broker a deal that hasn't really panned out. But the more recent one was a statement saying that Egypt will come through and try to get Burhan and Hemeti on the table, but there was no definitive date for that, and both sides we're not really sure whether they will go to Egypt for this. So it's a matter of waiting to see what will happen.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Samuel Murunga, who's our expert here, for joining us on the program with that particular analysis. And we actually want to stay with this topic, but we're now joined from Cairo by Dalia Mohamed Abdelmonem, who's a political and media analyst for Fikra, a Sudanese think tank. Dalia, thank you for your time on this. Now, Sudan's army chief, Dalia, has vowed to push on after this strategic victory in Omdurman. How significant would you say this was for the army?
It was definitely a morale boosting one, because for so long the state TV and radio complex was held by the RSF, and there was also a lot of talk that they held a lot of detainees. The figures were anything between 6,000 and 60,000. So it's a moral boost, and it's also significant because it means the army now controls a large part of Omdurman, and Omdurman is one of the 3 cities that makes up Khartoum state, and it's the old capital. It's also the largest. So it's definitely significant. It will also allow the army to control the flow of ammunition and supplies comes to the RSF. And for so long, especially after the defeat in Al Jazeera, it was always been RSF victories. So this came for the army. This is a major boost for them, and also for the Sudanese people, who haven't had any positive news in any shape or form since the start of the war.
I mean, if you're able to put yourself into the psyche or the thinking of either side, do you think any of them sort of calculates the possibility of winning this on the military field? Is that why this still goes on almost a year since it began?
For me personally, I think neither military leader actually cares about the Sudanese people. They're willing they're willing for this war to go on for as long as either one of them comes out victorious. But the RSF did lose a lot of men. They lose a lot of ammunition in this war, and like I said, it's a moral boost for the army. However, they can easily regroup. The RSF does have immense wealth and resources to be able to get mercenaries, to get more soldiers, and the army the Sudanese army was also given a boost by more ammunition, like drones and artillery and so on. So they can go on simply because there's been no interest from the international community to mediate and to actually bring an end to this war. All the efforts have been lackluster at best, and they've all failed. There's not been one successful, ceasefire discussion or talks held.
Dalia, I just want to jump in with a very brief response. Even if the armies can go on, I mean, the toll on the people is something else. Some new data, nearly 230,000 children and new mothers are likely to die from hunger, according to a new report. If you can, very briefly, the logistical and funding challenges of supporting the Sudanese people, what are you hearing in regards to the latest on that?
The logistical, security-wise, neither side can guarantee for the aid envoys. Aid envoys require permits. They have to pay taxation. They have to pay for visas, and that's not being made easy for them either. And at the same time, funding is beyond dire. I think only 3 to 4% of the whole fund that's required for the humanitarian aid has been received. Out of a 2.1 billion estimate, only I think around 100 million has been given so far. So it's like always, it's the people who are suffering, and they're the ones who are paying the price, because nearly half the population is at acute hunger risk. We're only 44 million as a country, so more than half of us are facing hunger. A child dies every 2 hours in IDP camps.
Right.
from malnutrition.
Dalia, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much for that context. Dalia Mohamed Abdelmouniem, who's a political and media analyst for FICRA, a Sudanese think tank, joining us on the program. Elsewhere, a court in Rwanda has barred an opposition leader, Victoire Ingabire, from running in this year's presidential election. A court in the capital, Kigali, ruled that because of her previous criminal convictions, she was ineligible to stand. Ms. Ingabire was convicted of terrorism in 2010, a charge she denied, before being pardoned after 8 years in prison. She was also convicted after disagreeing with the official version of what took place during the 1994 genocide. However, her appeal to the African Court on Human and People's Rights cleared her of that charge and affirmed her rights of freedom of expression and defense that had been violated. Well, we are now joined by the opposition leader, Victoire Ingabire, on Focus on Africa. Thank you for speaking with us after what I imagine has been a busy day. Victoire, I want to first begin by getting a reaction from you. Are you disappointed with the court's decision?
Yes, thank you for having me. Yes, I disappointed with the court decision today because I hoped that the judge will really respect the law, but they did not.
Okay, so what next for you?
I am still looking at the option with my lawyers.
All right, because one of the options potentially would be to support any of the other candidates whose manifesto you agree with. For example, Frank Habineza, could be on the ballot. Is that an approach you'd take to throw your support behind someone?
Yeah, it's really to say who I will support because, the campaign will begin in June. This time I will decide who I will support.
All right. Well, one of the statements that you are quoted as having said is you described the Rwandan judiciary as far from independent, saying the judge had based his verdict on a presidential decree. Which decree is this that you are talking about?
I'm talking about the presidential decree that ordered my release in 2018. As you know, in 2018, a presidential decree pardoned me and I was released from prison. However, today's High Court decision placed this decree above the organic law and the Constitution, which is violated the Article 95 of the Constitution. The organic law and the Constitution should have more weight than any decree, which is incorrect and deserting the judicial system that ought to be independent. I think maybe the judges were afraid to take a decision against the decree of the president, but we have to respect the law.
Well, countries like the United States and the UK have previously praised the progress Rwanda has made in many spheres. How would you like the international community to react to today's verdict and the upcoming election?
All development partners of Rwanda should to know that we can't have any development without democracy. They have to support to the people who are struggling to establish the democracy in Rwanda.
All right. I mean, Rwanda has enjoyed an improved, Rwandese have enjoyed an improved standard of living if you look at various parameters, life expectancy, universal health care, and relative ethnic harmony since Mr. Kagame and the party came to power. What would you say to those who argue that political freedom is a price worth paying for the improved quality of living?
Yeah, but if people talk about improving of living, I don't agree with them because the improving that people can see, it is only in Kigali, the capital of Rwanda. But you have to go outside Kigali in the rural area to see that the people live in abject poverty. So this is why I say they supported Rwanda government in order to improve life in Kigali. But to develop the whole country, we need to have the democracy, we need to have the freedom of expression that people can express their mind and they ask the authority to have a project that can improve their life.
All right, Victoire Ingabire, thank you so much for joining us on Focus on Africa, an opposition leader joining us from Kigali. And still to come on the program, moving Afrobeats to new heights. We find out how dance can become one of the biggest marketing tools for Afrobeats.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
Welcome back to the program. You're watching Focus on Africa. A new report from UNICEF has revealed that the number of children who die before their 5th birthday has dropped to a new low worldwide. However, 4.9 million under-5s died in 2022, but that is more than a 50% decline since the year 2000. According to the report, Malawi, Cambodia and Mongolia in the list of countries that have reduced the mortality rates of children under the age of 5 by 3/4 since the turn of the millennium. The findings also show that half of the children who died in 2022 were newborns, mostly in sub-Saharan Africa and Southern Asia. The decline in child mortality rates has been attributed to improved mother and child healthcare, as well as nutrition, while preterm births, malaria, diarrhea, pneumonia, and birth time complications remain a key concern. Well, Helga Fogstad from UNICEF calls the figure historic, but says it's still not enough.
Oh, there is a lot of good news here. And this is historic because for the first time we have come under 5 million deaths for children under 5 years old. We are now at a historic 4.9 million. And there have been a lot of countries that have also exceeded the global decline of more than 50%. So since that it is still not a good story because 4.9 are dying a preventable death. And they're dying because there is not enough political will, there is not enough alignment.
Now, we all know what goes into making a smash hit. But now, more than ever, choreographers are contributing to hits reaching the top of the charts by creating dances that go viral on social media. The BBC's Stefania Okereke went to catch up with Nigerian, USA-based Afrofusion dancer and choreographer Izzy Odigie to discuss how dance can be used as one of the biggest marketing tools for Afrobeats music.
It's been a long journey. It's been 10 years this September. I started out from college just in a small ASA dance team. Every time I moved to a new space, I would find a dance team to join. And we just saw the demand start to build. And we just decided to turn it into like a business. And whenever artists come into the States and they're looking for a choreographer or dancers, I'm either working that job or hiring dancers through my agency and just creating. And now, hopefully taking the brand global.
How possible is it to have a career in dance?
It's possible. Now, how profitable it is different. But I would say social media is like one of the biggest tools to kind of get yourself out there. So I would say within the Afro field, because there are not many structures, like they're not schools, you can go graduate and get a degree and have a guaranteed job. Social media is like one of the biggest outlets. Or if you're on the continent, networking with choreographers that do get these jobs is another way.
Do you think dancers are credited or paid the way they deserve?
I think that there is a certain intentionality of not bringing Afro dancers into the spaces or crediting Afro dancers, even down to interviews when they're speaking about your tours or your shows. If you have a choreographer and you're hiring dancers, just a simple like drop of the name can give someone jobs. Because right now, if we think about it, like there are not a lot of jobs for Afro dancers and choreographers is limited. And then there are not a lot of jobs that are paying, because only a few artists will have a budget to properly pay for someone's time, creativity, and art. So we're getting there, but I think it would take like a lot of intentionality from all players within the industry to put value on what it is that we do and what it is that we contribute to.
What more would you wish people in the music industry do more to support dancers?
That the conversations that they have need to extend further out. I think that publications, label heads, even artists, their teams, creative directors should learn more about the industry, because there's so much talent, so much brands. Now, you don't actually need to sing a song to own a song. I can own a song, be signed to a label that helps me with the licensing and the publishing and all that good stuff, give me a budget where I can afford to go meet my fan base, but just give dancers the opportunity and the resources. I think we can be doing 10,000 plus festivals.
Have you ever felt like giving up?
Yeah, a lot of times. One thing I find funny is that when I've had these feelings, it's actually when I've been doing the most big things. But during this time where a lot of good things seem to be happening is the time that I feel like maybe I want to actually give this up. Like, I've been pursuing this since I was 18. So there are a lot of things that I had to sacrifice to be here. So it's just like sometimes you think like, okay, is this all there is? Yeah. It does bring me happiness. It does bring me like purpose in life. And I think like I'm inspiring and touching a lot of people by doing this, so that it just keeps me going.
Senegalese people haven't had the chance to exercise their right to vote yet, but these young students did. Well, despite the political turmoil and the postponement of the presidential elections in Senegal, this elementary school in Dakar has gone ahead and held its very own presidential elections. The children presented a full program to their classmates, led a full campaign, and organized free and fair elections. They even gave interviews to the press, a true exercise in democracy.
My advice to the future president is to reduce the food prices and to have solutions to the problem of all Senegalese people.
In a school in Dakar, these pupils have organised their own presidential election. 6 candidates were running to become the next leader of their school. We asked these Senegalese pupils what they would do if they became the president of their country, and why it's important to vote.
For me, it is important to vote because voting allows you to express your choice.
If you don't vote, it means that we won't have a president and no one will be able to lead Senegal.
Voting is an act of kindness for your country.
Any advice for the future president?
My advice is that the future president must keep all his promises to the nation.
I want a future president to reduce the prices of food, products, and unemployment.
If I had one piece of advice for the president, it would be to lead our country with empathy and commitment.
So I want to send a message to the future president to make sure that after the elections he makes Senegal a good country.
My hopes for the future of the country are that the country will be well developed, that the country will function very well, that the country will not be poor, and that it will be a very rich country.
While Senegal still waits to decide who will lead the country, Anais has been elected by a school to be the next president.
An important and heartwarming story. Let me now tell you about another one, and I've been reminding you about the BBC Comla d'Humour Award. It's now in its 9th year and is seeking the next rising star in Africa. Journalists from across the continent are invited to apply for this award, which aims to uncover and to promote fresh talent from the continent. Now, as a former recipient, I would urge you to be quick, as our applications will close this Friday before midnight. Please visit the BBC website for more details, and all the best. Well, that's all for the program. Thank you so much for tuning in and for joining us. From me, Wahiga Mwaura, and the rest of the Focus Africa team, see you tomorrow. Goodbye for now.
Stories, that's what we tell each other every day. At JoyNews, we tell your story. You have a story the world should know about? Tell it to JoyNews. We are your home of bold, credible, and fearless journalism. I am Emefa Apau. Stories, that's what we tell.
Hello, good evening. Welcome to tonight's edition of Afront featuring Dr. Kwabena Donko. In fact, as has been stated, and if you didn't know, the one and only power minister in the Republic of Ghana, in the Fourth Republic, and more importantly, a member of Parliament for Pro East, as we delve into the pressing issue of Ghana's current power crisis. We'll be drawing from his extensive experience in the sector. Dr. Donko also provides invaluable insights into the challenges facing the nation's electricity supply. In fact, as to whether he indeed ended doomsday before John Dramani Mahama left office, he's also come up for some scrutiny. We certainly will be hearing from him once more. We will explore his recommendations for addressing the crisis, including long-term solutions, infrastructure upgrades, renewable energy integration as has been raised, and transparent communication strategies. Join us as we navigate the complexities of Ghana's power landscape and seek a solution to ensure a reliable and sustainable energy for all of us. This is Afront. Welcome, Doc, to Afront. I hope you are doing well, sir.
By God's grace, I'm surviving.
I mean, some years ago, somewhere 2015, the amount of pressure that the current minister is receiving were all being heaped on you. It must have been a very difficult time to be in. Pressure from different quarters, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Anyway, you have been in the fuel sector perhaps your entire life, from childhood to all of this. So let me start from this point. I want a proper assessment of Ghana's current power crisis or situation. What is really happening?
Well, it depends on which angle you're looking at it from. If you're looking at it from a purely nationalistic perspective, we will say our challenges can be put into the short, medium, and long term. Today's problems emanated from yesterday's solutions. And what we do today will impact on tomorrow.
Interesting. That sounds poetic.
Yes, but that is the reality. Today, the biggest challenge of today in the short term is fuel supply.
Okay.
We have indigenous gas, but we don't have enough indigenous gas to feed all our plants. That is one.
Really?
Yes.
ECG says they bought fuel. They've used money meant for even the cash water for mechanism to buy fuel, and that they believe that that is enough. ECG rejects some of these claims that you are making about whether there's a fuel crisis or not. In fact, they believe that there is no problem with generation at all, and that is what they've been telling the people of this republic.
Well, unfortunately, that is what they are saying.
But how is that unfortunate? Because they are in charge of the unit.
They are not in charge. ECG is a distribution company. Have you heard from any of the two regulators we have?
The GRECO?
No.
You're talking about Energy Commission and the PURC.
PURC. Have you heard from
PURC has come out to have a battle with ECG over the cash water for mechanism, whether or not there are compliances also in there.
Yes.
They've come out to do that. But we have tried to reach out to the Energy Commission even today, but it hasn't been successful.
Yeah, they haven't stated a position.
That's true.
On fuel supply. Neither has the technical regulator, Energy Commission. PURC is the economic regulator.
Yeah.
Energy Commission is the technical regulator. It is ironic that we have two regulators, and we believe going forward, the two should be merged so we have one regulator.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Didn't that come up in our most recent energy sector plan?
Well,
ahead of things like that were in the pipeline, we're discussing the need to merge some of these units so that they appear to be united on the what they are doing.
Yeah, indeed, going forward, I believe we must have a single regulator for at least the power sector.
Why?
Why? Because it will seal the cleavages that are available. What is exactly technical and what is exactly economic? In between the two, there are cleavages, there are overlaps.
And the overlaps are not taken care of because each side is dealing with their own problems.
Precisely.
So when it overlaps, nobody's really dealing with it.
Precisely. Okay. Or both aim for the same thing. It creates its own institutional friction.
We would interrogate the solutions you have on the table, but you are talking about a gas problem fundamentally now.
Fundamentally now.
Is that the main problem now?
Essentially, yes. There might be other problems, but essentially it's a gas problem. When you shed, like yesterday at peak, you are shedding about 600 megawatts at peak. Why are you shedding? You are shedding because you do not have adequate generation. And you don't have adequate generation because you don't have enough fuel to power the plants. Remember, I stated that we don't have enough domestic gas to power all our plants. That is one. Two, all our gas resources are in the Western Corridor. And we have a number of plants in the Eastern Corridor. So even for the plants in the East, we have to do a reverse flow. The West African Gas Pipeline ordinarily flows from the East to the West. That was how it was constructed. But because our gas assets are in the West, they had to do a reverse flow to bring part of the gas that is unutilized in the Western Corridor to the Eastern Corridor, for which we pay a fee. And therefore, we supplement the gap, the inadequate supply, with imports from Nigeria. We import from Nigeria because we do not have enough domestic gas. And indeed, if we discovered more gas, there will also be other uses for natural gas apart from the power sector. Natural gas can be a major boost to industrialization, not just energy supply. For example, the ceramics industry, among others. The steel industry. If we had enough natural gas, rather than the steel plants using electricity, their furnaces will be fueled by natural gas. Okay. So there is a lot more use for gas, but we don't have enough. And we don't have enough.
But we paid West African Gas Pipeline. More recently, when the debt situation came up, the government said they were in the throes of making those payments. We had even made an initial payment, right? At least that's what we're told.
You see, the payment structure is like the energy sector itself. It's dynamic.
Okay.
You resolve a past issue. You pay arrears, but you accumulate new ones.
Oh, okay.
And because of your payment record, other entities are cautious in dealing with you because you don't have a good payment record.
Okay.
We owe NGAS some money. And of course, if NGAS has the option of supplying a country or an entity that pays on time and one that pays massively in arrears, they will be careful who they will pump gas to.
They'll supply to the people who are paying on time.
Precisely. This is a business. It's not philanthropy.
Okay.
So we have a fuel supply issue. We also have the situation, we have alternate fuels for our plants. Heavy fuel oil. The AXA plant can run on heavy fuel oil, but that is also imported at a cost. So if you are financially challenged, that undermines your ability to store enough fuel. We also have light crude oil that will power most of our thermal plants. But the cost of light crude oil will be at least 30% more expensive than using natural gas at the minimum, apart from all the questions of environment, etc.
Okay.
But because you are financially challenged, because your liquidity position is unstable, you are unable to stock the quantum of the quantum of light crude oil that you need as your reserve fuel. One of the plants, the thermal plant, also runs on diesel. can run on diesel. It's a dual fuel plant. The cost of diesel is even higher than light crude oil.
Okay.
So fundamentally, we have a fuel supply situation. And the only reason the situation has not exacerbated is that the bulk of our gas supply comes from domestic sources. And we also, for so much gas, but at least we owe ourselves. It's internal.
That's interesting.
But that...
Not end gas.
Yeah. Not end gas. Okay. But that also has ripple effects on your liquidity, on your ability to service your loan requirements, on your ability to raise money, to do other things. For example, the managing director of ECG is on record to have attributed part of the challenge to their obsolete nature of transformers and other equipment. Why are we operating with those obsolete transformers, among others, capacitators, among others? We are doing that because we don't have the liquidity and the credit worthiness to modernize and change our transformers, bring in modern, smart transformers in the quantities that we need to do. So we are underinvesting.
So you are inherently admitting that what Samuel Dubik Mahama and his ECG issued and they stated out there, part of which, with your permission, I would read to the hearing of the people who have not yet seen this particular statement. It says the Electricity Company of Ghana wishes to inform our cherished customers and the general public that so far 630 distribution transformers within communities across our operational areas have been identified to be full to capacity due to increased demand. The situation may result in blown fuses and broken conductors, causing outages, especially during peak load period, 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. to be specific, in the affected areas. However, we wish to assure our customers that transformer upgrading and new projects are ongoing to relieve these transformers to ensure a more reliable power supply. Customers within the underlisted communities, localities are therefore advised to report any localized outage or voltage fluctuations to the ECG call center, and the number is given, or reach us on social media as it's been known. We continue to seek the support and patience of the affected customers as we work to improve the power distribution service. You've just said that this is a legitimate issue which the ECG has raised, which they are also saying may be the main contributory factor to the current erratic power supply. Factual, right?
It is a part of the story.
Not all.
Not all. Let me give you very specifics. Yesterday, the 12th of March, off peak, yesterday, the generation at peak, or peak load was 3,229 megawatts. Off-peak capacity was 2,872 megawatts. The forecast peak maximum load was 3,132 megawatts. Then we had our exports. Peak period yesterday, there was load shedding of 210 megawatts by ECG. Yesterday.
Okay.
This 210 megawatts off peak.
Okay.
Off
Not
peak.
during the peak hour.
No.
Yeah.
The peak hours yesterday, ECG shared 600 megawatts.
Okay.
So this cannot be.
So the peak one can be accounted for by these.
No.
Because that's what the state said.
No.
Say that there will be fluctuations during the peak period.
No. You are shedding load. You see, we have localized outages. When a transformer blows,
a term you were insisting
precisely
on using most of the time.
Yes, because there's a difference between load shedding and localized outage. Load shedding is programmed.
Yeah.
Localized will arise out of a transformer blowing or having a brownout or some other thing. So, yes, Mr. Dubik stated a part of the story from an ECG angle. And that side of the story is factual because it is not today's problem. Indeed, we went for the compact and decided to utilize the compact facility on distribution.
You mean MCC?
Yes, please.
Okay.
On distribution because the sector was undercapitalized in terms of investment. So we had the opportunity of injecting $500 million under compact in the distribution subsector. Unfortunately, we botched that compact. And let me state this. I sent the memo to Cabinet as Cabinet Minister for Power and opted for the concession option rather than the privatization. We were confronted with, we were given two options. Do we privatize the whole distribution or we do a concession? With concession, the ownership still remains with us. With privatization, whether partial or total, you dilute your ownership and your shareholding. So we opted for this. And so once we did that, the compact said, okay, we will give you up to $500 million because we agree that there is a need for capital injection in your distribution, your transformers, substations, etc. We are giving you $500 million for this. But this is the roadmap. The Ghanaian companies were to have 20% equity in the concession.
Okay.
And that was when we left office. When the MPP came to office, they changed the composition and said Ghanaian companies might have 51%.
Yes.
So the big boys...
This is what brought the PDS engagement.
Precisely.
Yes.
The big boys left. They left because once somebody else has 51%, you lose boardroom control. You are bringing your reputation, you are bringing additional capital, you are bringing your know-how, but you don't have boardroom control.
People said that we were giving off prized possession, which is ECG, to people that are not Ghanaian and of all the limitations that they had in there. And that we are the warriors states about how that's going to run.
You see, greed leads us into trouble.
But that was not greed, that was nationalism.
Listen, it is greed. We were not giving out the asset. We made 100% owners of the entity. We're only giving out a concession, run it for us for a fee. So where are we giving out the asset?
That clarity many did not get.
Well, people didn't even want to hear because these are official documents. They were available. And so once you change the dynamic that, look, Ghanaians must have 51%. And remember, they chose PDS. PDS could not even provide the minimum required, which was the bank guarantee, that if we put this asset in your hands, you will protect our asset, and that you have the cash flow and the ability to run it. They couldn't. The Minister of Finance had to change that to an insurance guarantee, and there are two different levels of risk. Okay. Even that, they couldn't. They were using cash flow from ECG to do that. So, long story short, we lost the opportunity to inject $500 million into the distribution center. These transformer issues, capacitors issues, that the managing director is talking of today will have been largely resolved.
But this is just 630 out of a 32,000 transformer system we have across the country.
Precisely. I'm saying that, assuming, and I'm not disputing, and I've always stated that we need to reinvest. We need to modernize. We need more efficient transformers.
Okay.
But it needs capital. And as we speak, the Ghanaian state is the sole shareholder. In business, if an entity has to be capitalized, the shareholder has the responsibility to inject capital. That we are not doing.
Okay.
And so, yes, what Mr. Dubik said is partially true. There is a challenge with transformers. But as you stated, 600 out of over 30 should not lead to this.
Over 32,000?
Yes. Yeah. Should not lead to this.
Is it the scale of the power crisis?
No, should not. Yes.
Should not.
So there is a more fundamental issue.
And you think that's the fuel problem?
And that is the fuel issue. We also have a supplementary issue. A number of our plants are old, particularly TICO and TAPCO in Takrady. As we speak, you have only one unit out of each operating.
These plants came on board during, is it not the John Dramani Mahama time?
No, please.
Really? TICO, TAPCO?
TICO came in. TICO was our first plant during the Rawlings time.
All right, of course, yeah.
Then TAPCO is fully owned by VRA. It's also a very old plant.
Okay.
So these plants are old. And when you don't have the requisite cash flow to refurbish or to decommission, so they become, they generate on and off. As we speak, they are doing 1/3 capacity each. So there is that, but we have the reserve margin, and fortunately for us, God has been very generous to us in recent years. We have very healthy water levels. And so...
In fact, excess of say.
Well, yes.
Oh, why, it's going down?
Yes, currently we don't have excess water.
Oh, really?
Yes. And
see.
Yeah, the excess water happened, and that led to the
spillage.
And then that, with all the downstream difficulties. So, but the water level is healthy. And so we are generating. If we didn't have a good rainfall over the past 3-4 years, the situation would have been absolutely worse. We have been far more dependent on our thermal assets, and that would have required far more fuel than we do. So yes, we have a fuel challenge. So in the short term, the major challenge is fuel. And we have a fuel challenge because of cash flow. We are under recovering cost. It is costing us more to generate than the revenue coming in. When ECG, and it's not ECG alone, and NETCO, when they lose close to 30% of the power they buy in commercial and technical losses, what's going to be your markup?
I thought they improved it to 23 or so some time ago.
What's going to be your markup?
Who's going to pay for the difference?
No, to compensate, for a product, there's a markup on price. But if you're losing up to or close to 30%, your markup will never be enough to compensate for that loss. And so...
To wait, you sell at a price, but because you are losing a portion of what you're selling,
precisely,
you actually push the price up to a level to make up for that portion you are losing.
You don't, because it's a regulated commodity.
Oh, yes. So this one, somebody's determining it.
Yes.
The pricing.
Yes. And so,
but they understand that there are losses in there, right?
No, you see, there are allowable losses in the industry. But if you go way beyond the allowable losses, you take a hit.
Are these directly due to, are they commercial or technical losses?
Both, the combination. The technical losses are largely due to obsolete equipment.
Okay.
Largely. But the commercial...
That we cannot blame ECG for.
Well...
Or we can.
We still can, because it's a company.
But you said somebody ought to do the investment and the injection.
Precisely. The owners of the company.
Which is the Republic of Ghana.
Which is the Republic of Ghana.
But that's not what PDS was supposed to do.
Precisely. But we chose the wrong... body to do the correcting.
Okay, so you mean the concession arrangement was a good idea, but choosing PDS was wrong.
Wrongly implemented, and they changed the goalposts midway.
Okay.
So the big boys with big fans, big reputation, withdrew because they would have lost boardroom control. So there is that issue. But more...
It appears more fundamental, if I'm not misconstruing what you're saying. It appears more fundamental than an incompetent current energy minister who's not running the system, or an incompetent current MD of ECG who's not running it properly.
It is not, you see, it is not just the energy minister or the MD of ECG or the MD of NEDCO.
Yeah.
We have a systemic problem that we have refused to address. In fact, as far back as 2009, the then Minister for Energy, Professor Otinyaje, then Dr. Otinyaje, stated that in Ghana, we don't have an energy problem, we have a finance problem. Remember, no energy situation is static, it's dynamic. Growth, demand is increasing. There are new technologies coming on. There are new challenges. You will need the appropriate finances, first of all, to expand supply to meet demand. You will need the appropriate finances to retool, bring in a lot more IT, bring in smart meters, smart transformers, smart cables. In fact, there are smart cables that if anybody attempted tampering with the cable will alert the control center. But we need that investment. With that, we don't have. But apart from investment, we are not even recovering cost. And it's so fundamental to our challenge.
But ECG has been going around today. They are even chasing hospitals and co for money. How is it possible that they are not recovering cost?
They are doing that because they are not collecting enough.
Upon the billions they recently told us that they are collected?
You see, a billion CD today is not the same as a billion CD yesterday.
Okay, time value.
Apart from time value, the CD has depreciated.
Oh, well, this is interesting.
You see, there are payables. For example, for IPPs and for fuel. These payables are dollar denominated.
Yeah.
Their receivables are CD denominated.
So there will always be a shortfall.
So they will have exchange losses at best. Then,
and it's not calculated and imputed into the cost?
No.
But why not?
No. How much can PURC really put on onto the consumer?
Without being seen as overburdening the consumer?
Precisely. A regulator balances demand and supply, consumer interest and producer interest. Yeah. For example, in the last quarter of 2023, and which became operational in the fourth quarter, there was a small reduction in electricity prices, and some bans were put together. However, the exchange rate went against them. So ECG, first of all, and not just ECG, NEDCO, GRIDCO, and VRA are bleeding. On top of that, as a nation, we have never paid serious interest to solid financial management. And therefore, most decisions in the sector, unfortunately, or in Ghana, unfortunately, are procurement driven. Efficiency, driving down cost, optimal financial management has never been our forte.
I thought you were just mentioning that these are systemic problems that were there before the current leadership of ECG or even the ministry came into power.
I am not, you see.
Is this a compounding factor?
You see, let us not just be simplistic.
Okay.
We have a real problem. Decisions across the economy are largely procurement driven.
Okay, that's what you're trying to say.
Yes.
Yeah. And but I want to draw down because I'm dealing with an energy specific problem. Yes.
Precisely. Because they are procurement driven, the drive for efficiency the drive for effectiveness has not been there, or at least it's not been given the limelight it ought to in corporate management. But let me give you a good example.
In all fairness, this question is important. You who was accused of compiling or getting us involved in excess capacity, it's a word that when the government left office was used consistently. Yes. Excess capacity. Yes. That we struggle to get rid of some of them or rearrange the engagement that the current government says they save this republic a lot of money on. Is it not a bit too much to claim that there has been procurement-driven engagements of this?
You see, excess capacity is the language of people who lack knowledge in the sector. Is the language of people who do not understand the sector, and is the language of political apparatchiks.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So all the savings are...
Let me tell you why I say this, and I'm very passionate about this. In some jurisdictions, they have a reserve margin of 20%. We have chosen 18%.
Okay. Determined by the commission?
Yeah, by the commission. Reserve margin. That is power we should generate, we should have, on standby. Somebody else, a political apparatchik, will call this excess capacity. That is one. Two, we are a developing country. We have our president, the current president, no exception, touring the world, touting for investment. Somebody comes to Ghana, want to put up a steel plant. Are you going to tell the person that wait, and it takes an average of 3 years to bring a thermal plant on board? Wait, in 3 years, we'll have the power that you need. Are you going to do that? No. It will not be wise.
Because we need it for production anyway.
Precisely. If you are competing for investment. Yeah. So other than the reserve margin, which is needed to keep the system running as it is, you also need a developmental margin. That becomes an incentive for attracting investment, whether indigenous or external. Because if somebody wants to set up a factory, a manufacturing plant, the power must be there.
But doesn't that need to be net off against losses and at what cost to the Republic?
Please let me. What we have not done as a nation is that somebody must pay for this power.
Okay.
For the development capacity. In other jurisdictions, that is paid for not by the utility, but it's a cost on the national economy. So the national budget provides for that. In other jurisdictions, the reserve margin is also shared among consumers. So it is the way we have handled these issues. As we speak, in the midst of the so-called excess capacity, agreements that had expired have been renewed. If we really had excess capacity. And remember, the emergency plans had a lifespan of 4 or 5 years to give us the space to look at medium to long-term solutions. They have all been, when they have expired, they have been renewed, because without them, there will be a gap. So is that really excess capacity? When you drill it down, is there really? Indeed, the Minister of Energy, and I salute him for that, it's on record to have stated that we need additional generation.
After we have disposed of excess capacity, really?
We need additional generation to the extent that they have signed a new contract for AXA to set up another plant in Kumasi.
Yeah, recently.
Yes.
On better terms, as government puts it.
Well, as for the Spain, it's still take or pay. We can go into the details, whether it is on energy.
A better take or pay than a previous take or pay.
For example, anything you sign under emergency, the norm is expected is that
it's like being shortchanged.
No, emergency solutions are far more expensive than permanent regular solutions. That is a state of fact. If you have an emergency, your car has an emergency, and the only part you need, your pump, they say there's only one left, is this price.
You're more likely to buy it.
Precisely. And it is for that reason that all the emergency power plants were of shorter contracts, short duration contracts, so that we can normalize the situation and have better terms
renegotiate
going forward. And that is, again, it's not rocket science. So our challenge is, first of all, until we really look at the cost element.
Sorry, cost element like what?
For example, let's take the lifeline.
Now around 30.
0 to 30 kilowatt hours. There is a cost to the lifeline. The lifeline is a subsidy.
Yeah.
Who pays the subsidy?
It should be central government.
Precisely. There's no budget line for it. So it's on the head of ECG and NETCO. And that is what I talk about cost. Let's run these entities as businesses.
Which means you are piling a lot more on the consumer.
On the utilities and on the consumer, because we are not running them as businesses. We're running them as pseudo-social services.
But in the last year or so, we've increased tariffs virtually every quarter. 30. The very last one was just a small reduction of 6% or so. But we've done 30% for almost consistent, like 3 times. And over 100% within the last year.
You see, until you drive for efficiency, until you drive to reduce cost, until you run the entities as a business. Let me give you an example. You go to Kasi in Kumasi. ECG has Ashanti Region A and Region B. They have put up 2 warehouses, modern warehouse, on the same plot of land with a wall for Ashanti Region A and Ashanti Region B.
Separating the 2 institutions.
Yes. And then you ask them, are the 2 regions able to optimize the use of one warehouse? They say, look, we are underutilizing even one warehouse. So you ask yourself, why then build 2 on the same piece of land? And to make matters worse, there are also 2 filling stations, one for Ashanti Region A, one for Ashanti Region B.
That's interesting.
So, and that is what I talk about cost. We really have to run the businesses as businesses.
But why does all of that happen to be the burden of only the consumer? Why is it that it's only the consumer that bears the brunt of whichever inefficiency, whichever incompetence, whichever cost effectiveness, as the word you use it, is supposed to be?
Well, it is not only the consumer. The consumer is also a contributor to the situation. Our commercial losses, the thievery, the plain thievery of power. So the consumer is also a contributor. So we are all involved.
Yeah, we can't solve it then.
We can. We can and we must. Other than that, we'll hit the wall. We must, as a people, either as consumers, either as producers, either as regulators, either as government, we must agree that we have a problem. And we must agree to holistically address the problem. For example...
But you are not doing blame game.
For example, no,
shockingly.
No, I am not, because...
Because, I mean, you are a minister. You were accused on several occasions, several times. You were perhaps bombarded more than any other power minister in history. You promised to end doomsday at a period. The current minister, not 2 days ago, says what they are doing is not doomsday, it's doomsday. They are fixing the problem. Problem still created by your very government.
I will allow the political apparatchiks to take that. But putting politics aside, we have a problem. Do we want to play NDC MPP and not address the problem that we have. That is not my forte. I am NDC through and through. But the national interest supersedes any other interest. The national interest is that if we do not, I happen to be probably one of the few MPs who supported ECG cutting off electricity to Parliament.
Really?
Yes. Yes. I'm not shying away from it. Why shouldn't Parliament pay for its bills? Why shouldn't any other institution pay?
Today, they are threatening hospitals.
Oh, yes.
Over 260 million.
Oh, yes.
Is involved.
I agree.
That is hospitals,
listen,
health institutions, lifestyle.
Listen. Let's put emotions aside and be rational. When I was power minister, I put the Ministry of Energy on prepaid. I put the Ministry of Finance on prepaid. Take a hospital. Kolebu is a township.
Yeah.
I would want to exempt the operating theaters. They can be on postpaid. I want to exempt the wards, the laboratories, blood bank, those very critical parts which need power 24 hours. The bungalows, the administration blocks, are you saying that they should be allowed to consume power without paying?
And they know the engine running the institution.
Don't you pay for electricity here?
Yeah, we do, actually.
Are you not serving the public?
Yeah, we do.
But you pay?
But our conditions are different. A private entity. The people that are relying on government to pay,
precisely.
Is government like cutting off its face, knows despite its face?
No. ECG was registered as a company. ECG and NETCO are registered companies.
Companies
so
whose CEOs are appointed by the executive president.
Whose
board is appointed by the executive president.
Which is ideally wrong. Let him say.
Really?
Yes, it's ideally wrong. And there are changes with companies. I'm the ranking member on state enterprise, and I've publicly stated this. If you go by Act 992, which is the company's code, the ECG must have an annual general meeting. And it is the annual general meeting that should appoint the board. Shareholders attend annual general meeting.
Okay.
So the shareholder will nominate, and then the AGM appoints. So, you see, we started from a certain point. Yesterday's methodology. We are facing new challenges, and so the very architecture of governance, especially with state-owned enterprises, must change to reflect the emerging reality.
I get your point, but you have not answered whether or not you support ECG going after hospitals.
I thought I explained that ECG must put the theaters, operating theaters, the wards, the laboratory banks, the laboratories, those very critical, they should put them on postpaid, that they can negotiate with whoever runs the hospital. But all other parts of the hospital should be put on prepaid. That is a solution going forward. Look, Kolebu's IGF is bigger than the budget of 2-3 ministries combined. So it is the question of prioritization. Managerially, we have not renewed our mindset. If we have renewed our mindset, we'll prioritize the payment of electricity to run our operations over conferences and other things.
That's an interesting point. But yes, we have not stated categorically whether going after hospitals is in and of itself a good decision.
I don't know.
No, you have explained. You said that they should separate. No, that's not the question I'm asking you.
In principle, the hospital is a business unit. In principle.
The health facility.
Yes, it's a business unit.
The health service unit.
Yes. And that is why there is a health facility registration authority. In principle. However, in the context of that hospital, being a business unit, it also provides critical service.
Yeah, essential service.
Yes. In fact, essential is not even enough. I would say critical.
Critical service, okay.
Yes. So isolate the elements that provide this critical service from the administration, from the various courtesies, the bungalows, from the various schools they run. Isolate that and put those non-critical ones on prepaid. Leave the essential ones on postpaid. And then sensitize the management of these hospitals that your most critical payment, apart from buying medicine and equipment to treat patients, is to provide electricity for these hospitals to run.
I have a direct question.
Yes.
The current energy minister, has he done a good job as energy minister in keeping the lights on, mindful of the current situation?
Are the lights on?
Oh yeah, no, not always. I mean, clearly.
Precisely. So that answers your question.
No, you've not answered the question. The question is, has he done a good job?
No, I'm asking. You said in keeping the lights on.
Yes.
And I've asked that, are the lights on? And you are saying they are not always on.
Yes.
So that is the mark.
The question I'm asking you is a direct one, whether he's been doing a good job or not. So you should be able to tell me, yes, he's doing a good job, or he's not doing a good job.
What signifies, or what is the best symbolism for doing a good job in the power sector? Is keeping the lights on. Isn't that?
Yes.
And you admit that the lights are not always on. So that is the answer.
How about the ECG boss?
You see, the ECG boss, there is one area I support him.
That's collections.
The drive to collect.
Okay.
The no-nonsense approach, I support that. However, there is a lot more work to be done in internal efficiency, driving internal efficiency within the organization.
I get your point. Now, I understand that perfectly. Now, there are also other issues, right? You hated the word doomsday. Currently, we do not know what to name what we are going through.
Load shedding.
It's load shedding.
Yes, simple.
How do you come to that conclusion?
Because the Systems Control Center tells us how much load they are shedding each day when they have to shed load.
They don't tell me. I don't get to see that.
Well, I'm telling you, that is in the industry, they tell us.
So why are we being told there's no load shedding?
Who says? I'm just giving you
the ECG boss.
Yeah,
says there's no load shedding.
I'm just giving you the final authority on that. He's running a distribution company, and he will want to project the best image for his company. That's what he's paid to do. Ask the regulators.
Energy Commission.
And
the PURC. People are clamoring for a timetable. Do you think it's time we got one?
Yes.
Why?
At least, if you're leaving for work today and you're going to have load shedding in your area at peak or even off peak, you have a right to know. You have a right to know.
I know, I get your point, yes. Some say we are letting go the institutions like Greco and also the generators because we are focusing so much on ECG. Is that fair commentary?
Well, I am not. In fact, I believe the institutions that have let us down most are the regulatory bodies.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Not necessarily the generators, not distributors, not transmitters.
You see, because these are business entities, and because they supply, they're in a monopolistic position, the Parliament of Ghana has seen it fit to put a regulator, somebody to sit on top of them and ensure that they do the right thing. Has the PURC come out to speak on this issue? Has the Energy Commission
Not Energy Commission. PRC has been having some battle with ECG about the cash water.
Cash water, but not on the epileptic supply.
No, I've not
Precisely.
heard of it, so, yeah.
So I am more disappointed with them as regulators. A regulator is not to be liked. And I've been a regulator before. As the first chief executive of Petroleum Commission.
That's true.
A regulator is not to be liked. Because doing your right thing would definitely offend someone. But you are protecting the public good. And there must be predictability.
In the sector?
In the role of a regulator.
A regulator, yes. So this proposal that they should be merged, is this something we should explore going forward? Commission and also the
Well, that is my personal opinion. And indeed, I have made that case before my party in terms of the Energy Committee. I've made the case, but it's a personal position that it will serve us well if we merge them.
Mindful of our current financial status and condition.
Yes.
Mindful of the fact that we just finished a domestic debt exchange. We've been borrowing to live on for God knows how long. And we have not even paid original debts owed to creditors along the line, which we'll have to pay.
Yes.
And mindful of the fact that ECG, our electricity bills are being on the uptake for God knows how long.
Yes.
Would it be reasonable to expect more electricity price hikes ahead of this attempt to fix the problem?
Well, that is largely dependent on the management of the macroeconomy. If the cedi depreciates further, then unfortunately it will have to happen. Because 70 to 90% of the payables of the sector are dollar denominated. So if we don't manage the macroeconomy and we allow the cedi to depreciate further, as the Vice President said, when the fundamentals are weak,
you'll be exposed.
Yeah, the exchange rate will expose you. If we continue being exposed by the exchange rate and the sector's exposure to exchange rate losses increases, they will have to recover the losses by price increases. As unfortunate as that is. However, talking that, and one of the reasons I'm talking about efficiency in the sector and proper financial discipline in the sector is that in the context of haircuts and others are increasing their allowances and others by more than 100%. The same energy sector.
In the same energy sector?
Precisely.
I'm not sure which one are you specifically referencing.
Well,
I have no idea, so that's what I want to know from you.
Okay. Once you have no idea.
But Doc, you have raised the matter of substance and relevance to people. We are interested in
once you have
who is, in times of austerity, increasing their allowances. That is what we want to know.
Well,
is it directly power related?
I'm talking of the energy sector.
Sector generally.
And, energy sector has what I would jokingly say 2.5 sectors. There's the power sector, there's the petroleum sector, and there's the renewable sector.
Okay.
Yes. So it's just symptomatic that with all the haircuts, with all the tightening of belts, we must insist on cost control.
My last question to you, which is where we are ending off, is will this current erratic power supply situation end anytime soon, from your reading?
From my reading, no. We will do our best to conceal it, as it's been done. We will do our best to conceal it. But the reality, you see, Ghanaians are living the reality. You don't need anybody to tell you there's load shedding.
Well,
you are living that reality. It is not a press statement or a timetable that will tell you there is load shedding.
For how long will it go on?
So the attempt to do this is an exercise in futility. The people are living it. Until we get our finances right, we'll have the challenge of fuel supply.
Throughout the year?
Well, until we get
an election year.
If we are able to get our finances right, or if the Ghanaian state diverts funding from some other area to pay for fuel on a regular basis, then we have enough generating capacity. In the absence of that, we'll have these hiccups.
Ladies and gentlemen, my guest in studio has been Dr. Kwabena Donkor. He's in the Fourth Republic, the only person to have been called Power Minister. Doc, you're welcome once again, and thank you so much for joining us in studio today. I appreciate your time, sir.
The pleasure is mine. Forgive me for my controversial nature. We have to.
Folks, that's where we end today's edition of Afront.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
On the 10th of November last year, His Royal Majesty the King Osei Tutu II, Tumfo, launched the Hill Komfanoche project. It's a drive to raise funds for the rehabilitation or renovation of the almost 70-year-old Komfanoche Teaching Hospital, which was named after the great priest of the Ashanti Kingdom, Komfanoche. Incidentally, when Komfanoche first put the sword that was supposed to be a unifying factor of all the Ashanti states on the ground, it was Otumfuo Osei Tutu I who was the king of Ashanti then. And so, as part of the 25th anniversary celebration, when the king decided that the time had come for him to lead that drive, for people from far and near to contribute to the renovation of the almost 70-year facility, which has never seen any renovation since it was built in 1955. It was welcoming and refreshing, and it's marked of leadership that every young man or woman would aspire to. Now, like I said, every day, on the average, we receive about 1,000 patients who are coming from at least 12 out of the 16 regions in Ghana. So Komfanoche serves as a referral facility for 12 out of 16 regions in Ghana. Ordinarily, retooling of a hospital like Komfanoche would be seen as a responsibility of government. It is indeed true, but in many developed democracies, like the United States, Canada, UK, Germany, I'm sure many of us who have lived there at one point or another in our lives are aware that these things are done. Private individuals, philanthropists, and so on give, non-governmental organizations give towards the renovation, the building of new hospitals, and so on and so forth. And so the king, being a golfer himself, the golfers decided that it was one of the ways by which they could contribute to the king's vision. And so today what has happened is that the golfers are launching a competition of a sort that would see to them contributing generously to the king's drive. I have absolutely no doubt for this that the golfers have done, their names will be written in gold. Posterity will judge them favorably. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
1/5 of the babies who come in will end up dying.
This is impactful journalism, the storytelling that stretches your imagination and shines a light on the underreported issues.
Normally, if you talk, that will change people. Let them see it.
This is impactful journalism. It is fearless, independent journalism that reshapes thoughts and crushes stereotypes.
But I had no more strength in me again.
The person must be made to know that what you have done, yes, it would have deserved murder.
This is impactful journalism. It provides context and meaning to the different perspectives.
Children are born with sin, and therefore, if you don't baptize them and they die as children, then they will go to hell. This is funny.
This is impactful journalism. It provides context and meaning to the different perspectives. This is JoyNews Hotline Documentaries, compelling stories, changing.
Is brought to you by
Don't take risks. Use a condom every time.
And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
Some spices, yes, sir.
And coming up tonight on JoyNews Prime, Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG, makes good its threat and serves demand notice to 91 government health facilities, owing the company a total of 261 million cedis. JoyNews investigations reveal how first-year students of some senior high schools across the country were forced to eat one specific meal for lunch and supper for an entire term due to acute shortage of food.
We have no food at the stores, and the master is in our ground now, fighting for food for our own benefit.
We'll bring you details of excerpt of our upcoming hotline documentary, Empty Plate, the Free SHS Promise. And also in this bulletin, Minister of State Designate for Finance, Abena Sari, says $3.8 billion financial cost document warning against signing of the anti-LGBTQI+ bill was not an advice to the president. Details, as she says, government has no intention to bring back road tolls in 2024.
In the budget for 2024, I don't think we introduced any line item for road tolls, and so it remains as such.
At 8 p.m., I hand over to Emma Davis to bring you Prime Business.
Economist Dr. Patrick Esuming says he doesn't expect a drop in monetary policy rates despite a drop in inflation.
I think that the initial reduction that we saw last month was a little premature. So I expect that having reduced it and the expected disinflation at the time has not continued. So I believe that the BOG, the MPC, will be a little cautious in bringing further reduction.
We're live on DSTV channel 421, GoTV channel 125, and around the world on myjoyonline.com. And this is your home of independent, fearless, and credible journalism. Please stay for details.
JoyNews Prime Headlines was brought to you by
Don't take risks. Use a condom every time.
And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
Some spices, yes, sir.
Now, JoyNews investigations have revealed how first-year students of some senior high schools across the country were left with no option than to eat one specific meal for lunch and supper throughout the term due to acute shortage of food. This is coming up in our latest online documentary, Empty Plate, the Free SHS Promise, which highlights the grim picture of quantity and quality of food that is served thousands of students on various campuses. Here, our excerpt of the documentary.
Here in the central region, the harsh reality comes to life. A dining hall prefect, Sambali, informs first-year students of the insufficient food supply. Their meals are reduced to simple, often nutritionally inadequate options. This situation is not unique to the central region, but is echoed across schools in other regions.
We have no food and the stores. And the master is in Accra now, fighting for food for our own benefit. So we are pleading with you to manage the little here. And we promise you very soon there will be enough food for us so that we can all enjoy ourselves. Thank you.
Empty Plates, the free SHS promise, will be airing on Monday, March 18 on Joy FM Super Morning Show at 8:30 a.m. and on Joy News Channel at 8:30 p.m. Now, led to other stories. About 91 hospitals, including major referral hospitals, have up to 72 hours to cough up over 200 million cedis to pay the Electricity Company of Ghana or risk being disconnected from the national grid over the debt. Today, the ECG made good its threat to serve the various hospitals the demand notices and then will wait for the payment schedules the facilities will come up with to avoid a total disconnection. Among the prominent hospitals to be disconnected include the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, the 37 Military Hospital, and the Greater Accra Regional Hospital, alone owing ECG up to $41 million. Volta Regional Hospital owe $15,163,878, and all of these in the Volta region, this amount is owed by 8 facilities. Whole Teaching Hospital owing $5,808,909 cedis. Keta Municipal Hospital owing $410,983. In the Central region, the total of debt owed is $21,303,839 cedis, 75 pesos, and that's owed by 7 facilities, including the Anchor Psychiatric Hospital, which owes $2,225,745. The Chufupraso New Hospital owes $5,826,432. In the Eastern region, the region owes a total of $21,031,322, and the facilities that owe this amount are 10. In the Ashanti region, the total debt is $50,045,753, 72 pesos, and it's owed by 15 facilities, including Menshia Government Hospital, which owes $2,026,944. Konfanoche Teaching Hospital owes $27,265,226. In the Western region, the total is $22,312,253, owed by 11 facilities. In the Greater Accra region, the region is divided into the Greater Accra East region, which has 9 facilities, owing a total of $66,643,000, including the 37 Military Hospital, $33,477,000, Police Hospital, $6,109,000, Lekma Hospital, $2 million, General Hospital, which owes around $642,000, University of Ghana Hospital, $2,249,000, and the list goes on and on. In the Tama region, owes around $8 million, and the facilities that owe this amount are 11 facilities. Kofi joins me in studio with a lot more breakdown. Kofi, what more do we know?
So, Brace, it's good you mentioned the individual hospitals. So let's start with the aggregated figure. So you look at a place like the Greater Accra region. So we are looking at the regional breakdown. You have 25 health facilities that owe the ECG in excess of 130 million Ghana cedis. You go to the Ashanti region, you have 15 health facilities owing in excess of 50 million Ghana cedis. A Western region, 11 facilities, 22.3 million Ghana cedis. Central region, 7 with 21.3 million Ghana cedis. And Volta region, 8 hospitals, just like you mentioned, at 15.2 million cedis. And the Eastern region has 10 health facilities owing the ECG at 21.03 million Ghana cedis. If you add all these hospitals, you get about 91 health facilities and a total of 261 million Ghana cedis that these health facilities are currently owing the ECG. So we decided to understand the situation a bit more. That is it that health facilities are not able to pay the bills based on the number, the fact that they generate lower income. So we decided to look at the IGF, or the internally generated funds of some of the teaching hospitals. In fact, all the teaching hospitals we have currently in Ghana, the ones that were reported by the Finance Ministry, to see how they are doing or faring in terms of their internally generated fund, the IGF. And we know that the IGF, what you generate is what you retain. So you are given the opportunity to retain 100% of what you generate. So if you rank it, then the Korle-Bu Teaching Hospital comes first. If you look at the 2023 projection, by the end of 2023, it was expected to generate close to 150 million Ghana cedis.
Okay.
Comfort Teaching Hospital in excess of 111 million cedis. There's Cape Coast 30.3 million cedis, and whole teaching hospitals close to 30 million cedis. In fact, if you look at their actuals, these are projections for 2023, and the projections were based on the first 9 months actuals. Now, the first 9 month actuals, you see that still Korle-Bu is able to rake in 112.2 million Ghana cedis, and Comfort hovering around 83.3 million cedis. Cape Coast around 22.7 million cedis, and whole teaching hospital 20.9 million cedis. So if you are generating this amount of money, the question is, why aren't you able to pay your bills in full? Is it that there are other cost burdens or expenditure burdens not allowing you to pay the bills that in total ECG is demanding close to 260 million Ghana?
There obviously will be other bills anyway, but I mean, looking at what they get, they should be able to.
They should be able to pay,
because the power is what really holds you to deliver the services you do.
Absolutely.
So there are a lot more questions to be asked there. Well, anyway, Kofi, that's grateful to you for that breakdown there. But do we know exactly whether or what ECG is up to in terms of they've sent letters anyway, but have they heard from these?
So in fact, the first institution that they sent letter to is actually the Ridge Hospital, which if you do the individual analysis, you realize that the Ridge Hospital is the hospital that owes the most.
Okay.
They owe in excess of 40 million Ghana cedis. ECG served them a letter. We understand that individual hospitals like Dementia Hospital has actually been disconnected.
Okay.
Bekwai has been served, a letter, and other hospitals like, some in the Greater Accra region, 37 military hospitals also served a letter, and other big hospitals in the country, all are owing the ECG, and they are demanding that they need that 260 million Ghana cedis. Maybe to be able to pay the IPPs.
Exactly.
The power on.
Exactly. Let's see how it goes. Well, thank you. Two other stories: scores of patients and visitors at the Komfo Teaching Hospital are stranded as consultant and specialist doctors at the hospital abandoning their services. The medical officers declared an indefinite strike following an emergency meeting yesterday over what they describe as a forceful ejection from their homes in the Danyame enclave by a private developer. JoyNews checks indicate there is no doctor at post to attend to outpatient. My colleague Nana Boachi Yadom was at the hospital and reports.
Medical doctors at the Komfo Teaching Hospital say they are embarking on an indefinite strike over what leadership describe as harassment and persistent orders to move out of their Danyame residents in Kumasi. The doctors on Tuesday concluded on the industrial action to demand the installation of their bungalows despite claims that it has been sold out. Dr. Michael Leet is the president of the Catholic Doctors Association. He explains the frustration of the affected doctors.
Some doctors in the Danyame residence are supposed to be evicted. I mean, this has been ongoing for about a year now. And as an association, we've suggested some measures to management, but we see this to be beyond our hospital management in that, they are not the owners of the land per se. So some of our doctors have been given an eviction to they've been given notices to evict their accommodation units within a week. Some have had their water supply cut off. Some have been walled in.
According to him, the doctors at the hospital will lay down their tools to seek access to their accommodation.
We have close to about 20-something doctors plus other staff of the Confanoch and other doctors from other hospitals. So we thought it wise that if you are being evicted, then we meet and decide as a group what is the next step. And what came out, the unanimous decision was to lay down our tools tomorrow by 6 a.m. and then go and look for our accommodation.
Meanwhile, the Ashanti Regional Minister Simon Osei Mensah says the allegation of ejection are untrue. He wants the affected doctors to provide evidence to support their claims.
If I hear somebody saying that we've given him 1 week to vacate his bungalow or something, they should produce the letter so that we know the author of that letter, whoever wrote that letter to them. We want to know. And also we've had agreement with the contractors that before they move anybody, they have to rent a place for the person for a period of 2 years, by which time we will be sure we will be done with all the structures we are putting up. And they should produce a letter that is giving them an ultimatum of 1 week. They should provide that letter to me. And we've said that no developer should move anybody without a rented alternative accommodation.
The minister indicated that the government is constructing bungalows to accommodate several doctors within the region.
Originally, we decided to build 200. Now we've reduced it to 180 because we are sure that the 180 will be enough for all those that we are going to relocate. And this location is one site, that is one contractor's site. And here we have more than 30 structures. As you can see, most of them are above 80% complete. Only few will be around maybe 75.
For JoyNews, Nana Boache Dankwa Kumasi.
Minister for Transport, Kweko Foriasiama, has been summoned to provide urgent answers to MPs over an alleged charge of $10 to $20 by the Ghana Airport Company as maintenance charge. Former Minority Leader Haruna Idrisu, who raised the issue on the floor, described the charge as illegal since Parliament had not approved the charge.
Of urgent public importance because what authority does the Ghana Airport Company have to impose fees and charges? And is these charges consistent with the Fees and Charges Act approved by the Parliament of Ghana? So, Mr. Speaker, I've seen a letter Ghana Airport Company signed Yvonne Nana Afriye Opare, Mrs. Managing Director. And Mr. Speaker, I read it for the record. Further to discussions with the executives of Airport Operations Committee, AOC, regarding our baggage belt overhauling and maintenance issue, the Board of Directors of Ghana Airports Company, in consultation with Ministry of Transport, institutes maintenance charges of $20 on all-round airline trips and $12. Mr. Speaker, that will be cost to Ghanaian travelers from abroad to Ghana. Yeah, $20 on all-round air trips and $10 to be charged one way. And this fee will be effective May 1st, 2024. Mr. Speaker, I think that the Minister for Transport will have to be hauled by you to this House to explain the authority of the Ghana Airports Company and to explain to Ghanaians where he drives the authority and mandate from and whether this is consistent with our Fees and Charges Act. We owe it to Ghanaians abroad and within, those of you who travel, that you should never be taken unaware on side charges. Mr. Speaker.
Now, MP for Nshaisu, Dr. Stephen Amoah, cautioned the minority against politicizing the move. He was, however, not opposed to calls to bring the Transport Minister before the House to answer questions.
As we all trying to adhere to our laws and rules in the country, which, of course, demand that such charges, of course, need the appropriate legal and policy approval, which we all support. I think some of the comments, I'm quite not happy with them because my senior leader of the opposition party knows clearly that under this regime, I'm a member of the Finance Committee, is talking about taking steps to deal with all these challenges. He knows. It took us not a number of days, weeks, even if not months. So we speak as if at present the country is highly taxed and stuff like that. Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised because that statement is not in good faith. Do we have a time we say taxes are high or low? It depends on the fiscal space situation of our country, and he knows that. Mr. Speaker, what I can say is that I think we need to refer this so that the minister in charge will be given the appropriate opportunity to come and answer questions on that. But if we say that it should be just tomorrow, we don't even know his situation now. I think as a house, we need to adhere to the needed balance when it comes to our political interests and state issues. Other than that, I think I support what he's saying. But the fact that he's saying that the country is becoming over highly taxed and stuff like that, I always refer to them that between 2014 and 2016, 26 tax items were either introduced or increased. So they shouldn't talk about that. Mr. Speaker, tax issues once and for all, we need to deal with them in our country because it's one of the issues destroying our country.
Away from that, the Volta Regional Minister, Archibald Lecha, has attributed a delay in the resettlement for communities affected by the tidal waves in Ketu South to land litigation and other factors. Answering questions in Parliament on Wednesday, Dr. Lecha said Ghana Gas has committed to build 15 two-bedroom units as part of the project initiated by the government.
Households comprising 1,096 individuals, made up of 227 adult males and 287 adult females, 281 boys and 301 girls below 18 years respectively, were severely affected by tidal waves in the Ketu South municipality. In response, the Municipal Assembly sought to undertake a relocation of 115 households in the Salakope, Amutinu, and Agaveji communities, which were worst affected. It was decided to construct two-bedroom apartments, extend utility services, water, electricity, and road, and drainage works at a new site. Mr. Speaker, the total cost for the project was estimated at 25 million Ghana cedis, and the Municipal Assembly sought support from the central government and non-governmental institutions to finance the project. The status of the project, land has been allocated by the chiefs of Agaveji, Amutinu, and Salakope communities for the project. The land has been surveyed and demarcated into various plots. The servicing of the land with water, electricity, and road has been done. The Assembly has submitted proposals to various institutions of state for financial support. Some of these institutions include the National Laboratory Authority, the Ghana Gas Company Limited, Talo Oil, We Power, and the Ministry of Works and Housing. Ghana Gas has offered to construct 15 of the two-bedroom units to start the project, which saw the actual construction works starting in the year 2022. So far, I would say that roofing works is ongoing on 10 out of the 15 housing units. The 5 remaining units are also currently at the lintel level. The road works and access to the site have been completed. Electricity is extended to the site, and water is also extended to the site. But we have, Mr. Speaker, some few challenges. There were initial land litigation.
The Minister of State designate for Finance, Abena Asare, has told Parliament's Appointment Committee that a widely circulated document on cost of signing the anti-LGBTQI+ bill was not an advice to the President. The Finance Ministry in that document warned that Ghana could lose an estimated $3.8 billion over the next 5 to 6 years, should President Nana Akufo-Addo sign the controversial bill. But appearing before the appointment committee today, the former Deputy Finance Minister says the document was an internal memo which got leaked to the public. There's more in the following report.
This was an internal memo that the ministry usually with anything that occurs, I mean, we sit to deliberate on the positives and if there are any negatives or if there are any challenges. We see how best we can address those challenges. And so just like a normal management meeting where we looked at our expenditures, and then we also looked at our revenues. And on the passage of the bill by the House, which I am a member, we heard certain sentiments from certain stakeholders. And so what we sought to do was to see how best we can address any revenue gap issues should they arise as a result of the passage of this bill. That was what we sought to do. And it was an internal memo. It wasn't a memo that was to be sent outside because we were sitting to see how best we could just close the gap.
Did the president request for that advice?
Showed anything?
Did the president request for that advice?
Mr. Chairman, I said it was an internal memo, just like we have our daily, weekly meetings, and so we were discussing this in our meetings.
But it ended up being a letter to the president advising on the potential loss to the country of $3.8 billion from the World Bank alone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I still stand by the fact that it was an internal memo and it had nothing to do with that. We were only looking within to see how best, should any gaps arise, how best we could close those gaps respectfully.
Now, responding to assertions that government is preparing to reintroduce the road tolls, Abenosi Asare says the assertion is not true.
Are you part of the decision makers who decided to suspend the collection of road tolls?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, suspension of the road tolls was a political decision, was a decision taken by government, and I cannot take myself out of it because I'm part of government and I need to take responsibility as such.
You are very courageous and I encourage you to do that. So currently, are you intending to reintroduce?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the document that spells out the vision for the government in 2024 is the budget. And so we're working with the budget. And in the budget for 2024, I don't think we introduced any line item for road tolls. And so it remains as such, Mr. Chairman.
She says government has budgeted some 4 billion cedis to clear part of depositors' funds under the banking sector cleanup.
This we have is one has to do with the fact that some of these companies have taken the liquidator to courts. And so until we are able to resolve the court issue, government cannot proceed to pay. I remember in 2020, on humanitarian grounds, when the COVID was had a very devastating effect on everybody, government on humanitarian grounds decided to pay 50,000 to all the asset management companies, depositors. And so government went ahead and did that. Government paid, in 2020, government paid, I think, 760 million Ghana cedis. And then in 2021, 580 million Ghana cedis. We still have quite a chunk to pay. So even if you look in the 2024 budget, government has allocated 4 billion Ghana cedis to be used partly to pay for these asset management companies' money, as well as a few NIB and a few other things in there.
Watching the JoyNews Prime here on the JoyNews channel. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with more. Please do stay.
Hey, Charlie, what number? The malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back.
Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Whether it's 1924, 2024, or 2124, we've always known that you are driven by your sense of safety and well-being. It is what drives us to see you through from start to finish, from small to big. And in the last 100 years, as you have evolved, so have we also expanded to serve you in many ways. From cradle to grave, with expertise in insurance, life, pensions, properties, health, and for those beautiful memorable goodbyes. It's 2024, and in all our markets, our pedigree is recognized, our strength respected, our expertise valued, and our solutions sought by all who desire an advantage in life. Experience the time-tested and truly trusted 100 years legacy of Ghana's oldest insurer. Take charge of your future now. Insurance, life, pensions, property management, funeral services, health insurance. Enterprise, your advantage.
This is a call to you. The dreamers. The ones that see no boundaries.
Dreamers take a chance.
The explorers that chart their own path.
Unlock the vibes, connect the energy.
The ones that dare to challenge the status quo.
Get connected, feel the vibe.
When others try to think outside the box, you wonder, what box?
Catch the wave, enjoy the ride.
To the architects of their journeys. Every connection is an opportunity to explore every experience. This is your call to adventure. Your journey begins here. Be bold, be daring, be free. Connecting passions, connecting dreams, connecting ambitions. Telecel, connecting energies.
Our stories begin right here. And we never write them alone. Sometimes we write them with someone who puts our story first. Other times with someone who puts their own story first. There'll be pages we love to read again and again, and some we'll barely remember. Sometimes we feel like the hero of our story, and other times, not. There are stories of dreamers, stories of creators, stories of strivers, stories of believers, and we're inspired by them all. That's why we invite you to write your story with us. Your story matters.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see S-I-N-T-E-X. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntax was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntax again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntax gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntax is the answer. Syntax tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Freedom. It's my privilege to be in Tamale today. We are here because we are on a listening tour, and Tamale is the first place we chose to come to after we visited Nima. I come here because I want to tie my cloth with you and you tie yours with me. I can see that there's a lot of potential. So many things that can be done in this place that you would not need to leave here to go elsewhere to look for an opportunity. So I have come to listen to women, especially the youth, and get the blessings of my fathers. That we all come together and become one people to build one country. I am here not to talk to people, but I'm here to listen to you. What are your needs? What are your thoughts? What are your suggestions? If you were part of the government, how different would you make it?
What you are doing, you are on the right path.
If you ask me to test your product, I'll do it because I've tested the two and I've not seen any benefit out of the two political parties.
Whether you like it or not, Ghana needs a third force party in this round.
We have tested MPP and we have tested NDC. We need to get a third person to compare the third person with the two parties.
Let's bring you some election headquarters stories now. And the election headquarters is brought to you by Petrosol, your clean fuel in full quantity, and the Chartered Institute of Management Accountant, CIMA, and the American Institute of Certified Public Accountant, together as the Association of International Certified Professional Accountants. Election headquarters for an informed electorate. Now, the Electoral Commission says it will submit a constitutional instrument, CI, to the Attorney General's office seeking to eliminate the use of indelible ink in the 2028 elections. Some political parties kicked against that proposal and others ahead of the 2024 elections. Kenneth Jesse has more in the following report.
Speaking to the media after a closed-door meeting with the leadership of the Ghana Pentecostal and Charismatic Council, GPCC, on measures put in place to ensure a successful election, Chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Jean Mensah, said the constitutional instruments CI used in the 2020 election will be used for this year's election. She, however, disclosed the Commission is beginning processes to scrap the use of indelible ink in the 2028 elections by submitting a CI to the Attorney General.
As elections breed tension, so we want to please plead with our political parties to please put Ghana first. They should put their strategies together, but their strategies is not supposed to overrun the principles that they know that will govern a peaceful election. We are also aware of the monetization of elections that is going on in our nation. We want to plead with them that they should please respect Ghana, and then they should make sure that they don't actually deceive people by giving them election just to vote for them an election. Let the people vote because of the issues and the policies and their manifestos that they hear, instead of coercing them with monies and all that.
President of the JPCC, Apostle Eric Nyamiche, admonished politicians to desist from enticing voters with money and allow them to decide who will lead them without monetary influence. The JPCC encouraged the Electoral Commission to intensify its education on the electoral processes.
The essence is to share with the leadership of the Ghana Pentecostal and Charismatic Council our program of activities for the 2024 election, and also to seek their feedback and their guidance, to ensure that our work, is well grounded in law, and that the outcomes of our work promote peace, the peace and stability of our country. So this is the essence, or this was the essence of our visit to the Pentecostal Council this morning. The CIs that were used in the 2020 election will govern the 2024 election as well, and nothing changes. This means that we will continue to use the guarantor system, and we would continue to use the indelible ink as part of our process. We did emphasize, though, that because of the adoption of the biometric register, there was no need to use the indelible ink, because every individual is identified with their fingerprints, and every individual in the world has unique fingerprints, and no two individuals have the same fingerprint, and therefore the indelible ink was not necessary.
After conducting the district-level elections last December without the use of the indelible ink, the Electoral Commission had hoped.
Now, former Auditor General Daniel Yao Demelevo has cautioned against what he described as the auctioning of public positions, where people fund political parties in return for appointment in the public service. According to him, this development may pave the way for unqualified people and criminals to find their way into the public system for their parochial interests. Speaking via Meet at the maiden edition of the Leadership Ethics Seminar in Ho, organized by the Africa Ethics Institute, he called for the establishment of the meritocracy in public sector.
The Leadership Ethics Seminar held at the Volta Serene Hotel in Ho was organized by the Africa Ethics Institute under the auspices of LifeMark Africa. It served as a platform to impact ethics into the younger generation to enable them to uphold their values. The director of the Africa Ethics Institute, Israel Larry, entreated the participants to establish multiple income streams to enable them to temptation of engaging in corruption.
The temptation to be unethical or to be corrupt is much greater. So what we also seek to do, much as we preach and tell them to seek to be ethical, we're also getting them to appreciate that if they are able to reduce their cost of living significantly and live within their means, or bring down their cost of living significantly, while at the same time try to increase their incomes. And by increasing their incomes, they're doing so through legitimate means. If you get that pushing and you're also content within yourself, it is less likely that you end up being corrupt.
Former Auditor General Daniel Yao Demelevo lamented the high incidence of corruption in the country, adding that corruption has become a religion. He called for the strengthening of the anti-corruption institutions and the establishment of an efficient public financial management system, among other measures to protect the public purse. Mr. Demelevo also warned against auctioning of public offices.
We are in an election year, which again auction here. We are auctioning public offices. Instead of people being elected into positions, by position. So the highest bidder wins the auction at the end of the day. We have to look at it. If we don't look at this auctioning of public offices seriously, what may happen is that very soon we can have people who are not funding our election, and so we will compromise it. It is also possible that terrorists will fund our politicians into office and we will be in trouble. So there is the need to ensure that we curb the excessive spending, the lavish, the giving out of cars, motorbikes, etc., for the purpose of election.
He opined that to curb corrupt practices, the country's leaders should be held accountable.
We need the big fishes, not the small fishes. If the big fishes are being caught, the small ones will run for their dear life. So that is where it starts. We can look at Singapore, we can look at Malaysia. All the countries that were successful, they were holding the top responsible so that we can all benefit from the public funds. I would like to end here by urging all of you to uphold integrity. You should not have any price to compromise your integrity.
Fred Kwame Asari, Joy News. Oh.
Election Headquarters is brought to you by Petrosol, your clean fuel in full quantity, and Chartered Institute of Management Accountant and the American Institute of Certified Public Accountant, together as the Association of International Certified Professional Accountant. Election Headquarters for an informed electorate. Now let's move to other stories. And the Wa District Court today remanded into prison custody prime suspect Alicia Mahama Akpanyiche into prison custody his girlfriend Belinda Miller and security guard Kweku Kombara to police custody in connection with the gruesome murder of owner of Jerapa Dubai in the Upper West region. 4 other suspects were acquitted by the court presided over by his Honor Maxwell McBrain. Titi Riku Eric Johnson was found dead, lying in a pool of blood at his private residence on February 11. JoyNews Upper West Regional correspondent Rafiq Salam sat through the court proceedings and reported how the court was told how the prime suspect and lover plotted the murder of the Jerapa Dubai owner.
The room size of the Wa District Court was full to the rafters. Hardly one get a blade space to walk through at the court. Leading the prosecution, Chief Superintendent of Police, Abdullahi Amadou Ali Chao, first informed the court of the change in the charge sheet and also prayed for 4 of the 7 suspects to be discharged and acquitted. They are Michael Kuluge, Favor Nobe, Foster Dokuru, and Brian Makasim. The remaining 3 suspects, Eliza Mahama Akpanyiche, 32, Belinda Miller, 26, and security guard Kweku Kombata, 56, were however slapped with 2 charges, conspiracy to commit murder and murder. The trio has however denied the charges leveled against them. Chief Superintendent of Police, Lawyer Abdullahi Amadou Ali Chao, presenting the facts of the case, disclosed that the prime suspect, Eliza Mahama Akpanyiche, who is the former human resource manager of Royal Coast Hills Hotel, otherwise known as Jerapa Dubai, was sacked on February 9, 2024, together with his girlfriend front desk officer Belinda Miller and 4 others. Eliza Mahama was sacked for allegedly having multiple sexual relationships with more than 4 female employees of the hotel, which resulted in infighting and unhealthy rivalry among the female workers, thereby impeding progress of work at the hotel. The hotel management later rescinded the decision to sack 26-year-old Belinda Miller, who is a national service personnel. The prosecution further disclosed that Eliza Mahama entered the private residence of Eric Johnson on the night of February 10, 2024, scaling the fortified fence wall with the aid of an aluminum ladder. Available phone records to the investigators indicated that he placed several calls to his girlfriend front desk officer Belinda Miller whilst at the private residence, asking her where he could locate the MasterCard key to Mr. Eric Johnson's room. The first accused entered Eric Johnson's room, stabbing him multiple times, leaving him naked and in a pool of blood. The prosecution revealed that he also took an unspecified amount of money from the room and is driving a Sanka key, using the car to go out of the crime scene and later abandon the car at River Zongo. Lawyer Amadou Adicho concluded saying they are incontrovertible.
Okay, as far as music, as long as I can remember, I was exposed to African music. Did my own thing when it came to making music.
It's your boy DJ Razor on the 1 and 2s right now.
Still a musician, rapper, and then a dancer.
Things Stormboy, soccer did, they're doing big things.
Yeah.
Overall, the people just enjoy good music and they respect your opinion on music. I think it'll be successful, and that's the plan right now. That's the plan.
Vet Investment Limited.
Well, welcome back. Let's do showbiz now. And Becky Beggs is in the house. Our own one and only American blogger is here. Hi, how you doing?
And I'm bringing you an American content. Because US-based DJ and musician Rasha Rom has revealed that his exposure to African music was as a result of listening to African music from his Liberian dad. I had a conversation with him on E-Vibes, and he said,
I've been listening to my parents' music. They kind of gave me like a good base when it comes to like my music taste and selection. My mom is from Baltimore, Maryland. She listens to a lot of house music, club music, R&B, hip hop. My father's from Liberia, West Africa, so I was exposed to African music, and I had that kind of a background. I feel like with African music and with house music, they kind of call you to dance. That became kind of the type of music that I'm into, music that kind of creates a vibe. So from a young age, I can just always remember dancing a lot. Me and my brothers would always dance for hours and hours. So when I got to college, and I was kind of getting exposed to more people from different cultures and kind of finding commonalities with like the different people and the different music, they were kind of shocked to know the different music that I knew. So that's kind of how I started making music and DJing.
Well, DJ Rasha Rom right there. You know, we're still celebrating Ghana Month.
Yeah.
And this evening we're putting the spotlight or throwing the spotlight on a town close to yours.
Okay.
Takoradi.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know what Takoradi means to the Takoradians.
And the hunters.
The hunters.
Yeah.
Well, here's a little bit of something you should know about the oil city.
In the heart of Ghana's western region lies the vibrant and culturally rich township of Takoradi. With a history dating back to colonial times, this thriving city has become a melting pot of tradition and modernity. Takoradi's strategic locations and its reputation as an oil and gas hub have attracted both local and international businesses. We've seen remarkable growth in industries like shipping, logistics, and tourism, which have contributed to the town's economic prosperity. Takoradi was a hub of economic activity during the colonial era, facilitating trade between Ghana and the rest of the world. The remnants of that period, such as the old European architecture and the railways, still stands as a testament to our shared history. The oil city proudly preserves its rich cultural heritage, evident in the captivating traditions that have been passed down through generations. from colorful festival to the rhythmic beats of traditional drums, the township celebrates its history with great pride. Now, let's talk about sports and music. We always say the best comes from the West. And as we can see in Ghana, most of the best artists are from Takoradi, arguably. The likes of A.B. Crystal, Koda, Castro, Keche, C.K. Man, Jeduble Ambule, Papi Kojo, Kofi Kinata, and many others are good examples.
Oh, Charlie, nah, I love you.
I know. What else can you tell us about Takoradi? What else have I missed in there?
You should have brought some of their slangs.
Okay.
You know, like the local terms.
So
yeah.
You want to say something?
Oh, on the Yemfanshaho.
I don't cry slang.
No, yeah, go.
All right, let's move away from Takoradi. Maybe tomorrow we'll bring you something, special probably from the Volta region you might not know. But Lenny Kravitz is celebrating a new career milestone. The music legend received a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame on March 12th, and a few close friends and loved ones were there for his big day. Lenny's daughter, Zoo, and her fiancé, Channing, cheered for Lenny alongside longtime friend Denzel Washington. Zoo and Denzel also delivered speeches honoring Lenny's long career while paying tribute to what they cherish most about him. Here is what Denzel said about Lenny.
Years when he was 7, I met him. God has blessed him with an unbelievable talent, but even more so, an unbelievable heart. He's a giver, a lover. I wrote some stuff down, but I'm just riffing. He's a friend. I wrote down the definition of friend. I looked it up, Webster. A person whom one knows and with whom one has a bond of mutual affection, typically exclusive of sexual relations. Well. Oh, Lord. Yes. A companion. It said a boon companion. As in a boon. A bosom friend. A brother. A man or boy in relation to other sons or daughters. He's a brother of the world. He's just everyone's brother. A male fellow Christian. A brother. An Afro-American form of address. And let me say that again. An African-American form of address, i.e., my brother. Spelled B-R-U-T-H-A. A fellow human being, one related to another by common ties. We have been tied together for a long time. We're close friends. We are brothers. I love Lenny Kravitz. I love Lenny Kravitz. I love Lenny Kravitz like I've loved no other brother in my life. Less is more. Leonard Albert Kravitz.
Friendships like this.
Yeah, very beautiful.
Like this.
Like you and I.
Yeah. Can you imagine Denzel Washington, saying these beautiful things about you?
Yeah. I'll say that about you, yeah. You're my friend.
What would you say right now?
I mean, don't worry, right now.
We still have 1 minute.
No, we don't. We don't.
But I think that you're an amazing person.
You are super amazing. But the words that I would want to use on you, I mean, I have to prepare it. Like, you saw him reading. I would have to read.
We're grateful for your time here on JoyNews Prime. Hopefully tomorrow we'll be here with more exciting stories together with Brace. And, from the entire team here at JoyNews, we say bye-bye to you.
Okay. So up next is Prime Business with Emma Davis. You again. Women empowerment.
is your internship?
To be honest, I'm so nervous about starting this new role on Monday.
Oh, please. I know you'll be great at it. You should be worried about what benefits they have. Example, do they have health insurance?
I doubt they will have that for internet. But no shaking. I have NHIS already.
After you answer a line,
Ina, look at you. What are you going to do in the office when you can just download their app to register for an NHIS membership?
Yes, my people. You heard right. You can now download and register your membership on my NHIS app. No long queues or tedious paperwork. All you need is your Ghana card to register for yourself and for others. Once you register, you get a new digital NHIS card on your phone. My NHIS app gives you access to credentialed health facilities and services across the country. NHIS covers over 95% of disease conditions in Ghana. Access to healthcare just got easier.
Now let me sign up quickly. Miss Seth, I'm starting work next month.
Ekaprenu eya enunti na metufu se abribiere o twadea onsa nkoto no emprelu na mekanfo SCP ama SCP ewo tema shahel ehwo na factory kese no esi edie na apɛ pavement blocks ankasa na de edisi dem biara no okɔ shahel SCP ebema obi se wo pese wo Sudan na pete ogu concrete enya fida akoto cement akopa bo akopa nwia ofre SCP a the concrete I'm missing that with quality cement warm on babe good kama amount so what am a fienya dodowa a flower bon any impatem won nara your office I was Printers Road your papaya restaurant in the dim
for SCP was 0501 672 608 and toll free number 0800 626 262.
This is a call to you. The dreamers. The ones that see no boundaries.
Dreamers take a chance.
The explorers that chart their own path.
Unlock the vibes, connect the energy.
The ones that dare to challenge the status quo.
Get connected, feel the
When others try to think outside the box, you wonder, what box?
Catch the wave, enjoy the ride.
To the architects of their journeys. Every connection is an opportunity to explore every experience. This is your call to adventure. Your journey begins here. Be bold, be daring, be free. Connecting passions, connecting dreams, connecting ambitions. Telecel, connecting energies.
March is Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month.
Are you aged 45 years and over and or noticed blood in your stool and have a family history of cancer? Then don't hesitate to have a colonoscopy. Early detection of cancer and effective treatment saves lives. Visit us or call us on 0244 581 541 or 0271 054 204. Mintuba Hospital. In to serve a peculiar health need.
The business segment is brought to you by
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
For your QR code. It's time you switch to Bell Pack today.
And welcome to Prime Business with me, Emma Davis. Let's settle
For the details, inflation for the month of February 2024 slowed down to 23.2% from 23.5% recorded in January 2024. The key drivers for the ease in inflation were alcoholic beverages, tobacco and narcotics, as well as restaurants and accommodation services. Eastern region was once again the region with the highest rate of inflation of 36.1%. Government statistician Professor Samuel Kobina-Enim provides more details.
According to figures from the Ghana Statistical Service, the non-food inflation declined to 20% in February 2024 from 20.5% in January 2024. Food inflation, however, shot up marginally to 27.1% in February 2024 from 27% in January 2024. The month-on-month inflation between January 2024 and February 2024 was 1.6%. Inflation for locally produced items in February 2024 stood at 24.6%, whilst inflation for imported items was 20.1%. Here is government statistician Professor Samuel Kobina-Enim.
In the month of February 2024, the rate of inflation stood at 23.2%. This year-on-year rate of inflation signifies that over a one-year period, that is between February 2023 and February 2024, prices of goods and services have gone up by 23.2%. This 23.2% is a reversal of the marginal increase that we recorded in the month of January 2024, when the slowdown that we had successively recorded for the last 7 months saw a marginal increase to 23.5%. In reverse, we have turned around this increase for January 2024 to a reverse of 23.2% for the month of February 2024.
Eastern region was once again the region with the highest rate of inflation of 36.7%. OT region, however, recorded the lowest rate of inflation of 13.1%. The Greater Accra and Ashanti regions recorded inflation rates of 13.5% and 22.2% respectively. Meanwhile, 7 divisions recorded inflation rates higher than the national average. They are alcoholic beverages, tobacco and narcotics, restaurants and accommodation services, personal care, social protection and miscellaneous goods and services, health, food and non-alcoholic beverages, recreation, sports and culture, and furnishings, household equipment and routine household maintenance.
Meanwhile, economist Dr. Patrick Isume has indicated that despite a marginal drop in inflation, the Bank of Ghana is likely to exercise caution and will not reduce the monetary policy rate. He believes the drop in inflation is unlikely to impact the policy rates going forward due to the slow disinflation pressures.
I think the marginal drop shouldn't really affect the policy rates, because when the rate was reduced, the current rate of inflation was just about the same as we have now. I think that the initial reduction that we saw at the last meeting was a little too early. It was a little premature, I think. So I expect that having reduced it and the expected disinflation at the time has not continued. So I believe that the BOG, the MPC, will be a little cautious in bringing further reduction. So I don't expect that they will reduce it at all. There's a strong chance that we could see an increment. I think I was actually expecting that we could have seen a marginal increment this particular reading. So it was a little bit of a pleasant surprise that it was a marginal drop instead. I think, especially from the beginning of February, we've seen some pressures begin to build. We've seen the currency fluctuate a little, lose a little bit of ground. And then I think through the last 2 pricing windows, we've seen fuel prices go up. Now, because of the pass-through effect takes some time, you expect that this will take a little bit of time for us to see its impact. So there's a chance that we might see some small increment. But definitely the steady disinflation that we saw toward the end of the year, it appears that it stalled a little bit. So on the back of all of this, I don't expect that the BOG will continue with the easing of the monetary policy rate.
Away from inflation, the Chief Executive Officer of the Volta Aluminium Company, Titus Glover, has stated that the company will play a crucial middle role when the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation starts operations. President Akufo-Addo, during the 67th Independence Day celebration, announced 2 strategic partners for the corporation. Speaking to Joy Business, Mr. Glover said there is a need for a strong aluminium manufacturing sector to operate as off-takers when Giadec starts work.
We are in the middle. We have the upstream, that is where they produce the bauxite before it's sent outside to be processed. The integrated aluminum industry that the president is pushing so hard, Baku is in the middle. So the upstream, where you have this bauxite production, currently Giadec, our mother company that supervises Baku, recently had an investor to partner government to process the raw bauxite into alumina. When that is done, we'll not go and ship all the way from overseas and bring the alumina here. So when it is done, it brings to Baku. That is where we used to produce aluminium.
President of the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, Dr. George Ajekum Donko, has called on business leaders to position themselves to adapt to future eventualities. According to him, the recent external shocks such as COVID-19 pandemic and other domestic shocks have shaken the foundations of most businesses in Ghana and beyond. He was speaking at the Future Ready Leadership Summit organized by the Nobel Business International School.
The Future Ready Leadership Summit by the Nobel Business International School brought together industry leaders, experts, and innovators to deliberate on how to build more impactful businesses. The summit was themed Reimagining Leadership in a World of Unrelenting Change. Delivering his address, President of the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, Dr. George Ajekum Donko, emphasized the need for a two-pronged approach to future readiness in anticipation of future scenarios to facilitate timely reactions.
No one anticipated that any of these global events would happen at the time they did. Yet, businesses had to contend with their fallouts. This explains why businesses will have to prepare themselves for future eventualities, be they expected or otherwise. And it goes without saying that leadership is at the center of it all. The uncertainties of the times. We live in a fast-paced world, one which is characterized by constant change on the back of dynamic factors such as the macroeconomy, business conduct, consumer preferences, third-party operational risks, the environment, natural disasters, geopolitical factors, health issues, government policies and regulations.
President and founder of the Nobel Business International School, Professor Kweku Etiahini-Jima, also underscored the need for businesses to reevaluate their leadership structures and make necessary changes.
How do you as a leader ensure that your organization exists today, be successful today, and at the same time be successful tomorrow? The reason for that question is that we all know recent events have shown us that some companies that were supposed to be so successful collapsed. So you ask yourself, what is the reason for that? And the reason for that is that there are some leaders that tend to focus on what is happening today, building the systems, the right routines, the right personnel to succeed today. But they fail to prepare for tomorrow. And my own research suggests that the reason for that word is that you build your competence and capability to succeed. But if you are not renewing and changing them as the environment changes, then the same things that you're doing today that make you successful then kills you later on.
Chief Executive of the Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications, Dr. Kenneth Ashigbe, encouraged businesses to be adaptive in challenging times in order to maintain their operations.
Scholars and leaders and ordinary citizens like myself undoubtedly acknowledge that the pandemic period was one of the most disruptive periods in most organizations. For most of us that have business continuity plans, a lot of us have kept our business continuity plans as our spare tires. Most of us have not tried them. and really we were found wanting. I'm wondering again, like Randy, I'm wondering whether, with what COVID has done and taught us, whether we have, how have we changed that whole attitude of business continuity, about preparing for the future, disruptions? How have we prepared? And have we taken advantage of that challenge? Now, despite its untold negatives, one of the few plus points from the pandemic was that it reinforced the importance of building change capabilities within our organizations, all in an effort to ensure that we are all future ready.
Businesses were also urged to invest in enhancing their compliance with environmental, social, and governance requirements, which are essential for today's financial market.
The Chief Executive Officer for the Institute of Chartered Accountants Ghana, Kwesi Agyeman, has assured of more improved services from accountants and members of the Institute. This follows a decision by the Institute to strengthen its regulatory oversight. Mr. Agyeman spoke to journalists after a short ceremony to break ground for the third phase of its multi-purpose office building in Accra. The following report has more.
The existing edifice housing the Institute of Chartered Accountants Ghana has no space to accommodate the committees, which are expected to boost the efficiency of accountants. According to the Chief Executive, Kwesi Agyeman, the new building, when completed, will help educational programs as well as positioning the Institute as a professional body. He believes that more infrastructure is needed to make its regulatory work easier.
As I was saying earlier, the new law has established some 3 statutory committees. One of them is the APRC, another one is PASC, and a disciplinary committee. These are independent statutory bodies. When you come to the old structure, you do not get a space for some of these committees to function. The new structure is rooms for offices and then halls, meeting rooms that these statutory and independent committees can also access and then go through their business without interrupting with the main activities of the Institute. And on the other side, the staff and other members of the Institute also not disturbing the operations of these committees. Yeah, so the new law really strengthening the regulatory arm of the Institute, establishing these committees, and the new project is making room for these committees, among other things that will be held in the facility.
Meanwhile, Mr. Agyeman disclosed the committee's work will be manifested in the next few months to ensure discipline in the sector.
We do not even need to wait for 2-3 years. Within the next couple of months, we will get some responses or some reaction or results of the activities of these committees. 2 of them act as investigative bodies, and then we have a disciplinary committee. And these have been set up also meeting the requirements of the International Federation of Accountants Code of Ethics, which is a code that gets every accountant in the whole world to go by, and then we cannot get ourselves out of that.
The new building project is expected to be ready in 12 months.
The Standard Chartered Bank's Future of Trade report projects a rapid double-digit growth for Ghana through 2035. According to the country head of client coverage at Standard Chartered, the report will help clients and businesses of the bank to capitalize on the $3 trillion African market through the continental free trade area. Here's more.
Standard Chartered has actively participated in Africa's growth and development for more than 150 years, contributing to the continent's financial infrastructure and economic development. According to the country head of client coverage at Standard Chartered Bank, Jose Goji, the launch of the bank's Future of Trade report with a spotlight on the African continental free trade area offers insight on the opportunities available for clients and businesses of the bank on AfTA.
Companies need to know that there's something called AfTA. As you heard today, a number of them do not even understand the processes they have to go through. Some of them actually thought that you have to be registered an AfTA, right? But it's not like that. So the first thing is a thought leadership. Explaining to these clients what opportunities there are and also how they can take advantage of it. So first of all, it's a thought leadership. Then the second part is obviously being a bank. We want to be able to take these clients along. We want to be part of their journey. A lot of clients show resilience today. Our clients are able to trade beyond the shores of Ghana, beyond the borders of Ghana. They become a lot more bigger, better, and financially resilient as well. So it gives us the opportunity as a bank also to put our products, great products, provide solutions for these clients when they are taking advantage of after, be it collections, be it financing of increased production capacities and all that.
AfTA creates the world's largest trade area by market with a combined GDP of $3 trillion. This, Mr. Koji believes, Ghana isn't left out.
Network is one of our biggest competitive advantages as a bank. We link companies from other parts of the world into Africa, and also from Africa into other parts of the world as well. AfTA is quite unique because it is trade intra-Africa, right? We have a number of advantages, key advantages in Ghana, right? If you look at our agri-sector, for instance, agri-sector is growing. There are a lot of products that can be packaged from Ghana into other parts of Africa, for instance, right? If you look at our manufacturing sector, a number of the new developments are going on. You have pharmaceutical companies, you have manufacturers in tiles, in some packaging, products also, and also some fast-moving consumer goods that can also be exported beyond the shores of Ghana. So all those opportunities are there for Ghanaian businesses to take advantage of.
The Future of Trade report projects that Ghana's trade corridors with its Western African neighbors are expected to experience rapid double-digit growth through 2035.
Let's stay a little longer on AfTA, as the Ghana International Investment, Trade and Finance Conference has inaugurated the Student Club of the conference with the hope of realizing the full implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. The chapter at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology will deepen the understanding of young people on AfTA and its implications for Africa's economic landscape.
Advocacy for the urgent implementation of trade finance policy reforms has been high in recent times after the activation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. The AfTA represents a milestone agreement aimed at facilitating economic integration, promoting intra-African trade, and unlocking the immense potential of diverse economies of Africa. Economies across the region boost output in the services. The establishment of the GIFIC AfTA Tertiary Student Club from University of Science and Technology underscores the commitment of stakeholders to actively engage and empower the youth for their roles. The inaugurated GIFIC AfTA Tertiary Student Club will deepen understanding of the AfTA and perpetuate the culture of collaboration and networking among students. Chief Executive Officer of Ghana International Investment, Trade and Finance Conference, Selassie Kofi Akom, says the mentorship on AfTA will facilitate self-employment drive.
The AFCFTA not only facilitates the movement of goods and services, but also creates a conducive environment for entrepreneurship to thrive by providing mentorship with aim to inspire and empower students to harness their creativity and entrepreneurial spirit to drive positive change and create sustainable impact in their various communities. Lastly, our club seeks to promote active engagement in discussions and initiatives related to trade, development, and sustainable growth. We believe that by encouraging dialogue, debate, and critical thinking, we can contribute to shaping and frameworks that are inclusive, equitable, and beneficial to our stakeholders.
The event followed a public lecture on the theme Empowering the University Community with AfTA Vision. Chairman of the GIFIC AfTA Tertiary Student Club and Managing Director of the Bulk Oil Storage and Transportation Company, Edward Alfred Provincial, is encouraging members of the club to tap into the opportunities.
As members of the GIFIC AFCFTA Club, you have the unique privilege of being at the forefront of a movement that seeks to redefine the future of Africa's economic destiny. I encourage you to actively participate in club activities, engage in meaningful dialogue, and leverage your skills and talents to contribute to the club's mission and objectives. By becoming a member of our club, you gain access to a wealth of resources, networking opportunities, and platforms for personal and professional growth.
The executives of the new GIFIC After KNUST Chapter Club were sworn into office. Reporting for JoyNews, Clinton Yabwa.
And here I am, Emma Davis. Moving on, the Ghana South Africa Business Chamber has expressed concern about the high cost of doing business. According to the president of the chamber, Grant Weber, it is imperative for businesses to manage their costs effectively in order to withstand these challenging times. He spoke to Joy Business at the 3rd Rainbow Nations Challenge.
The Ghana South African Business Chamber's Rainbow Nations Challenge was organized to foster deeper relations between members and the international business community. The challenge, which involves tennis matches, included 56 players from 20 countries. Speaking to Joy Business on the sidelines, President of the Ghana South African Business Chamber, Grant Weber, bemoaned the unfavorable economic conditions that their businesses are grappling with.
Well, I don't think the economy is picking up. In fact, if anything, it's probably more difficult. So for our members, it's a tough time. I think it's not easy whether you're a big or a small company. And that's another reason why we do have these networking events, is to make sure that we give our members as much opportunity for outreach with the other international businesses here in Ghana. Well, you've got to be resilient at the moment. It's obvious that you've got to have your costs under control until such time as sales, you're able to generate more sales. So if you're very disciplined and organized, look after your cash flow, really cherish your customers, and maybe even have a regional approach where you use Ghana as the springboard to the countries around here. And I think if you can get that right and you're selling the right product or service, you're able to get through this difficult time.
Vice President of the Chamber, Chris Everett, said the challenge presents members with the opportunity to exercise and ensure their general well-being.
We moved over, it's a time of COVID that made everybody more conscious to be healthy as well. So we started to play tennis and we started to do it on a small scale, and then we ended up in the first year with a perfect amount of 56 players with 22 nationalities. And now that we are in the third one consecutively with 56 players, we have more ladies as well. We've got 9 ladies on this team as well. We are very proud of them to be part of them as well. I perceive it as an excellent springboard for men and women in business, diplomatic environment, to be healthy and to get connected with others.
The Ghana South African Business Chamber consists of members from the mining, trade, financial services, real estate, and energy sectors respectively.
That'll be all for tonight on Prime Business. I am Emma Davis. For more business news, do log on to myjoyonline.com. Our top stories there for you. February 2024, inflation slows down to 23.2%. African Development Bank boss criticizes opaque loans tied to Africa's natural resources. Do visit the site and be updated. Again, I am Emma Davis. Have a good evening. I leave you with international business.
Amen. Strong and refined. The skincare you deserve. Dream.
Hey, Charlie, welcome back. The malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back.
Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemists Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Fortune rice, it needs just a little water. The grains don't stick and the aroma and taste are delicious. Fortune rice, always on point, just like mom.
Now introducing Fortune Emupa, your tasty Ghana rice for all your rice meals.
This advert is FDA.
Sports segment is brought to you by
Commend DBS Industries to you. Let's go to DBS Industries.
Welcome to Prime Sports with me, Razak Musbao. Now, tonight, let's start with some update from the African Games because Morocco did defeat Ghana by 2 straight sets in the men's beach volleyball quarterfinal. And that meant that Ghana has been eliminated from the competition. Now, Ghana beach volleyball player Seydou Ajanako, however, blamed their 2 straight set quarterfinal loss to Morocco on a last-minute rule change by competition organizers and the lack of logistical support.
We had a surprise, random change of competition format. What was discussed at the technical meeting in beach volleyball, technical meeting is a day before the tournament or 2 days before, and they agreed that we are using a simple format that because it's 4 days. We are using top teams in each group. That's to advance to the playoff. But when we started the tournament, they changed the whole format. So our group, we were 3 in the group. So we played more matches, continuous matches. But Morocco group was 2. So they played 2 matches and got a bye. They didn't even get more points than us after the first round, because because we were 3, we got 6 points, and they were 2, they got 4 points, and they got a bye. We were the number 1 seed after the whole first round. So fatigue caused us to lose. We battled with against Algeria yesterday, 2-1. We won narrowly, 16-14. They scheduled us super early this morning. You know, they rested the whole day. But I'm not using it as an excuse. The excuse is if we had gotten a better preparation before. I mean, when the African Games was given to Ghana after Morocco closing ceremony, Ghana should have started campaign as gradual. 3 months they break, 3 months they break us. Gradual to the fourth year would have been far better, and also send us to other countries to play.
Now, a number of other Team Ghana athletes have been complaining about the lack of logistical support and the extent to which it has affected their performance in the African Games. Ajanako also revealed that Team Ghana did not use protective socks because they are still in the shipment overseas, and that contributed to the elimination.
You know, all our toes are full of blisters because of the heat of the sun. We didn't get all things, you know, so that can also affect you. You didn't get what? The sun socks. Yes. And then also in camp, right, in the village, every treatments are going on all right, but that should have been before. During our preparation, we should have a massage therapist, nutritionist, and the others. It's all departments that come together to give the result. Yes. So we lost some things.
What explanation? Is it just the sun socks you did not have that you did not get?
Sun socks. Well, they gave us goggles.
I'm talking about the item that you needed. That was, is it just the sun socks?
Yeah, just the sun socks. Yes.
Explanation was given for that.
I think that there's a shipment coming, and I don't know, it's delayed.
Now, let's switch attention to swimming now, because Ghana's men's 4x100 meter mid-lay relay team has pulled out of the final scheduled for Wednesday night. The development was confirmed earlier today, with Ghana absent from the official race start list. Now, there's been no official reason communicated yet as to why the team decided to pull out of the competition. Now, home fans were hoping the team, comprising Abeku Jackson, Cole Jackson, Harry Stacey, and Nicholas Yeboah, will close out what has been a relatively successful games for Team Ghana. Ghana won 2 medals in all from swimming, with both coming from Abeku Jackson in the 50 meters and 100 meters butterfly. Well, Joy Sports has been asking further questions on this very development, and not much has been communicated yet, and we'll bring you up to speed on why Team Ghana decided to pull out of that event. Let's switch attention to football now, because the Black Princesses of Ghana are through to the semi-final of the women's football event at the ongoing African Games following their win over Tanzania. Now, Ghana managed to defeat Tanzania by 2-1 at the Cape Coast Stadium on Tuesday night to secure their qualification. Now, let's bring you a recap of what happened yesterday at the Cape Coast Stadium. Yeah, so that's the 2 goals Ghana scored over there. But my colleague Lawrence Beidou monitored the action at the Cape Coast Stadium Yesterday we managed to reach him at halftime on the line, but we got him in studio today to bring us a full report of how the princesses have been faring. Lawrence, it's been a good, turnout for the Black Princesses. That's fine. They've won 2 games in a row now, and automatically qualified for the next stage, which is what, the semi-final.
Yeah.
Great, but how well did they do yesterday?
I mean, if you watch the first game against Ethiopia, you would complain about the kind of performance they put out in that game. But however, the second game against Tanzania yesterday was much better. Although in the first 10 minutes, I mean, we had the upper hand, we created a lot of chances, but we couldn't convert them. Then Tanzania took over, I mean, dominated game, and then obviously took the lead in the 22nd minute. But then it was all Ghana from there. It looked like the fans gingered the performance of the girls who turned out a good performance. I mean, Tracy Chum, who was arguably one of our best players on the pitch, scored the equalizer just on the stroke of halftime before Mukarama Abdullahi, for what has been a long chase, got a little dink over the goalkeeper to make it 2-1 for Ghana. So that was how the victory was secured. I mean, it was a good performance in the second half. The second half was quite better. Yeah. We played, I would say, our best game in the tournament so far.
Interesting. Is the fallout from that game, though? Of course, we saw the attendance was a relatively good attendance at the stadium. But the fallout from that game was the reaction, the comments by the president of the Ghana Football Association, where he was criticizing some boos that were meted out at some of the players, the Black Princesses players. What can you tell us on that?
I mean, it's quite important to know that I was the first person to draw this to the attention of the public. So there were scenes where Mukarama would get to the ball and then she would receive boos from some section of the fans. I mean, relatively not a large crowd, but then it still spoke it still had some magnitude of speech in there. So her performance hasn't been too good. We all know Mukarama has been I mean, a household name, as Yusuf Basigi said in his press conference. Yeah. She's not had a good tournament so far, but then she's worked her socks out off throughout the tournament. She's played well, she's worked tirelessly, and then it was important that she got a goal yesterday. I mean, anytime she received the ball, it was, before she got on the score sheet, it was quite frustrating because she would lose it a bit easily, which the fans didn't like. But then after getting on the score sheet, it was all good. Her work rate of the ball is quite good, which I think fans should be applauding her for that. But in terms of the goals, it will come at some point. You know, she's not been with this team, but for this tournament, we didn't be seeing her playing with this group of players. So we need to relax for her. As the tournament progresses, I thought she will come good.
What has the president of the Ghana Football Association been saying about this boos? You understand he's been, condemning it.
I mean, we saw this incident, a similar incident when the Black Stars played at the Barbara Sports Stadium last year when Barbara Man was booed. So Kurt is basically saying that these are players who have decided to, die for the nation, who have decided to serve the nation. So it's important that we give them that attention and then don't allow these boos to take over their minds. I mean, some of these players get this and then they become frustrated. They kind of bow out of the international team on a wrong note. So, I mean, these are things that we can avoid. I get that sometimes the performance is not too good, but come on, we've seen her do well for Ghana at some point, going on to win the Under-17 Women's Golden Boot at the World Cup at a point. So, I mean, it's important to know that the performance hasn't been too great, but she hasn't been too bad as well, and then we need to applaud the team for where they've got to.
Let's stay on football. Let's talk about the Black Satellites now. They were in action yesterday. They won 3-1 against Gambia. I'm sure you've seen a recap of that game.
Obviously, I didn't watch the full 90 minutes because I was in Cape Coast, but I've seen recap. I think from the game I've watched so far and from the highlights I've seen, it's good work from Desmond Ofei because in the last few years, we've seen the Black Satellites struggle a bit in terms of possession, in terms of their pressing, and then their control of games. In the first game, we saw signs of what Desmond is offering the team. Against Gambia, it was better. I mean, he made changes to the starting lineup. You find a player like Abdulaziz thriving under him. The kind of football they are playing, pressing, controlling games, and then dictating the tempo of the game. I mean, it speaks good omen for Desmond Ofei and for the Black Satellites in general. So I think it could be good signs for us in the long term. I mean, we've been longing for a junior national team that can progress and then transition into the national team. If they continue on this path with Desmond teaching them a lot of things, I mean, it could go a long way.
We could go a long way. That's Lawrence Beidou is on the Joy Sports decks and has been monitoring the football tournament happening in the African Games. We'll bring you the medal table at the moment. But just before we bring you that, let me tell you about the Syntex Ghana Inter-School Festival, which took place earlier in the week with intention to unite schools for sports and art. It did take place at the Elwak Sports Stadium, and over the week my colleague Kwame Benaya was there, and he came through with what happened over there.
The March 2 and 9 Festival brought together 18 schools from the Greater Accra, Central and Western regions to give fans a dynamic blend of sports and artistic activities such as football, basketball, volleyball, athletics, swim meets, table tennis, chess, art, and dance competitions. Deserving winners did not only receive accolades but also the opportunity to be scouted for future endeavors, ensuring that the spirit of the Ghana Inter-Schools Festival continues to inspire and empower young talents for years to come. Director of the event, Music Kwabna Alexander, was impressed with what he witnessed.
For me, I'd say that it's been a great success. Now, the purpose behind this event is to actually give opportunities to other learners who are not, I wouldn't say not good in academics, but I believe that not everybody will excel in the classroom. So definitely there are some people who would do well in the fields of athletics, in other disciplines. So football, basketball, badminton, just like we're having now in Accra, the games we're having going on in Accra. So I would say that it's been amazing, it's been wonderful, and it's been glorious. They don't just win, okay? They win, and it's winning with a purpose. So I would actually admonish other schools who are not able to participate to try and then make it up next time.
Some contributors of the event also spoke to Joy Sports.
Sports is always a great opportunity for people to stay healthy and fit. And we love to bring joy to all the children that are here.
This is actually our first time of joining the festival, and my general impression is that it's a very good idea, and I've enjoyed everything that is happening here so far. Although we are not physically participating, everything has been perfect so far.
Bringing the kids together as they grow, the network connecting and that stuff. The kids too, we get to meet friends or make friends in other school and other stuff. So it's great. It's a great opportunity for the kids and as well companies too.
Beyond the thrill of the competition, the 14th edition of the Inter-School Competition, which is also supported by Kamencita Ghana, holds a deeper purpose to foster unity among schools, promote the importance of sports as a vital extracurricular activity, and nurture the diverse talent present within Ghanaian schools.
Now let's talk about women's cricket, because the women's T20 cricket event in the Africa Games came to a close today at the Achimota Cricket Oval. It was Zimbabwe who managed to clinch the gold medal in that competition. South Africa were ranked #1 on the continent, were only able to get the silver medal. Earlier, Uganda and Nigeria took to the field, and Nigeria, who came into the competition as the least ranked side, managed to clinch bronze. Now, one company that has been helping the development of women cricket in the country is Underground Mining Alliance, and they say they are committed to developing the sport in the country. We have a report for you. Women's cricket have been on a significant rise in the African continent in the last decade, with most countries actively investing in talent identification and grooming. In Ghana, the situation is no different, with the game gradually gaining popularity among most women. Contributing to this growth in the country has been Obuasi-based mining firm Underground Mining Alliance. The company, which supports Ghana's national women's cricket team and the initiatives, was also a key sponsor for the maiden women's cricket event in the African Games. Speaking to Joy Sports, operations manager of Underground Mining Alliance, Oscar Van Eaton, said the investment is in line with the firm's commitment to gender equality and development of sports in the country.
We're particularly interested in gender diversity, and there was an opportunity to come out here today and support women's cricket. We've got keen interest in women's cricket here in Ghana due to the fact that one of our operators is the captain of the Ghanaian team, and we've been fortunate enough in the past to be able to support a trip for the T20 tournament to Nigeria, support alongside the team during Breast Cancer Awareness Week. So we're closely following Ghanaian cricket at UMA.
He further revealed that although the firm will prioritize women's cricket, it will also explore opportunities to support and develop other women's sports and disciplines and teams in the country.
Part of that, is fostering an environment where women can be successful. We do that at work by creating an environment where they can grow, and we're always exploring opportunities in the community, particularly in the Abwasi region where we operate one of our operations. So we're always looking for opportunities to get out in the community and help women be successful.
And the last one, what are you looking to explore other women's sporting disciplines to support them?
Yeah. Look, now our focus has been with the Ghana women's cricket team, but we're always looking for other opportunities to help in the community. So if the right opportunities come forward, we'll certainly consider them.
Underground Mining Alliance Limited is a joint venture between African Underground Mining Services Limited and Rockshore International, carrying out underground development and production works for the Anglo Gold Ashanti Obuasi mine. The company has been in operation since 2018 and has contributed immensely to the growth of the Ghanaian mining industry since its inception. For Joy Sports, Razak Musbah.
Now let's bring you the update on the medal table in the African Games, and Egypt obviously continue to rack up the numbers there. They've recorded 103 medals so far. Some 61 gold medals they've clinched over there, and Nigeria still in second place, 54 medals in total. Algeria got 71, and South Africa 71, Tunisia 43, Mauritius 11, Madagascar 12, Eritrea 9, Morocco 13, Libya 13, and you see Namibia with 7, Uganda also with 7, and Ghana, they are lying in the 13th position there. Out of the top 10, they've got 5 medals. And the other countries also racking up their respective medals over there. That's all we've got for you on Prime Sports tonight with me, Razak Musbah. Thank you so much for being a part of it. Up next is PM Express. Please do stay.
Our stories begin right here, and we never write them alone. Sometimes we write them with someone who puts our story first. Other times with someone who puts their own story first. There'll be pages we love to read again and again, and some we'll barely remember. Sometimes we feel like the hero of our story, and other times, not. There are stories of dreamers, stories of creators, stories of strivers, stories of believers, and we're inspired by them all. That's why we invite you to write your story with us. Your story matters.
So Comfort Noche is in the news, but Comfort Noche's issues, we believe, is just a tip of the iceberg. Let's have the big conversation here. Let's look at the big picture. Because yes, Comfort Noche is facing a triple-headed problem, which is one, he's now have the situation where the doctors are on strike. Two, he's on the list of the health facilities that will be disconnected and will not have electricity the next 72 hours. And then, of course, three, we've heard from the Comfort Noche management themselves about the challenges they're currently facing in terms of the infrastructural difficulties that they have making healthcare the delivery of healthcare in that particular facility, which is the second largest referral facility in this country, serving a bigger geographic area compared to Kolebu, making that a bit of a challenge for them. But there are major issues that this throws up, this triple whammy that they're having to navigate. And that's what we want to really look at, because it opens up to a bigger conversation, even far beyond what you see when the ECG says you're going to disconnect these facilities in 72 hours. If you look at it in a bigger picture, in a bigger sense, you begin to see a bigger problem. And we need to stop for a second and talk about this. We're talking about 91 health facilities across the country, owing a total of 261 million. So just imagine a health facility. The ECG is doing what they must do, which is they must rake in revenue, because if they don't have the revenues, the entire value chain when it comes to the energy sector will collapse, which is why you see erratic power supply. So they must go after the monies. And if indeed the hospitals owe them, the argument is that you must disconnect them or they must pay to avoid that. So 91 is quite a significant number indeed. 261 million cedis is also very, very huge. And so ECG is going after them. And you begin to break down, you begin to see the extent of the problem. We're talking about the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, our biggest referral facility indeed, the premier hospital owing ECG 10.2 million cedis. You look at the Comfort Noche Teaching Hospital itself, 27.3 million. And then you look at our military hospital, 37 military hospital, a whopping 33.5 million. How did they come by accumulating, how did they accumulate this huge sums? Rate Hospital, 41.6 million. Electricity that they've used that they didn't pay. And you must look at how important electricity is to the hospitals. In fact, I argue it is possibly the most important input for a hospital. You can have all the latest equipment, all the latest life-saving equipment you can find, the most modern, cutting-edge technology in the hospitals. If you don't have electricity, it's of no use. People will die. And so this is important for them. And so if you are evaluating the importance of electricity to the hospitals, why aren't they prioritizing the payment of electricity bills then? Because it's a primary input without which the hospital cannot simply function. So that's a bigger question that we need to ask. What is it about the structure of our public health facilities that allows them to accumulate this much? And how do you deal with that fundamentally? Not just papering over the cracks and negotiating some settlement arrangement that will only lead to further accumulation of debt that will just come back to bite down the line. So something fundamentally must change. And hopefully tonight we can get to have that bigger conversation. Because if you look at that, national picture at the regional level, Greater Accra alone, the public health facilities owing the ECG, if you put that together, 130 million. It's just not sustainable. Something must change. Something must give. What must give? The argument is what we are talking about with the ECG is symptomatic of a bigger problem. And that is why we need to have this particular conversation. Because if you look at the health facilities, right, and their internally generated fund, you're raking in some fair bit of money into their IGF accounts. Why is this important? It is important because the figure that I showed you already, the hospitals must pay with their internally generated funds. There are three sources of funding for these public health facilities: the government, donor, and IGF. Three. We will see a graph that will tell you that over the period the donors fund government funding and the IGF. The IGF is purposely for catering for goods and services. Electricity is part of that. So the amount I've shown you, they will have to dig into the IGF to make that payment. So let's ask the question, have they made enough to pay for electricity and everything else that they need in the facilities across the country, including the consumables, for which reason, as you know, a whole Kolebu Teaching Hospital had to close its renal unit because they could not invest in the dialysis machines that they should have been investing using their internally generated funds. And so that in itself is already a problem, right? So if you look at that period between January to September, the Korle Bu Teaching Hospital brought in IGF of 112.2 million cedis. How much do they owe to the ECG? 10 million. So it's simplistic to say, well, I mean, if you made 112 million, then you should simply be able to pay 10 million to the ECG, because that will leave you still over 100 million cedis to do everything else in your facility, because government will take care of the salaries, right? And so you should have that. Is it that simple? We'll try and dig into that. Let's come to Comfort Noche, because that is obviously a test case. It's a case study for tonight. They made, within the same period, January to September, 83.3 million. And this really is according to the Finance Ministry in terms of IGF. So they must take that 27 million cedis from this 83 million and pay Electricity Company of Ghana. So what is the problem? If you have 83 million, you should pay 27 million to the ECG. But why haven't they done so? We'll hear from them themselves, because you begin to understand when you begin to drill down a conversation that is far more complex than looking at the numbers and saying that they have the money to pay. Because what about the consumables? What about other things that they need to get to run the facility to save lives? But of course, they are not forcing the hospitals to choose between buying consumables that will save life and keeping your lights on. Both very essential. So how do you make these health facilities financially sustainable? Is a big question that we need to try and answer tonight. So that is a story with internally generated funds. If you drill down again, and we like to do that because it gives you a sense of what is possible, we've drilled down to what we know when it comes to the IGF. When we're asking the question for Comfort Noche Teaching Hospital, knowing how much they've raked in over the period from last year, they are making 234,000 cedis a day. For a week, they are making 1.6 million cedis in a week and 7 million cedis in a month. So they pay the electricity bills on a monthly basis. So how much of the 7 million is going to electricity on a monthly basis? So they remain current. Do they even have a plan for that? And does the structures that we currently have allow that to happen? But then I was telling you about the funding sources for healthcare delivery in this country. The three main ones, you want to even add the ABFA also in there, which is in essence still government, but donor is virtually negligible. It's virtually gone now. The donors have done very little by the period, and it's been dwindling on the downward decline for obvious reasons we should take care of ourselves, obviously. GOG is the biggest source of funding. But then the next biggest is IGF, which is what you see as of 2020. The last time data was available for this, and I'm pretty sure we can get the 2023 one too once we dig a bit more and get the updated reports. But this is what we have as of the latest, right? So you begin to see here the IGF component. So increasingly over time, government is having to bear a bit more, but the significant growth in terms of funding sources has come in from IGF, which means the hospitals are currently being asked to do far more to carry their own weight. And we'll hear from Comfort Noche. They were told July last year by the government that we're no longer going to pay your electricity bills for you. You need to pay yourself. So that is the reason why you begin to see that growing. And if you add in 2023, you possibly will see this grow even further. So going forward, it appears that we are moving towards a situation where the hospitals will have to be financially self-sustaining, right? We are not there yet. How do we get there is a key question to ask here. Now, so it is also part of the reason why the doctors are on strike, I must argue. Because why are they on strike in Comfort Noche Teaching Hospital? Because of a lack of accommodation, right? And if you have enough money, you will definitely provide the facilities that will suit your workers, that where they can sleep so they can work. Less money means less available to provide the facilities, including accommodation for your workers. And the reason why the doctors say, if you don't have any place to sleep, but even where we currently sleep, a private developer says they want to build there. They want to develop that particular land on the back of a court order. So leave. That's the doctor's argument. The regional minister disputes that, by the way. But that's why they've laid down their tools. They say, well, we are going to look for accommodation, so we can't work. Today, people were left stranded. Patients were left stranded in Comfort Noche Teaching Hospital. But it all adds up. Everything I've said up until this slide adds up to So the problem Kofanocho is facing with the accommodation, for which reason the doctors say they have no place to stay, their lives are being threatened, electricity has been cut because the private developer wants to develop and they want to leave work to go and look for accommodation, right? If they have enough money, they would have built hospital accommodation facilities for these workers. So that it adds up. So they say they want to go on strike there, and they have done so, which is another issue. As we know, at least 20 doctors have laid down their tools. Other CAT workers are threatening to join. Doctors from other hospitals now also telling us that they will also want to possibly join in solidarity. So you see how this snowballs into a bigger problem. And look at the numbers of patients who are likely to be affected here. The OPD cases coming in, if you're already a patient on the ward, you'll be taken care of. But they were not today taking in new patients coming in. A daily number of 1,093 patients coming into Kofanocho Teaching Hospital on a daily basis will have to be turned away because of the problem I'm talking about. So, and the bigger number here, we're talking about in a year of 393,000. So this is critical. This is life-saving, and yet they've laid out their tools for all the complicated reasons that I've illustrated. GMA is saying they may have to embark on a nationwide strike in solidarity. So I believe this is a bigger problem. It's symptomatic of a wider challenge. Let's have that conversation now, and I have the guests to do just that. After the break, I'll introduce them, and then we can drill down to the facts. But we must hear from the ECG already, and so that they can give us a sense of where we are tonight in negotiating an outcome, or are they still going to go ahead and disconnect? Once we have that clarity, we will now drill down to why this has become an issue that we are talking about right now, and how do you sustainably over the period ensure that we don't get back to this point where ECG 7 demand notices, giving hospitals 72 hours to pay up or get disconnected. Details after the break.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
Daddy, this tank is big!
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow! It has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see S-I-N-T-E-X. Syntax!
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
I love President Charcoal.
Why? When there are so many other charcoal toothpaste.
That's both charcoal and lemon.
Oh, does it?
Yes. Look right here.
Yes. Pepsodent Charcoal has 2 of nature's powerful whitening ingredients. With the power of activated charcoal and lemon essence, it removes stains and whitens teeth naturally.
Convinced?
Well, I am. Just look at your beautiful Pepsodent smiles.
For naturally whiter teeth, Pepsodent Charcoal.
Pepsodent.
The That's about. I am grateful to be rectified at this moment and accepted as part of your traditional culture and have a father who is a king in Yendi. I have embarked on a journey to be a leader. I can't be on this journey alone. I become what I become because of you. And anyone that thinks for people is successful. Start to think for your people and everyone will grow. I have embarked on this journey to be able to move with the youth of this country. Your voice really matters. And I think we should skip the noise and obey the voice. Your problem is my problem. I've already seen it and I'm coming with a solution. I am coming to put a 1 million cities on the university challenge for the 10 universities and UDS is one of them. We have to invest their money into that business that they presented. We will guide them until they walk on the path of success. It's money, keeping it and making sure it's spreaded right. Remember, I'm investing in you. Thank you.
Serious. The second coming of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see SINTEX. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
I love President Charcoal.
Why? When there are so many other charcoal toothpaste.
That's both charcoal and lemon.
Oh, does it?
Yes, look right here.
Yes. Pepsodent Charcoal has 2 of nature's powerful whitening ingredients. With the power of activated charcoal and lemon essence, it removes stains and whitens teeth naturally.
Convinced?
Well, I am. Just look at your beautiful Pepsodent smiles.
For naturally whiter teeth, Pepsodent Charcoal.
Pepsodent.
And PMS is always brought to you by Syntex Tanks. It is strong, it is tough. Alomo Bitters experience greatness in every moment. Ghana AIDS Commission and Pepsodent, every smile matters. And Syntex Tanks is the tank I recommend to you every evening because they have bespoke offerings for you. You can choose any size you want, any color. They are also nationwide. They have a 7 years warranty. You can call them wherever you are and they will deliver it to your doorstep. Just pick up your phone and do so. 0244 335 168 or shop online at syntexgh.com. Syntex tanks, are you strong, are you tough? Pepsodent cavity fighter toothpaste is also one that you need to pick up tomorrow morning. In fact, before you sleep to brush your teeth because they have perfluoride and they make sure that your cavities are sealed. They have the Pepsodent cavity fighter comes in several packs, 175G, all the way down to 12G. You know what that means? You can always get what you can afford at any time. Pepsodent, every smile matters. My guest joining me for a conversation tonight on this big subject is Isaac Ofeba. He speaks for the Health Ministry. Dr. Richard Salome is the General Secretary of the Ghana Medical Association. Kwame Frimpong is the spokesperson for the Confanochi Teaching Hospital. And Kwame Sapana-Siodu is a pharmacist and fellow in health with the CDD. Grace Gashon is the communications manager at ECG, and I wanted some clarity from her before we start tonight. And when she joins me, we'll get that clarity. We also need some clarity from the Confanochi Teaching Hospital PRO if he's on right now. I'll wait to get them on to get me the clarity on where we are as of tonight. But before we hear that, I want to bring in very quickly the spokesperson for the health ministry, who is joining us right now for a conversation. And I wonder, at the health ministry, have you been briefed on the challenges with the hospitals when it comes to the debt they've accumulated to the ECG? I know today there have been meetings to try and resolve this. Has the health ministry been involved in it? I can't hear you. If you may unmute for me.
So, Evans, good evening and good evening to cherished viewers. The ministry had been informed about the challenges regarding the disconnection of our hospitals. And a lot of discussion had gone on to ensure that the disconnection is avoided. You and I know the challenges that the country will face if we should allow this to happen. And so the ministry is highly involved in negotiations, especially coordinating the hospitals to ensure that amounts are raised for payment of such arrears that are likely to be dependent on the disconnection.
Grace Gashon is a communications manager at ECG. She joins us with a quick input. Grace, where are we tonight with the negotiations over this? Have you even sat with the hospitals in question, the health ministry, to try and find a solution to this? Or you're going ahead with the demand notices and the 74-hour deadline?
Yeah, good evening, Ivan. Most of the hospitals received their final demand notice today. And after receiving the demand notice, they have 72 hours to pay the debt. So we will not do the disconnection tomorrow. Neither did we do it today. We are waiting for the 72 hours, and we hope that by then they might have spoken to us and we'll find a solution to it. We don't just want to disconnect them. We want our money to be paid.
You speak tonight, it's your expectation that a conversation will be had tomorrow to avert a disconnection?
Yes.
Oh. Please say that again.
Or they will pay the debt so that they will not be connected.
But you have served the demand notices on all 91 hospitals?
Yes. No, not all. Tomorrow morning, those very far will receive the.
Okay, good. Okay, and I want some clarity from ECG itself. In the past, what has been the practice when it comes to billing the hospitals?
Well, what for some years now, pay their own.
Hello, Grace.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yes, what did you say again?
I'm saying that what I know is for some years now, the hospitals pay their debt or their bills on their own.
They pay it on their own. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what they're saying now.
And have they always remained current?
Have they always remained
current? Have they? Yes. Have they always kept to the? No. They haven't.
That is why we've got to see.
Because
and we don't disconnect from current bills.
You don't disconnect?
From current bills. Let's say we don't disconnect for the bills that we see in February. We are in March. March bills are yet to be distributed or yet to be received. We are not going to disconnect you on the current one, which is February. It's the accumulated one where we connect you on.
Okay, because I see the figures out there, and some of them have accumulated more than 40 million. Why did the ECG wait till now for a hospital to accumulate 40 million cedis in debt before you give them demand notices?
That, like I said, it's not carried. It's accumulated. They pay some and then some left. And what we forget is that when you pay, let's say you have a 10,000 and you pay 5,000, the remaining 5,000 is there, plus what you are currently using. And it adds up and it becomes more. So it's not like we left them and they accumulated this month. We've been talking to them, some have been paying this. They don't clear whatever they receive for the month inside.
Okay. And thank you very much, Grace. And so tomorrow, the rest of the notices will go out. And you're saying that if they don't negotiate a setting, because you're willing to, for them to entertain, you're willing to entertain a payment schedule. You're not saying pay all now. If they have a conversation with you, you can spread it over time.
We are hoping that they will pay at least up to 70% so that we avoid disconnection.
Okay, so if they don't do that, you would go ahead and disconnect.
After the 72 hours.
Then you disconnect 72 hours. Thank you very much. So they must pay 70% or they get disconnected. Kwame Frimpong speaks to the Confanotu Teaching Hospital. They have received their demand notice, you told us earlier. But Kwame, where we stand tonight, I'm curious, have you begun the conversation yet with the ECG on how to resolve this matter before a disconnection in 72 hours?
Perhaps the issuance of this notice by ECG, we have been engaging them because at our end we had a peculiar problem where the Nursing and Midwifery Training College is on the same feeder line, it's on the same line as the hospital. So we weren't sure the bills that we were getting also considered past the energy cost of the training college. We had agreed to them to separate the two institutions so that we will know exactly how much is attributed to us. Unfortunately, we've been trying for some time now, and that request has not been included. And so what we've been doing is to pay some monthly money just to indicate to you that we are prepared to pay at least half of our bills, and we need to know exactly what we are incurring. As at the moment, the electrical wiring system of the two institutions said that they are joined, and so we are not in a position to establish clearly what our indebtedness is to ECG.
Okay, apologies that we're just having a challenge there with the issues with the hearing here and the technical audio here. But I want to quickly bring in my colleagues who are my guests who are joining us on Zoom right now whilst trying to fix that because I can't hear him speak through the microphones here. But Kwame Sopanasiru, this challenge, as I've just been saying, do you agree that it goes way beyond the hospitals accumulating debt, that is symptomatic of a bigger challenge?
Evans, and good evening to listeners and my colleagues. I totally agree. The point is, in this country, we like creating problems. And sometimes I just think we like creating problems. You need to go back to the genesis of this problem, where in July, when it was announced that the hospitals had to pay for their utilities. And ask yourself, if you remember, after that, that was when the Thought Leadership Program for, the renal dialysis units was held by Joy. And I gave the introduction, and I did say that the way the IGFs were structured for all the hospitals didn't give them room for them to have enough money to pay for other things because they were hardly breaking even for the services that were generating the IGFs. And I did remind people on that program that all the hospitals have to go to Parliament to be able to get their fees approved. And when Parliament approves their fees, it doesn't include the utilities they use to run it. It barely cuts enough to pay for the reagents and other things that they have to procure to run these services. And that was the brouhaha that started the renal dialysis issue because Kolebu was saying that they were struggling and they were indebted. So to then think that because money is coming in, these hospitals could pay for their utilities and then bill them was only kicking the issue down the long grass and was a time bomb. It was a problem waiting to happen. So I am not surprised that the hospitals have accumulated this amount of debt. And that is why I say that I totally agree with you that this was a problem that was self-inflicted. There were only two options. It was either the hospitals were going to be made to charge for the true cost of their services, like the private hospitals charge, or the government was going to subsidize them. There was no halfway house. The government opted for a halfway house, and now we find ourselves in an IMF bailout where they are saying that the ECG should be able to stand on its feet. The ECG is then trying to get all its money. We saw them go to parliament. They are going everywhere, to private households, to private companies and all that. And now they are going to the hospitals. And so basically, I was trying to model a scenario today. Now, let's say you are an ECG worker, a technician who's been sent to a hospital because the hospital has defaulted and can't pay their bills. And you have to go and disconnect them. And after disconnecting them, as you're coming down your hoist, you get a heart attack. What do? It seems that we create problems and then we end up cutting our nose to spite our faces. And it's become the game in town. And for me, that is what needs to be resolved. I think we're starting the resolution from the wrong place, where the ECD are saying we've served notice and they have to pay. If they don't pay and they don't come to an amicable negotiation, we are going to cut them off. And the hospital is saying we cannot pay, or like Confanochi is saying we are sharing it with the NTC. We are not dealing with the root cause of the problem, which is the hospitals, based on their tariff structure, are incapable for paying for their utilities. And that is the bigger conversation we have to have, as to whether we are prepared for them to charge the true value of the services they provide to be able to pay for these utilities. Because we have to remember, the IGFs are based on specific services.
Yeah.
It doesn't include things like the electricity or water that is consumed in the wards where people are staying and all other things. So if the hospitals have to charge the true value, they've got to have a build-up cost of all they produce in those hospitals, and then put it on the facilities or services they provide that generate the IGFs to come up with a true value. And Parliament will just have to agree to them charging this, which the citizens would not be able to pay. So we need to have the bigger, honest conversation and understand what we want to do as a nation. This firefighting is not going to solve the problem.
And thankfully, I have the GMA Executive Secretary with me. Dr. Salome, do you agree with that? That this is actually an opportunity to have a serious, painful conversation about the tariff structure for public health facilities?
Yes, good evening to your listeners. And Evans, I think the last time we had this discussion about facilities, maintenance issues, I raised this issue. Often, just as Kwame is saying, often we approach the issue sometimes from the wrong end. This issue about having discussions with ECG saying you should come and sit down with them and talk, is neither here nor there. We will come back to this same issue one way or the other. We have to be clear in our minds. Last year's directive came in the middle of the year. Remember, hospitals would have budgeted, presented their budgets, have been approved already, without knowing that they were going to add paying of electricity tariffs to that. Then this comes mid-year, when people have essentially consolidated their budgets with all the assumptions that are necessary. And then now this comes in that hospitals will have to pay. I have done checks with many of the 91 facilities that have been listed, and I just called a facility in one of the strongholds of this current party, and probably in the president's old hometown. And they spent close to 160,000 cedis out of their 180 to 200,000 cedis IGF on electricity bills alone. So if you on consumption, so you're only left with 40,000 cedis to pay the staff who are on IGF, to do maintenance work, to buy the consumables. It is not sustainable. I have called a regional hospital in a similar vein, which is spending 300 to 600,000 cedis on a month-to-month basis. Now they have even got other equipment which is going to even spike that up. Let's not forget also that the tariffs are going up. I mean, we had big increases in the tariffs, which have increased their consumption in terms of the cost to the facilities without any commensurate increment in the tariffs. So I think it's point on that we need to have a clear conversation on this matter to have sustainable financing of power to facilities as well as maintenance of facilities and other related matters, which often these tariffs do not cover, especially knowing NHIS is our largest single financing for healthcare in the country. So we need to have that clear discussion. And health being a public good, government cannot shirk its responsibility and shift that to facilities. Knowing also that the tax that we take, NHIL, has been capped. So the rest of that money should be channeled to some of these. So I think that it is Kwame is spot on, and it's the same observation we have also made, knowing that there are challenges with the country, but then we must ensure the healthcare being a public good is sustained. Well, yeah. We have to look at ways forward, maybe, as we discuss.
And thankfully, Kwame Frimpong, who speaks for the Catholics here, I want to understand what really happened last year. And Kwame Frimpong, so in July, when you were told that government will no longer pay the electricity bills, was there an alternative provided? Were you giving room to add that to your billing of patients, for example?
No, as it has already been pointed out to you, in the healthcare financial architecture of this country, there are certain expenditures that are deemed to be paid by the state. For instance, HR salaries, capital expenditure. Those things, when your tariffs are being considered, those components are taken out. And for years, decades, because the government was paying for electricity bills of the various hospitals, it was never considered as part of our tariff build-up. And so, as I indicated earlier in the day when you spoke to me, we've been trying to have some conversations with the ministry as to the support in getting a revenue stream that will cater for the energy costs that we are now doing. To be frank with you, our IGFs are already under pressure. You gave a long list of the revenue streams of the various hospitals.
Yes.
Part of the expenditure.
Yeah.
But in healthcare, every revenue is expenditure dependent. There's no in the healthcare sector that does not, it's not as a result of a direct expenditure that you've made. And healthcare is one of the most expensive industries in the world. And so you still order additional positions. And our authority that it's extremely difficult for the hospitals to pay. That's why you see all these hospitals with the ECG. And therefore, they need for a bigger conversation as to how this additional burden that is being transferred upon the hospitals can be catered for. Other than that, it is extremely difficult for the public hospitals to bear this huge cost.
Yeah, and also I need clarity. The amount, for example, that you owe of 27 million, I know you've the issue that you talked about, that the meter you share with the nurses and midwifery college, for example, is an issue. But if you take that aside, did you accumulate all that since July, or you also have legacy debt in that?
I'll have to check with the finance department. What I was told was that we have been accumulating in the region of 1.2, 1.3 on monthly basis. Mm. So if you add everything up, is I think close to how many months now? It's not even a year.
No,
so it's not even a year now. So I wonder if 3 million got accumulated from July of last year.
And our own estimation suggests that the government itself, when government was taking care of this bill, may not have paid as they were supposed to. And so now that this burden has been shifted onto you, you're having to pay and pay the legacy as well, which is really why you're seeing those huge bills for the hospitals. Because how, for example, do you see a rich hospital, for example, the Accra Rwandan Hospital, with 40 million, not the same size as Kolebu, but Kolebu is 10 million. Something doesn't add up there. Now, let's come to the health ministry. So, Isaac Ofeba, when this policy shift happened in July last year, it was obvious, was it not, that the hospitals could not carry that burden, and that to be more sustainable, the tariff structure had to change. Was that even thought of at the time that we were making the shift in policy? Hello, Isaac Ofeba.
So, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Yes. So before the shift of the policies, payment of bills to the hospitals, government had paid a number of bills for those same hospitals. We are talking about over 400 million Ghana cedi debt that was being incurred at the time that government have lifted and paid before they were asked to start payment by themselves. Now, what the ministry did was to write for separation of meters at the various facilities. We realized that there are some of the facilities that are sharing consumption with some other facilities that could be able to pay for themselves. And we believe that it's also amounting, it's accumulating to some of this high billing that the hospitals are going through now. And so the ministry wrote to Ministry of Energy for separation of meters, so that when we separated the clinical consumptions from some of the facilities that could be able to pay for themselves, we would be able to talk about the actual amount of money that a hospital should be able or should be billed with at the end of the month. Then we will be able to look at how possible, whether to allow them to continue to pay for themselves or government will have to leave that up. And so it's rather unfortunate that up to now we have some debt that we have to pay, and if we don't pay, we're going to be disconnected. And as we speak, the ministry is engaging both government, the hospitals, and the Electricity Company of Ghana to ensure that this is avoided so that we are not being disconnected.
I mean, from the reality is, from the numbers that I've just put out at the beginning, it doesn't appear to me that the hospitals can pay. I mean, don't let me speak for them. Kwame with Confanoche, can you pay 27 million cedis? Because the ECG says they want you to pay at least 70% of that. Can you pay that in 72 hours?
For us to pay.
Forgive me, I didn't hear what you said at the beginning. Can you pay?
We are not in a position to pay. We can't.
Okay. And why can't you?
Basically because we don't have any revenue stream for that expenditure.
Simple. It's basic. I just don't get it.
Okay. Is it Kwame Sapansir I'm here or Salome in the background?
It's me.
Yes, I mean.
Okay, yeah, both of you can have a bite at that. Kwame Sapansir first, yes.
Evans, I think this is a simple matter. Even if most hospitals received all their backlog of payments from LHIA, put everything together, they cannot pay. And we must call a spade a spade. These gimmicks will not change anything. The matter is simple, and I have a challenge with what Mr. Ofeba is saying. That thought should have gone in before that directive should have come to facilities. And a clear, sustainable way of paying for these things put in place. If you had somebody who didn't think about patients, the person will tell you, look, come and cut the lines off. And let what comes come. Because those decisions should have been taken and discussions had with all the key stakeholders, the Ministry of Energy, the ECG, the VRA, the NETCO, in all these places where power is supplied. That discussion should have been had and a clear payment plan put in place, which makes the facilities sustainable and at the same time allows them to be able to pay. They have run various programs, for example, solar and all these things. How many of these have been situated in hospitals to allow them to begin to cut back on their dependence on the national grid? So I think we are shifting blame onto facility managers. Some of these facility managers are already being chased by drug suppliers.
Dr. Salome? Did we lose him there? Kwame Sapansir, please. Okay.
And I think that's right. We must do the right things. And I think ECG itself must also tarry carefully, because out of the total indebtedness that they have, Healthcare only contributes 4.5% of this. This is 261 over the 5.7 billion or something that they are owed. Why do you want to start from the healthcare? Why do you want to start from here when there are bigger chunks waiting? This is just the coins on top of the 5 billion. They need to be realistic. The facilities cannot pay this within the 3 days that they are saying. And if they are going to actually disconnect, then they will have to disconnect all the facilities, and we'll all sit and wait and watch what government does. But I think they must move away from that 72-hour ultimatum and have realistic discussions so that we all come around the table, have an agreement, let the people of the nation know that healthcare is expensive. If government cannot bear the cost, let government be honest enough to admit that and let people know that they must share part of the cost. Or if the capping of the NHIA finances can be brought back so that the full amount is sent to NHIA and all this factored into the costing structure of the tariffs, then that should be done. But the 72 hours, I think, is unreasonable, and it is not going to be adhered to by anybody. And I don't believe they will cut anybody's power. If they do cut the power, well, we will all wait and see the consequences of it.
Mr. Pransiru, so what is the best model to make the hospitals financially self-sustainable?
Well, the best model is simple. The best model is to build a consolidated payment structure where the hospitals would have to put together all what goes into running. Because the government is basically telling them you cannot pay, so you've got to pay. And they have to also respond to the billing requirements of the ECG. So they need to look at how much are we expected to pay to this ECG? How much are we generating? How much of it must be increased? And they have to go to Parliament with a full complement. The only problem they have when it comes there is that because with the IMF program, the electricity tariffs can be adjusted every 3 months. What it means for you and I, Evans, is that every 3 months, if we use such a modeling, then your health cost for some of these services is going to go up or down, which also doesn't allow the individual patient to plan, because a lot of these services that generate the IGF are actually not covered by the NHIS. You see, so when you go to things like cancer care, renal dialysis, a lot of those things are not covered by the NHIS. The things that generate the bulk of them, and those are for those hospitals loss leaders anyway, because that was what drove the hospitals to say they wanted to increase the tariffs for renal dialysis. And so, and that's why I say this country, we like creating problems, and that is why I agree with Richard when he says he has a problem with Mr. Ofeba's statement. It's like when I listen to what Mr. Ofeba said, it's like the Ministry of Health didn't think through the decision, and the Ministry of Finance went along with it, or whether the Ministry of Finance imposed it on the Ministry of Health and they just took it hook, line, and sinker. You are not too sure where the blame lies. But the truth of the matter is the hospital's tariffs were not structured to generate these monies. Because at the end of the day, the users of the service, which are you and me, are not paying for the utilities. They are paying for the reagents, they are paying for the basics, but they are not paying for the water and electricity that is used to provide these services for them. Suddenly, the hospitals are being told, you've got to cough out from that same money, and Parliament is saying, no, if we approve your new rates, the citizens can pay. So what are you telling the hospitals? You are tying their hands behind their back, and the ECG is also backing up. And you hear Richard saying, oh, it's about 4.5%, and he doesn't understand why the ECG would go after that. I understand why the ECG would go after that. Because at the end of the day, health is a public service good, and health affects everybody. The minute you cut off a hospital, you've cut off the morgue, you've cut off the operating theater, you've cut off the renal dialysis unit, you've cut off the cancer unit, you've cut off the pediatric NICU, it would affect everybody one way or the other. Like you said in Akan, Ankawa, Ebekawoba, Ankaoba, Ebekawofa. So they are targeting something that would bring the entire nation to the negotiation table, because they are also being pressured by the IMF and by all of us saying there's doomsaw, there's no doomsaw, it's partial doomsaw, it's doom preferred, doom CC. They are under pressure because they are being told they are not recouping the revenue to pay the IPPs and the power generators. What do you expect them to do? They need to ensure that we all are put under pressure. So though Richard is looking at it strictly from a health standpoint, and ideally as a health person and a researcher in the area I'm supposed to, I'm looking at it as a pragmatist and say, if I was the boss of the ECG, what would I do? I would take the route that would bring every Ghanaian, including the president, because if the president fell ill tomorrow and the hospitals that he would access have a generational or power challenge, he would suffer. The vice president would suffer. The speaker would suffer. MPs would suffer. So we are all talking about it now. Congratulations to the ECG.
Well,
it might be a painful pill to take, but I think it is, on a chessboard, would say, a strategic checkmate.
Yeah, and Kwame, the painful thing though is while this is happening, you know what we do? We'll have this conversation about disconnect, not disconnect, disconnect, not disconnect, and we'll find a negotiated outcome, and then we'll move on. But the fundamental issues will not be addressed. And if only we can take advantage of this crisis, if only, then you'll be right.
Yeah, well, if we don't take advantage of this crisis, then we're a very naive country.
Yeah.
Because you know what? Healthcare underpins the economic development of every country. There are three things that underpin economic development: health, education, and social attainment. If you miss out on any of them, your society is doomed.
Yeah.
The research is there to prove it. So if we, talking about this, and have a parliament that cannot nail people like the bosses of Mr. Fairbright's feet to the fire and nail the ECG bosses' feet to the fire and get it solved. Because at the end of the day, yes, I can see Mr. Fairbright smiling, but the truth of the matter is, we are all sitting on here. If he collapsed tomorrow morning and there's no electricity, he would also bear the brunt.
Yeah.
So I don't think he's happy about this situation.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me quickly get his thoughts on very briefly. Mr. Fairbairn, so fundamentally, we need to first avert the crisis of the hospitals, 91 of them going off the ECG. And then secondly, you need to address the fundamental point of the billing structure, a long-term model that it makes it sustainable. What is the ministry doing on this?
Before I move on that, I want to, for the purposes of the records, there were a number of stakeholders engagements with Electricity Company of Ghana as far back April 2023. Now, at the meeting, it was agreed that some institutions should be separated from the mother hospitals, and so we should apply to the Ministry of Energy, which we did. As far back May 5th, 2023. Then we submitted the accumulated bill, which is the bill that was already in the system, to the Ministry of Finance as far back 9th June 2023. And so a number of interventions have been done already. A number of measures have been put in place before it was lifted up for the hospitals themselves to start paying. And so one issue that I think is also accumulating to this high billing system that we have as a country is what my brother at Afront Teaching Hospital is saying, that you have some institutions within the teaching hospital especially, whose consumption are always on the clinical consumption.
And they've made that point, but because of time, very bullet for me, we need to solve the problem, right? They've said they cannot pay the 70%. They've told you directly.
That is why,
what is the health ministry going to do about it?
Currently, there is a negotiation between the Ministry of Finance, the teaching hospitals, and the Electricity Company of Ghana to see how best we can address this current issue and put measures in place to ensure that we avoid such situation.
Okay.
It's not only this time, but going forward, we don't need to get here. And so there is a lasting solution that needs to be taken.
Which one? What lasting solution? Bullet it for me. What is it that we are going to do to avert this?
When we're talking about lasting solution, we need to look at whether the hospital can sustain the payment of this billing system. And if they cannot sustain, how government can come in to assist them. Okay. And if government were coming to assist them, how is that modality going to be like?
Okay, and because of time, we'd have drilled down a bit more to specifics. But Rachel Salome, just before we wrap up, I need to hear you on the strike of your members at CAF. And this is very brief, because this is all making sense, right? It adds up. No accommodation, because obviously the hospital is not generated enough to provide the facilities for them to stay in. What is the GMA's position on that challenge, though? Very briefly.
Well, as an association, we completely detest the inhumane treatment of our colleagues who are housed in those properties. And my president made the point that if that behavior continues, we would be forced to take certain drastic actions in solidarity with our colleagues. We understand clearly that the land there has been given to some private developers. However, discussions were clear that alternate places of abode close to the facility. Some of these consultants stay in the facility late. Some of them have to move to address emergencies. And that is why you will realize that they were housed in a certain enclave. So if you haven't provided that and then you give a notice to people to move within a week, that is very disrespectful of their long service to the facility. And
they met them today. Did they met them today? What can you tell us? Has they been resolved?
It hasn't been resolved. Certain discussions are going on. We are watching very closely. And if those issues don't get resolved properly, then we will advise ourselves where it's necessary. And coming in the time where people are leaving the country in droves, we are even losing consultants to developed countries, having challenges where sometimes cases that we could have treated here are having to be referred outside because some of these people are leaving the country. I think this is a wrong timing, and that should not be allowed to happen again, please.
Okay, thank you, Rachel Salome. Thank you, all of you, for joining me. A big conversation indeed. We're going to watch how this unfolds tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
On the 10th of November last year, His Royal Majesty the King Osei Tutu II, Tumfo, launched the Hill Komfanoche project. It's a drive to raise funds for the rehabilitation or renovation of the almost 70-year-old Komfanoche Teaching Hospital, which was named after the great priest of the Ashanti Kingdom, Komfanoche. Incidentally, when Komfanoche first put the sword that was supposed to be a unifying factor of all the Ashanti states on the ground, it was Otumfuo Osei Tutu I who was the king of Ashanti then. And so, as part of the 25th anniversary celebration, when the king decided that the time had come for him to lead that drive, for people from far and near to contribute to the renovation of the almost 70-year facility, which has never seen any renovation since it was built in 1955. It was welcoming and refreshing, and it's marked of leadership that every young man or woman would aspire to. Now, like I said, every day, on the average, we receive about 1,000 patients who are coming from at least 12 out of the 16 regions in Ghana. So Komfanoche serves as a referral facility for 12 out of 16 regions in Ghana. Ordinarily, retooling of a hospital like Komfanoche would be seen as a responsibility of government. It is indeed true, but in many developed democracies, like the United States, Canada, UK, Germany, I'm sure many of us who have lived there at one point or another in our lives are aware that these things are done. Private individuals, philanthropists, and so on, give, non-governmental organizations, give towards the renovation, the building of new hospitals, and so on and so forth. And so the king, being a golfer himself, the golfers decided that it was one of the ways by which they could contribute to the king's vision. And so today what has happened is that the golfers are launching a competition of a sort that would see to them contributing generously to the King's drive. I have absolutely no doubt that the golfers have done, their names will be written in gold. Posterity will judge them favorably. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Hello there, you're welcome to Let's Talk Showbiz here on the Joy News channel. My name is Doreen Avio. Of course, it's the middle of the week, and today it's also an opportunity to do something different. Now, today I get to sit down with a young man who is a gospel musician and also a pastor. And well, today we're talking more on music. And for me, I always say something: music is everything. Music is healing. It depends on how you take it or where you go with it. So this afternoon my guest is Kofi, and I guess we just have to let you know what's going on. Hello Kofi, and welcome to Let's Talk Showbiz.
Hi Doreen, thank you very much.
Well, of course, gospel music. I don't know, sometimes I'm tempted to say that gospel music is winning lately. I don't know, but it's working. Yeah. Lots of people are coming in, and even those who are coming in still have the chance to change a lot of things, and they're winning, hosting a lot of shows, changing lives, like, people listening to your words and all that. But first off, what made you want to do gospel music and not secular music?
All right, so Doreen, thank you. Greetings to all your viewers and everyone, and I really thank you for having me on the show. So I think that I grew up as a church boy. My father is a pastor, so I grew up around church music, and I think that the purpose of man is to serve God. The Bible says this is the conclusion of the matter, that a man fears God. So I believe that all the giftings and callings that God places in you at birth, when you discover them, the best thing you do is to do it to His glory. I would see it no other way. That's why I decided to go in this path of gospel music.
Another school of thought would have said a lot of children from pastors.
On the 10th of November last year, His Royal Majesty the King Osei Tutu II, Tumfo, launched the Hill Komfanoche project. It's a drive to raise funds for the rehabilitation or renovation of the almost 70-year-old Komfanoche Teaching Hospital, which was named after the great priest of the Ashanti Kingdom, Komfanoche. Incidentally, when Komfanoche first put the sword that was supposed to be a unifying factor of all the Ashanti states on the ground, it was Otumfuo Osei Tutu I who was the king of Ashanti then. And so, as part of the 25th anniversary celebration, when the king decided that the time had come for him to lead that drive, for people from far and near to contribute to the renovation of the almost 70-year facility, which has never seen any renovation since it was built in 1955. It was welcoming and refreshing, and it's marked of leadership that every young man or woman would aspire to. Now, like I said, every day, on the average, we receive about 1,000 patients who are coming from at least 12 out of the 16 regions in Ghana. So Komfanoche serves as a referral facility for 12 out of 16 regions in Ghana. Ordinarily, retooling of a hospital like Komfanoche would be seen as a responsibility of government. It is indeed true, but in many developed democracies, like the United States, Canada, UK, Germany, I'm sure many of us who have lived there at one point or another in our lives are aware that these things are done. Private individuals, philanthropists, and so on, give, non-governmental organizations give towards the renovation, the building of new hospitals, and so on and so forth. And so the king, being a golfer himself, the golfers decided that it was one of the ways by which they could contribute to the king's vision. And so today what has happened is that the golfers are launching a competition of a sort that would see to them contributing generously to the King's Drive. I have absolutely no doubt for this that the golfers have done, their names will be written in gold. Posterity will judge them favorably. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Welcome to another episode of Celeb Biz with me, Amele Josu, and this is where we get that opportunity to pry into the business of your favorite celebrity and, get to know what else they have going on for them aside their claim to fame. Well, my guest on the show today has actually carved her path from, let's say, the corporate world into the entertainment industry, as well as the entrepreneurial realm. She is a woman of substance. Yes, she's chalked quite a number of firsts in her journey, and today we'll get to unravel her remarkable journey and appreciate her business acumen and all that it took for her to succeed. The woman, a strong woman and a phenomenal one as that. I'm talking about none other but Mimi and Dani, also known as Mimi Devilish, or you can choose to also call her Mavela Mami. As my guest on the show today. Mimi, welcome to Celeb Biz.
Thank you for having me. I prefer the last name.
Mavela Mami. Awesome, definitely.
That's the success story.
I know, right? That's good to know. But you have an impressive track record of achievement.
Thank you.
Starting from your days as a contestant in Big Brother Africa, the first woman to represent Ghana, and even a non-celebrity as that. Yeah, to get into
2008.
Yes.
It's been 15 or 16 years.
Yes, yes. That's been quite impressive. And you're also a biochemist.
Yes, I am.
Yes, a biochemist. And tell me, how many businesses do you have to your name?
I've done a lot. I can say that, okay, so let's start. We started from Big Brother, right?
Big Brother Africa.
Before Big Brother, I was working as a chemist, okay?
Okay,
in
awesome.
an oil refinery.
Okay.
Then I resigned to go to Big Brother Africa. I was the first female to represent Ghana at Big Brother Africa. I did quite well. I was the 6th or 7th housemaid to be evicted, and it was 12 at that time. 12 countries, 1 representative each, right? Then after, I decided to explore my talent in music. Most people thought that I was using the popularity I got from Big Brother to do the music. But if you went to Abri Girls, like I attended Abri Girls, people still hi. If you went to Abri Girls, you would know that I was a music director at the Calvary Road. I led the Sunday church services.
Awesome.
I was an SU executive. I was very fulfilled.
Oh,
very
interesting.
Very, yeah.
Interesting.
All the British girl students who were there between 97 to 99
will attest to that.
Will attest to that. And so I was doing, I had the music in me already.
Okay.
Well, which was the title of my first album.
Music in me. Yeah.
Because most people just thought you were just banging on the fact that you came back from Big Brother and you had the
needed to leverage on that.
Yes. So yeah, I did the music. I released my first album, Music in Me. It did very well. It had Leave Me Alone. You know Leave Me Alone, right?
The banger.
Leave Me Alone.
Yeah. Oh, I remember that one.
And then I released the second one, which is Tattoo.
Yeah.
Then I released the third one, DJ,
won't you play me a song?
Then I released the fourth one, Don't Blame It on Shayo. That's all you did. And they went on and on and on. So I released that album. It was a great album. I toured around the continent because of the Big Brother fame.
Yes.
People wanted to see me. I had a good album. Then I decided that I now wanted to switch to my entrepreneurship. That side of me. That's when I relaxed on the music and decided that I wanted to now go back to entrepreneurship. And I had just met my then husband, and then we were trying to run a business together. So he was already running a struggling marketing agency. So we joined hands together and built that marketing agency, and that's what swayed me away from music a little bit, because I was then now going to build a marketing agency, and I was switching to building my brand also as an entrepreneur. You know, going to school, studying so much, and doing so much and knowing so much is sometimes painful to waste it. So I try to explore every part of me. I did the reality show. It was a success. I did the music. It was successful. I now wanted to go into the entrepreneurial. So we set up the marketing agency and event company. We did well. We launched Golden Movie Awards Africa, one of the biggest events on the continent. We did it for 8 years. We had an event called Married and Funky, where we did every Valentine at Holiday Inn. We had December at the 70s, and then we had Gold Coast Excellence Awards, where we were awarding entrepreneurs who are making a difference in it. So that's the event side of the company. Then the marketing and branding, we work with a lot of blue chips. Most of the branding in town is to our name. We did it for so long, 13 years. From Airtel to Guinness to Italo, Casapreco, and all of that. We were doing a lot of branding there. So that's how we built the marketing and event company. Then we delved into fish farming.
But before that, what was the brand name for that?
That's NMJ.
NMJ, okay.
That's NMJ. Everybody knows the name NMJ as the organizer of Golden Movie Awards as well. And so the NMJ is also the marketing agency, right? And then we went into a little bit of catfish farming, and then we wanted to start a TV station, and then something happened, and then, in fact we started advertising. We had paid for all the licensing and all that, but then along the way, whatever. So yes,
that one didn't happen.
It didn't happen, and then we changed our mind. So currently, I'm running my own agency. I'm no more with NMJ Ghana, so it's called Agency 322. Okay, so that's currently what I'm running, and I'm preparing on launching some events and then continuing my marketing agency side of the business.
I think when I looked you up, I also found out that you run a fashion house as a Devilish Fashions, and then there was also Hangover Bar. What about those businesses?
I forgot. Devilish Fashion was the fashion line I launched after Big Brother. It was very good. And that side of me, it's why I also now have Mavella Children's Mart. And also designing clothes for kids as well. But yeah, that was also good. It was great. But like I said, building a company ground up is very, very tough. And so when we started building NMJ, it just took me away from other side business. We had to concentrate on building that corporate brand, because that brand was bigger, and to get jobs that are worth a lot of money, you had to build it to a point.
Definitely.
And yes, so that's why the what do you call it, the Devilish Fashion side just went south. And then the pub, Hangover Pub, lasted for just 1 year, and then it just couldn't make it.
What happened?
I don't know, it just couldn't make it. Everything was on point. People will come and drink and free the drinks, and they won't pay. Some celebrities will come, they'll drink and you write names. Chasing
they never paid.
Not that they never paid, they're chasing. You know, it's stressful. And I think that it's not me. I just don't know how to danka. So yeah.
I can relate to that. I mean,
like I get stressed and I'll just let it go. You
calling
know what
people
I mean?
to ask for your money and all that.
So all of that. That's one. We had also management issues. So it was different reasons why that one couldn't work as well. Yeah.
I know all these businesses, especially the ones that don't exist anymore. It took quite a number of an amount to invest to bring them up to where they are. So before we delve into the nitty-gritties, let me just ask you, how do you tend to deal with failure when these things don't go on well as planned? How do you recoup that investment? How do you deal with a setback?
For me, I don't know if any other person is built like me, but I don't have anything like failure in my dictionary. It didn't work. That's how I see it. So you have to move on. You can't cry over spilled milk. Like, you can't cry over spilled milk. It's gone, it's gone. You have to move on. And everything that doesn't work is really not a failure, but it's just a learning curve, which means the next one that you touch your hands on, you use the experiences of the other one to be better. So then that other one is not a failure. It showed you how to do better in the next one. So I don't have that, say, failure. Maybe to someone they'll call it failure, but to me, it's an investment I have done to learn.
Definitely.
So it's like going to university and paying fees to learn, to be able to come and do what you have to do. So if you try a business and you fail at it, it's like what could your school fees, and then you've learned certain things, mistakes, and it didn't work. So you are using that what you've learned from there to build another thing
and become better.
So it's, for me, anything you touch that doesn't work for you, it's like you paying to learn something so that you can do better in the next one. Yeah, so that is how I see it. So I just keep moving. I just keep moving because I am blessed to have been talented with so many things I can tap into. So if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You tap into the other one. That's why God has given us multiple talents. You just have to search through. If this is not working, you need to move on to that. Don't waste your time on one thing. Be listening to motivational speakers. Keep going, keep going. You go and get old and die poor. If it's not working, find your niche. Look at it well. Be analytic. You see that this thing, where it's going, it might not work. You know you have other qualities you can dwell on. You know other qualities you can build on. There's something called reinvention. So when you keep listening to people talking just to get views and get paid online, telling you to keep going because they'll give you an example of certain stories, you are not those people. Their stories are different from you. You start the thing, you know this thing is not going to work for you, and you keep going because they say believe in yourself. Doing that doesn't mean you are believing in yourself. It actually means that you are dumb. Like, you need to be able to read in between the lines and move and know that this is not working. I need to tap into this. You see, there's a way you can do it. You can hold on to this and tap into the other one and then see how it works. And then it's like you are doing this to see what works.
Yeah, weighing both sides.
But you can't stay at one thing because I need to believe in myself. You want to have a story by all means. Africans always want to have a sad story.
Yeah, to say.
And I was eating in the gutter, and we used to pick tomatoes
the
from
grass
the
to grace story.
And then what about from grace to grace?
Exactly.
Yeah, really. Must it always be from grass to grace?
Absolutely.
It can always be. That's has always been my mantra.
Yeah.
Grace to grace. Oh,
Awesome.
grass to grace story is beautiful. It's inspiring. I love it. But I do not want to be part of that. Yeah, I want to be part of grace to grace.
Suffering isn't your portion.
No,
at all.
I don't have to have a story where I pick meat from the bola and so people say, oh, she made it. Oh, she inspires me. What about I've been getting it right. That also an inspiration to show you that you can also do it, and you don't necessarily have to fail to succeed. So that's always been my mantra, from grace to grace.
Awesome.
And so that part is also there.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I like your grace to grace mantra. It's something I think I'll really adopt. But I mean, let's touch on the music side of you that comes to you. Leave Me Alone was that song that catapulted you into, let me say, the music scene. It earned you quite a number of accolades and all that. But tell me, what were some of the challenges you faced as a newcomer in the music industry? And how do you navigate them?
You see, there's something called manifestation.
Yeah.
The things you manifest to yourself really comes to pass. Because my mantra is grace to grace, I don't really go through hell when it comes to these things. So listen, when I came out of Big Brother, there was this company that wanted me to do a kitchen art for them because of Big Brother. Because when I was in Big Brother, I was always in the kitchen.
Cooking,
and I was the one cooking for the whole house, right? So they wanted to take advantage of that situation and let me advertise for their kitchen. So I met the CEO, Afrobeats, who is now the owner of Safari Valley and Aqua Safari, right? So when I met him, he wanted to do the advert with me. He discussed everything. Something happened and I couldn't shoot the advert, but then we became friends. Then I said I was working on an album and blah, blah. Then he just said he's interested.
Awesome.
That was it.
So he
produced that full album. Shot all the videos, did all the promotions with Famous Film. And everything. So like I said, from grace to grace.
So he was more like a manager, right?
Yeah. No,
not really.
No, he's not a manager. He's the executive producer.
But
there were managers, Nana B and some other people were the managers, yes. But he was the investor.
Awesome.
So that's how it just came.
Awesome.
Like that, from grace to grace.
Interesting. And I believe when you found your footing in that industry, you took it upon yourself to set up a record label.
Yes.
Darling
yes,
Records,
yes,
right?
Darling Records.
Yeah. Which, I mean, you've had quite a number of issues with that.
Yes.
I remember the Nana Blue issue.
Yes.
And according to you said because of what happened, you had to lay everyone off.
Yes.
All the other talent you signed.
Yes.
Wasn't that harsh? Because of one person, you sack everyone.
Okay, so you see, I have the concept of John Jazzy.
Don Jazzy, yeah.
Yes,
Maven Records.
The concept, you see how he brought them together with that Doroguchi. Was it
Doroguchi?
And then it had like all of them featuring in it.
Yeah.
That's the same concept. So I signed like 7.
Okay.
And I wanted to introduce them in that form. So we produced a full song that was similar to, it's not similar, but the same concept. And I wanted to release them that way. When the girl drained me like that, I just lost interest. I think it was a bad decision, but at that time, that is what I thought was right for my sanity. You know, I wasn't ready to continue for any further disappointment. So yeah, that's how come I just said, you know what, this is enough. I want to take a break. When I finally make a decision on Darling's record, I'll be back. I have people who still contact me trying to convince me to do it again, you know, but it's this artist investment thing right now. There's a lot of money in it. You can recoup your money back because of all these streaming platforms. There are so many platforms you can make money from, right? Not just performances, right? You can even buy your music from online all over the world, but it's just the people that you help up there. Most are ungrateful, and they will end up either they would think you are cheating them, forgetting what you have put in. I don't know, when they become famous, they forget all that you have put in, and they begin to think that you are stealing from them. I mean, the story goes on and on with a lot of artist managers and artist producers, and so I just had to take a break on Darling's record. Yeah, after what Nana Blue did, robbed me of my money, more than 200,000 Ghana invested in her. I shot videos. She's very mean. She's very mean. I shot videos.
And it was never released?
Yes, never released. Songs recorded, paid, never released. You know what I mean? And then when I say you are mean, then your mom said, I've called you wicked. I mean, like, this is mean. You know, the person has, like, invested. There should be some kind of discussion and negotiation. You know, like, you can talk about it and we can come to a conclusion.
That respect and
we can maybe this you find out that I'm busy. You can even say, Madam, you know you are so busy and this. So I was thinking if you can load me off to this person, whatever. Maybe I would have just said, you know what, Madam, whoever it is, bring him. Let me give you to him. I make my busy or something. You never know. But she took it upon herself, decided to breach the contract. But well,
I think when the issue came up, a clause in the agreement was the, let me say, bone of contention in there.
Yeah.
And the clause reads that the artist understands that the nature of the business and how time-consuming and the cash investment that will be made in his or her career, based on this, the artist must understand and accept not to be pregnant for the first 30 months of this agreement. And it was applicable to the female signees. That was the bone of contention in there. And she said she wasn't comfortable with that.
Now is she pregnant?
No, she isn't.
So what is the big deal? It's just an excuse. I mean, naturally, unless by mistake, if somebody is trying to build their career, even naturally, they wouldn't go getting pregnant because they know it takes a lot. It takes a lot of time. 9 months, the rest of taking care of the child. Like, you will lose 3 years of your career before you come back. Most people have gone to give birth and their career has never been the same. It's hard. You need to get to a point where if you vanish for like 2 to 3 years, you will still not be missed because you have so much materials out there. But if you're an upcoming artist, then it won't work. And so, yeah, it might be like somebody might say, oh, what kind of clause is that? But what are you saying? If I've invested all this money preparing to release an artist, and just in the first year when we are trying to make bread, the artist gets pregnant as an investor, how are you going to feel? Your money will be put on hold for how many, you know?
Making business
so I think it was a fair clause, even though it became braha, People talked a lot about it, but I think it's a fair clause. And the person in question till date has not gotten pregnant. So how would it have affected her?
Well, I think one issue also came up, the fact that you are a woman and you've also touted motherhood as one of your greatest success.
Yes.
And so looking, I mean, in hindsight, when you think about all that has gone on and everything that transpired, if you are to start dialing records again, will you still maintain a clause like this?
Yes.
Considering all the struggles with motherhood and everything,
Yes,
would you still
I will.
You still put it in
Yeah,
there?
business is business. You want me to like prepare someone investment, then the first year you get pregnant.
No, not exactly.
No, you get pregnant and then you get pregnant and 1 year is gone. You take care of a child. People are usually comfortable when their children are 2 to 3 years. Before 4 years is gone.
Yeah.
If I had put that in investment, I would have made so much profit. You've halted me. It's just like me going to put my money in the bank to invest in a product in the bank that I'm investing for like 5 years and taking my hands off it. By the time I come, my money would have doubled to a certain amount, right? So it's the same thing I'm doing with the music. So you are halting my money. It's like you're taking my money and you are paying me in 4 years without profit. It's fair. If you think about it, it's business. You're able to go sign contracts like that in business deals without it being pregnancy, right? But it's similar.
Yeah.
In my case, in music, pregnancy is is something that can halt my money.
A barrier sort of.
However, if you get pregnant, you give birth. And then you face the clause. It's as simple as that. You choose where you want a child. You choose. Me, when I wanted a child, I stopped everything. I stopped working.
And focused on that.
And focused. And I've not worked in the last 3 years, hard work, because of a child. Childbirth is not an easy thing. Like, unless you are an unserious person, you need to concentrate on the child. Because from 1 to 3 to 4, no, that's where they build the characters. Building now, that's when they. So if you're vigilant,
the development stages.
yeah, you see that somebody else is instilling something in your child because you have housekeepers and all that who are taking care of your child. So they are rather bringing up the child. You come in the evening and then you don't know what went on throughout the day. So for me, it's a lot of work, and I think for every woman would love to be involved in their child's life. And so childbirth is something that you have to take serious. You have to plan. You know that you lose this part of your life, and that is why in the Western world, some have decided that they will never give birth because they say children blocks their career path and their dreams.
And all that.
Some have said that they only have one. There are people in Ghana here who said they will have only one kid. In our business, and they've had one kid and they won't have again. They are done. Childbirth is not like, it's not. So if you want, then maybe you go marry some billionaire or millionaire and you'll bet me I'll bet 5 now. But if you need to work and be birthing there, Charlie, it's not easy. So I salute all those women who are doing that because they are actually women who are giving birth back to back and going to work and coming and slaying and succeeding. Yes. And kudos to them, but we aren't all the same. We don't have the same energy. And so you must stick to the energy you have. And that's how I see it. However, if an artist gets pregnant, what's the worst that can happen? I don't know the clause that was in there. I don't remember if you get pregnant, what happens or something. I don't know. I think maybe the time lost, you will be recruited from when you come back and you are. So it's not really scary the way it was discussed.
All right, so when we started this conversation, you touched on some businesses you started with your ex-husband, or let me say some partnership you entered into. So since, the whole discussion about motherhood, and let's just touch a bit on family businesses and the likes. You release a statement that you have now gone separate ways and you're divorced now. I just want to know, all the businesses you started or the partnerships you went into with your husband, what becomes of those businesses now?
Oh, we found a way to separate, how do I say, we've come to an agreement of how to deal with all of them, right?
Okay.
There are certain businesses that would go to him, there are certain businesses I'll run, and there are certain businesses who will just diminish if we don't understand that we can work together. So basically it's just a matter of understanding. But currently I'm running my own agency 322, marketing and events agency, and I'm working towards coming to like launch my events and also all other events that we used to organize. I would organize them under Agency 322, yes, currently. And then the ones that he will run them.
Okay. And based on your experience, what would you say about joint partnerships with your spouse?
I'm not going to repeat that again, ever. I'm not going to repeat that again, ever. I can even say that the fact that I was running a business with my ex-husband even is the reason why my marriage might have survived that long.
Okay.
Because anytime I want to pull the brake, I think about the business, how we're going to manage this business if you're not together, how it's going to distort a lot of things because people are used to dealing with us together and all of that. So yeah, it kind of holds you back, and many people will not tell you, but every family business and everyone involved with their partner for business is what is keeping the marriage if there are issues. It holds the marriage because of that. And I don't want a business, I would not want a business to be the reason why I'm married, you know. So yeah, basically, I'm not going to repeat that, but it has its downside and upside as well. It definitely has advantage as well because everything comes home. All the money is coming to one side, right? You are being able to work better because both the COO and the CEO are having the same interest from the same company.
One unit like
because
that,
they are from the same family, right? One is not being selfish because and then also the commitment level and sacrifice level is high, very high, because it's a couple working together. The work ability and the pressure we put at working, it's more than if you're not like a couple. So it has its advantage. The disadvantage is what has just happened. When you're not together, then the business is collapsing because the business is used to a balance. So when it's like this now, then the business is also going like this. And so yeah, those are and there are other many disadvantages as well. Yeah, because emotions will be involved as well. If you don't take care, you will transfer emotions from home to work. You have an argument at home and then you bring it to work and you forget that probably you are in a meeting with your subordinate. Also, you can take work to home, which also affects the marriage. Then right now, the marriage becomes just the job. And then the whole reason for marrying, you lose it because you are concentrating on building a legacy. And that's so important to everybody. So when couples are doing that together, it's hard. So when you go home, you carry, so today these guys were supposed to do this and this one. That's what you keep talking about work. You forget that you are married. Eventually, it affects the marriage, and then you become like siblings. Yeah, because it's just about work now. So those are the downsides.
The struggle to find that balance.
Yes.
But I mean, that social media post you made about announcing your divorce, it came as a shocker to many. Because I think you've granted an interview where you said you will not leave your husband even if he cheats. So it had tongues wagging. People were asking, what at all could have gone wrong? Because you said you wouldn't divorce even when that man is cheating.
But the release never said I left because he cheated.
You didn't give. No, some people were wondering what on earth could have been, because cheating is known as like the top of list infractions. So
there are things
if you
that
are going to survive and stay with a man even when he cheats, what at all could make you go separate?
Oh, there are a lot of things that can get a woman to the point of that decision, and a man as well. It's not necessarily cheating all the time, but for an African man and African men, they most of the time they don't
cheating. If it wasn't cheating, what at all could make you both go separate like that?
Sometimes, in the African setting, they make it look like marriage should be forever. Just whatever is happening there, you must endure it. And don't go because of the kids. Me, I divorced when my child was just 1 year. I didn't even consider her. No.
Oh, really?
I considered myself because I need to live for the child to live. That is what you forget. I have to be alive so the child can have a better life. So I won't even consider her. I have to consider me to survive. Okay, what if I stayed in the marriage and died and left the child?
So from what you're saying,
what I'm saying is that if I stayed in the marriage like the way they put it in Africa, you have to endure and Bible and this. Now then something happens and I die and live for that very child in Tina. I was in the marriage, I'm dead and gone. Now she's going to have a miserable life. I'd rather live, be healthy, strong, work, and take care of her to become a good figure in the world, rather than raising her under depression.
So it was more of an emotional and mental abuse.
Yes. It was emotional and mental abuse. If I didn't, it's not physical. It's never physical, but it's emotional and mental. And most African men are like that. Manipulation, narcissist. Most African men don't even understand what is narcissism. Most men in Africa are narcissists. You will be with a man, he will do something. Instead of apologizing, by the time you realize you will be apologizing, they will turn around and manipulate you to make you
turn it on you.
So there's that thing in our African setting. We've seen it. Most men are narcissists in Africa, but they will say, "What is narcissist?"
We are throwing words around and all that.
So it's basically just emotional and all of that. And I think I was going through depression. I went through panic attacks. I went through anxiety. Mental health was draining. I was miscarriaging. There was cheating, and I didn't live because of cheating. It's the people he cheated with, not the cheating. It's not the cheating.
Because cheating wasn't, you said cheating is a deal
it's
breaker.
not an issue. It's because all Africa, if I left my husband because of cheating and went to another man, they will still cheat. All these men, they are cheaters.
Okay.
They are most of these men are very few good men who don't cheat.
Okay.
I mean, it's so rare for a man in this African continent to stay with one woman forever. Very rare. They are there, but it's rare. So if you leave your husband because he's cheating, only to go and marry another, you're just wasting your time. So that couldn't have been my deal breaker. But it's who they are cheating with.
They cheated with.
Yeah. For example, if your husband slept with your sister, would you still be married to your husband?
Not at all.
My husband never slept with my sister. I'm taking it to the extreme of the fact that it is not the cheating, but it's with who you cheated. So it could be that the people involved makes it impossible
for you to still hang around.
Once you hang around, you are teaching the man how to treat you. You don't know your worth. You don't cherish yourself. You don't love yourself. Therefore, you are telling him that no matter how you treat me,
I'm okay with it.
I'm okay with it. So he will keep treating you like that. If you don't take care, you die of depression. And nobody will know. I'm saying, it was depression. Diet, panic attacks. Do you know the amount of how many years of depression this person they don't talk because of our African setting. People are dying because of mental health in marriages, but people don't know the cause. They put it to spiritual. HIV.
Yeah.
The things that she's going through, and she can't even talk about it because some person didn't fear because
not knowing who to confide in.
No, the thing is, we've been brought up that when you go to engagement, you hear what they say, and
the advice,
don't tell anybody your issues. So people begin to swallow everything and they die slowly and leave their children. The very reason why they are in the marriage is I also think that women who don't empower themselves are always scared to leave the marriage, even when they are abused emotionally. Because the parents complaining, they will push her back and say that who will take care of the kids. But if you empower yourself,
have something going for you.
I went like easy, like ABC. Like I just went out like that.
Because you have your own businesses.
Yes. So I mean, I can take care of my child. So I think that women should empower themselves. Not that divorce is something that is good.
No.
There are good marriages. Love is sweet too.
Definitely. I agree.
Love is sweet, and there are beautiful, successful marriages.
Yeah.
All right? But that doesn't mean you should force yours to be successful when you are dying. If yours is not, you are not part of those who have successful marriage. Don't kill yourself. Maybe my second marriage, you'll be talking, You know what I'm saying? Maybe my second marriage will be my last and my best.
Definitely.
You know, so you don't stay in one and you are dying. So for me, it was emotional abuse. There was cheating as well, manipulation, narcissistic traits, which is very dangerous. I couldn't survive it. I tried, but I couldn't.
You couldn't put up with it
So I
anymore.
had to just move on. It's as simple as that. And there was no physical abuse. There was nothing like that. But cheating and narcissism was the cause of me, and it was affecting me mentally,
emotionally and mentally.
And even I gave birth. I went through a lot of. I just got out of depression.
Postpartum depression and everything.
Forget the postpartum. I was already depressed
before that one happened.
It just worsened me and then distorted me, disorganized me. I had to put myself together. I'm currently still putting myself together. It's not easy. Sometimes we just let the word marriage destroy us because we want to have the ring. But it gets to a point when you have to let go.
Enough is enough.
Yes.
Yeah.
But trust me, if it can be fixed,
you should fix it. Yeah.
The fixing should be your first choice. Unless it's gonna kill you.
Definitely.
Yeah. If it's gonna kill you, then you go. But if you can fix, you can always give the person a chance. Cheating, this annual man, it can be fixed. And if anybody to me as a son, and I almost a sample, I'm the basic. My game ni more tight. Anyway,
I mean that's quite an experience you have there, but it's good to know. So for you, a joint partnership is a no.
No. I'm not repeating that. I could contribute outside of it, but to join like legally, as in owning a business together, it won't work for me.
Yeah.
It might work for someone else, but
not anymore.
Not anymore. It didn't work for me.
So just tell me, what are some of your biggest learning experience in running, this number of businesses?
Okay, it's just like any other business, up and down, especially the staffing. You know, some staff are not loyal. They would come and then they wouldn't stay. They would say something else at the interview and then act differently in the interview.
Yeah.
Some people are just good with interviews and you think that they are the best in the world. But when it comes to the real job, they become something else. So those are the challenges. In terms of running a business, challenges of getting the job, it's really, you have to up your game to be able to win bids. For what we do, we go into pitch for our jobs, marketing. We suggest marketing solutions for bigger companies, right? Activations, branding, etc. Solutions that we find solutions to their problems. So you need to go pitch it to them, tell them what you can do to solve such problems. And it's not easy to pitch because there's a lot of competition. There's a lot of marketing agencies in Ghana. And so the competition is very high. So the challenge is that you need to have a very strong team behind you to be able to win most of the job you pitch for. It is not easy in the marketing area in Ghana. It's tough because we have great marketing agencies who are doing equally good as you. So pitching, it's always the deal breaker. You need to pitch well. You need to have a good team who would give suggestions that could catch the eye of your potential client and all of that. So those are the challenges. Your team have to be great. You need to have loyal team and they need to be up and doing, need to know the job as well. Yeah.
And what would you say is that one thing you will never compromise on when it comes to business?
When it comes to business, one thing I will never compromise on is failure.
Okay.
Like I told you, I don't believe in failure.
It's non-existent to you.
It doesn't exist. So when it comes, so you can't tell me, oh, I couldn't do it, madam. Always, I tell them that there's always a solution.
Yeah.
Don't come and tell me the problem. Find a solution and come and suggest it to me. So if I gave you an assignment to do, don't come back to tell me that, madam, I did this and it's not, no. By all means, you need to find a solution, then bring the solution. If it doesn't work, then we can both now suggest a better solution. But don't come back to me, bringing me back the job I gave you to solve. So I believe that there's nothing like I cannot do. I didn't find solution. I don't want those languages in my line of business. It's a no-go area for me. There's always a solution. You have to think through. You have to be innovative. You need to be creative. You have to think deeper. And you find a solution or a suggestion that will work with it. I mean, suggest something. Try to find a solution. If it doesn't work, it could be corrected, expanded. You never know. You can bring something up. We can add up. But a no, failure, I can't do it. No. I don't accept that.
So let's say Mimi Andani, the CEO, or Mavela Mohammed, the boss lady. What's your leadership style like? Are you the bossy type, hey, do this, or are you that kind of leader that imparts and wants to see change and empowers your people? What kind of leader are you?
For me, I am a leader that wants to develop you. I'd love that you leave my company and mention my name in another company that whatever I know, I learned it from Agency 33, Madam Mimi was good. And I get that a lot from NMJ.
Okay.
That is my style. I do not take from you. I add to what you already brought. You can't come to me and go the same. You would go fully packed. And I am not that person who likes to hold on to people for a long time. When you feel like you've developed yourself enough and you want to go to a bigger company that can expand your territory more, because these things, we have them in levels. You can't like force somebody to stay with you forever when they can develop better in another place. It's in stages. People get to a stage, they can work with your company, they will develop, and they would want to go to other places. Even other places might want them because of their expertise, because you've developed them well. I'd like to have people that have developed so much in different bigger companies, international companies, who can mention my name in the room and say that for what I have become, Mimi Andani was part of my success story. Not necessarily you staying working with me for 20 years and not growing. No, some loyalty is stupidity. You need to expand. That's loyalty.
I like that. Loyalty is
some loyalty is stupidity because you need to move to be able to grow. Sometimes you can be loyal to a company. You can move, go develop more, and come back to impact, actually. So that loyalty thing that is not loyal, has to stay forever. No. So sometimes loyalty is stupidity. So I believe in impacting more into you going out there in the world and mentioning my company's name as being part of your success story. That alone can bring me more than you would have been with me and not leaving. Probably would have gone there and a bigger deal would have come. You'd say, where I work with, I can put my hand in fire and tell you that Agency 33 headed by Mimi and Danny can do this job because of A, B, C, D. And that would have benefited me than if you would have been with me for 10 years. Rather than me developing you and throwing you out there to be better. So yes.
I mean, let's touch on this part of your award scheme, the Golden Movie Awards. You mentioned that you had to stop due to lack of funds or lack of sponsorship. So you've been someone who's been at that seat. You've been a corporate. You've been in the corporate industry. You've been in entrepreneurship. You're still doing entrepreneurship, and you've been in the creative industry as well. What would you pinpoint as that issue that has become a stumbling block in this space regarding support from corporate bodies towards the creatives?
I think they don't see it as a lucrative area. So it all boils down to the system. The government not putting the creative art industry system in order for us to look as serious as we're supposed to look. Our agencies need to do much. All these government, whatever, all the agencies regarding the creative art should do better so that the corporate they see us as not lucrative. For them, they look at numbers. So if they are not getting what they want, then they don't want to actually like relate to you. So and sponsoring most of our event and stuff is also because our event space is very crowded with a lot of mediocrity and a lot of events. So these people get up with like hundreds of proposals from different entities, all wanting sponsorship. And so they also have plans. They plan for the year that they will sponsor 2, 1 or this. And that alone is what also prevent them from sponsoring other great events because of the limit of the number of sponsorship they as a company have declared for the year. And they declare for in this industry, we want to do this year with this industry, with that industry, with that industry. So they spread their money across. Again, how many strong companies do we have who have like money to just pour away in sponsorship? It's not easy. But me, for the sponsorship reason I gave first, the truth is it wasn't sponsorship. It was that I was getting divorced.
Okay.
And so I had to give a nice reason whilst I go through my divorce. Now that it's over, I can say that Golden Movie Awards was not stopped because of
sponsorship.
It was stopped because there was a disagreement between founders.
Okay.
And so one person said, I won't do again. And then so we had to just, this is some of the disadvantages of
joint partnership with your spouse.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Interesting.
So that's disadvantage is what has affected Golden Movie Awards.
Okay.
Because Golden Movie had brought the brand to a point that sponsorship was not going to be that tough. It might have not been 100%, but small one to be able to organize Grand Prix.
It wouldn't have been a problem like that.
Yeah.
So since Golden Movie Awards is no more, should we look forward to you starting another awards initiative of some kind?
We'll find a balance. Golden Movie Awards cannot be scrapped off. So it will definitely be back. We'll continue with the 8th edition of Golden Movie Awards.
Awesome.
So there's definitely going to be an agreement with that one, just because for the industry, the awards, the film awards scheme was just relying on us.
Yes.
And especially the fact that we brought a lot of tourism, bringing all these people from different African
parts
countries
of Africa.
It really was a good time every time in Ghana for Golden Movie Awards to be happening. I think that we cannot rob Ghanaian of that privilege and experience, and also a privilege that everyone is yearning to come to our country. Even to the fact that Ghana is now like the eye of the continent where everybody wants to come every December and have fun. That alone could also give other people opportunity to take advantage of the awards scheme. They couldn't make it in December to come to our awards scheme anytime we're having it. So yes, I think that we would look into that. So I'm not going to create any new awards for anything. I'm just going to run my business. It's just that it's going to be solely me and not
a partnership.
Even if I had partnership, the person wouldn't be my spouse.
Your spouse, definitely, definitely. But considering the current state of the movie industry in Ghana, won't it affect it in any way?
You know, Golden Movie Awards was an African film award.
Definitely.
So it doesn't really rely so much on Ghanaian films.
Yeah.
So whichever films are produced have the chance to submit. But we usually give opportunity to all the African countries. And that is how it has always been. So it's not like a Ghanaian-based film awards, but it's made in Ghana. And they shine more on Ghana because founders are in Ghana, but it's an African film awards.
Awesome. I mean, I'm looking forward to that. Can't wait to see the next edition taking place. And I also know that you're a polyglot, well-versed in different languages.
Yes.
Tell me, how does that influence your business transactions and how you relate with people, and considering the fact that you even work with outsiders or foreigners themselves, how does that impact?
I think that being able to speak different languages has done a lot for me. Sometimes you would go to bid for a business somewhere and then realize that the main company is from a certain country, and some of them were part of the meeting, and then you could speak the language with them. It breaks the ice.
Yes.
You know, language always breaks the ice, especially if you are in a country where you are speaking a different language from the country you are actually living in. It's always amazing for people to find out that when they came to Ghana, they were able to speak to some Ghanaians who could speak Spanish, Portuguese, or Italian, and all of that. So yeah, and when I travel, and sometimes you speak at a place and everybody's looking, they are shocked that maybe you are black and you are able to be fluent as you can be. One time in Barcelona, somebody said, you know what, I know blacks can speak Spanish, but your Spanish is like a Spanish person.
Like
Why
a native,
so? And I'm saying because of the school. So they want to say that I speak correct Spanish, like I don't speak the street one. So it gives me an attention, because when I speak, then people are like, she's speaking a native, like she's not speaking like a black man would speak here. I mean, Africans speak Spanish, but then, so it has helped me a lot. And also when I travel to countries that speak, I remember the last time I went for vacation in Sao Tome. Sao Tome, they speak Portuguese, but it's an African country, right? Even Mozambique speaks Portuguese. I don't know if people know this. They don't do English. They do Portuguese. Sao Tome speaks Portuguese. I went for vacation and I was able to communicate very easily and do my things very easily, and don't have to listen to their broken English and all of that. Language, speaking a lot of language breaks a lot of ice in conversation and opens doors for you. I can also even use it as a job if I want, but yeah, it's too much.
I mean, your story has been a remarkable one, and I can't wait to see what the future holds for you and all your ventures and initiatives. But tell me, what's that philosophy that keeps you going?
Well, mine is that I don't stop. I'm like a moving train, so I never stop. I just keep going.
Yeah.
We are going till the end of time. We don't give up. We just go. There's nothing like fall, no failure. It's just from grace to grace. Just from grace to grace. No negativity here. There's nothing like a sad story. Everything, it's either you are learning or you are winning.
Yeah.
So that's what keeps me going.
So let's say in the near future, Mavela is all grown, sitting with her kids, lounging at home.
We didn't even talk about Mavela Children's March.
I think we mentioned it. So
I
mean,
mentioned it.
in passing there.
Yeah.
But I mean,
that's the new venture for Mavela.
Definitely.
Kid stuff and all of that.
Yeah. And the dresses are beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's say Mavela is at home with her kids, and there's Grandma Mimi. Yeah.
Hey God. Hi, Grandma Mimi.
What is that legacy you wish to leave behind, or what do you want to be remembered for?
I want to be remembered that I impacted, I changed lives. That's the most important things.
Yeah.
The human race would never end, right?
Yeah.
Well, there are theories, but impacting in people's life and bettering them, it's what I want. Good name is better than riches. So I just want to be remembered that I changed a narrative positively.
Yeah.
I impacted on lives positively. I changed situations. And yeah, I think that will make me very happy in my grave.
And what would be the advice that you give to aspiring entrepreneurs who are also looking to carve their own path to success?
Well, what I know about entrepreneurship is your network is your net worth.
Yeah.
The contacts and the connection you have is what is going to determine the result of your entrepreneurial journey. Make sure you form relationships. Don't take relationships for granted. Nature relationship. Go to network events where you can connect with people. I can tell you.
Week edition of Business Life. Coming up in this bulletin, Chief Executive of the Volta Aluminium Company advocates a strong aluminium manufacturing sector to serve as stakeholder after the commencement of the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation.
We are in the middle. We have the upstream. That is where they produce the bauxite before it's sent outside to be processed. The integrated aluminium industry that the president is pushing so hard, Baku is in the middle.
Inflation for February 2024 slows down to 23.2% as Eastern Region once again records the highest inflation rate in the country.
Over a one-year period, that is between February 2023 and February 2024, prices of goods and services have gone up by 23.2%.
Plus, today on the Joy Business Van, we will tell you how startup Emmanuela Light Amwa is helping promote Ghanaian snacks. We have details of these and many others coming your way all in a moment. Please stay on. Thanks so much for your company. I am Pius Kojobaka. We can now take a look at our stories. The Chief Executive Officer of the Volta Aluminium Company, Valco, Titus Glover, has stated that the company will play a crucial medial role when the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation starts operations President Akufo-Addo, during the 67th Independence Day celebration, announced 2 strategic partners for the operation. Now, speaking to Joy Business, Mr. Glover said there is the need for a strong aluminium manufacturing sector to operate as off-takers when GUIDEC starts work.
We are in the middle. We have the upstream, that is where they produce the bauxite before it's sent outside to be processed. The integrated aluminum industry that the president is pushing so hard, VACO is in the middle. So the upstream, where you have this bauxite production, currently GUIDEC, our mother company that supervises VACO, recently had an investor to partner government to process the raw bauxite into alumina. When that is done, we'll not go and ship all the way from overseas and bring the alumina here. So when it is done, it brings to VACO. That is where we use to produce the aluminium.
On to one of our headline stories. Inflation for the month of February 2024 slowed down to 23.2% from 23.5% recorded in January 2024. Now, the key drivers for the ease in inflation were alcoholic beverages, tobacco and narcotics, as well as restaurants and accommodation services. Now, Eastern region was once again the region with the highest rate of inflation of 36.1%. Government statistician Professor Samuel Kobnenim has been providing more details in this report.
According to figures from the Ghana Statistical Service, the non-food inflation declined to 20% in February 2024 from 20.5% in January 2024. Food inflation, however, shot up marginally to 27.1% in February 2024 from 27% in January 2024. The month-on-month inflation between January 2024 and February 2024 was 1.6%. Inflation for locally produced items in February 2024 stood at 24.6%, whilst inflation for imported items was 20.1%. Here is government statistician Professor Samuel Kobnenim.
In the month of February 2024, the rate of inflation stood at 23.2%. This year-on-year rate of inflation signifies that over a one-year period, that is between February 2023 and February 2024, prices of goods and services have gone up by 23.2%. This 23.2% is a reversal of the marginal increase that we recorded in the month of January 2024, when the slowdown that we had successively recorded for the last 7 months saw a marginal increase to 23.5%. In reverse, we have turned around this increase for January 2024 to a reverse of 23.2% for the month of February 2024.
Eastern region was once again the region with the highest rate of inflation of 36.7%. OT region, however, recorded the lowest rate of inflation of 13.1%. The Greater Accra and Ashanti regions recorded inflation rates of 13.5% and 22.2% respectively. Meanwhile, 7 divisions recorded inflation rates higher than the national average. They are alcoholic beverages, tobacco and narcotics, restaurants and accommodation services, personal care, social protection and miscellaneous goods and services, health, food and non-alcoholic beverages, recreation, sports and culture, and furnishings, household equipment and routine household maintenance.
And I want us to have a discussion in the back of this, and joining us to do these analysis, of course, is economist Dr. Patrick Sumin. Thanks so much, Dr. Sumin, for your time here on Business Live. Now, on the back of this, the MPC of the Bank of Ghana is expected to start meeting from next week. Do you think that a marginal drop in inflation, or as we are being told, 23.2%, gives room for a further easing of the policy rate, or you believe it must be maintained?
Good evening and good evening to viewers. Yeah, I think the marginal drop shouldn't really affect the policy rate, because when the rate was reduced, the current rate of inflation was just about the same as we have now. I think that the initial reduction that we saw at the last meeting was a little too early. It was a little premature, I think. So I expect that having reduced it and the expected disinflation at the time has not continued. So I believe that the BOG, the MPC, will be a little cautious in bringing further reduction. So I don't expect that they will reduce it at all.
I don't know what you are learning so far in relation to the inflation figures, but do you see inflation trending upwards for March, basically, following the increase in fuel prices and the slight instability seen in the exchange rate regime over the period?
There's a strong chance that we could see an increment. I think I was actually expecting that we could have seen a marginal increment this particular reading. So it was a little bit of a pleasant surprise that it was a marginal drop instead. I think, especially from the beginning of February, we've seen some pressures begin to build. We've seen the currency fluctuate a little, lose a little bit of ground. And then I think through the last two pricing windows, we've seen fuel prices go up. Now, because of the pass-through effect takes some time, you expect that these will take a little bit of time for us to see its impact. So there's a chance that we might see some small increment. But definitely the steady disinflation that we saw toward the end of the year, it appears that it stalled a little bit. So on the back of all of this, I don't expect that the BOG will continue with the easing of the monetary policy rate.
Dr. Sumin, I don't know what you make of these assertions that basically there is excess money in supply, hence the rate must be tightened to mop up excess liquidity. Do you believe that?
I think probably that was truer last year than it probably is today. Because of what we learned, how much liquidity the central bank had given to the government. So when people make that argument, it's presuming that the Bank of Ghana has not been able to mop up all those additional liquidity that I pumped for the government in 2022. So there's a real chance of that. But don't forget that from the start of to up to this point, the increase in the interest rate has been really steep. The MPC has substantially raised the interest rate. So there's a sense that maybe now is the time to hold on. But when you read the inflation number, you also see that there's still problems with cost of production. When you disaggregate the inflation by locally produced and then imported, you still see that the local inflation is still high. So it just tells you that it's not just a excess liquidity issue. There are real problems with production bottlenecks in the country.
I want your view on this. What do you think could be accounting for the reason why the CD depreciation really did not have a major impact on imported inflation, as we have been told by the Ghana Statistical Service?
Sorry, you have to repeat that last question.
All right, so I'm asking that I want your views on what basically could be accounting for the reason why the CD's depreciation basically did not have an impact on imported food inflation, basically, as we have been told by the Ghana Statistical Service.
I think you should always expect a time lag between when the currency depreciates and the pass-through. So there are several things. One is even the timing of the depreciation relative to the timing of the measurement. So I think it's from the beginning of February, that's where we really began to see the CD lose ground. Now, my understanding is that for February inflation, the data would have been collected by the middle of the month. So the data collection takes place relatively early. So that's one part. But the way the pricing system works, it's also going to introduce additional lag, because don't forget, when the currency appreciates, it takes a little bit of time before businesses begin to reflect that in their pricing, simply because they might have had old stock that they have to get rid of. So all of those might play a role. The fact that the timing of the data collection, as well as it takes time for us to see a full pass-through effect from currency depreciation into actual prices.
I would plead with you to indulge me on this. We would like to shift focus and touch on this subject matter. We've seen cocoa prices go up on the international market in recent times. Do you foresee that the increasing revenue basically from this product as a result of the increase we are witnessing?
Probably not. So the primary reason why we've seen the increment is because there hasn't been sufficient production. There's been production shortfalls from the two major producers, Ghana and then Cote d'Ivoire. So if we were producing a lot and the price was rising, then we see revenue gains. But our production numbers for this year is significantly lower than it was last year. So I don't think that we're going to gain much from the price increases. In any case, it's a supply demand thing. It's because we haven't produced enough. that we are beginning to see the price rises. Unfortunately, that means we are not in a good position to take advantage of the higher prices. I don't expect that there will be major uptick in our revenue from this.
I see. Thank you very much, Dr. Patrick Esumin, for your time speaking to us on Business Live on inflation, of course, cocoa-related stories. Now, Cocoa Board fears the current weather condition is as a result of climate change may affect the country's cocoa production target. According to its chief executive, Joseph Boahinedu, the country is likely to experience a marginal change in the product quality if the challenge persists. Now, in recent times, the Ghana Meteorological Agency has warned of extreme dry weather conditions in some parts of the country. The industry has also been impacted heavily by illegal mining activities. Mr. Boahinedu tells Joy Business the situation calls for a strategy to reduce the impact on cocoa production.
Become very vulnerable. Cocoa doesn't lack too much rain. So when there's excessive rainfall, they stand in waterlogged soils. And by that, they cannot actually get the needed nutrition to, feed the flowers and then the showers that will come, the pulse and so on and so forth. And that affected us. Then immediately the rains were over, the harmattan came in severely. And these are all the work of El Nino, and we have had one of the severest harmattans of recent times. There too, when we have excessive harmattan, the cocoa definitely responds to that. And the effect is that you lose flowers and so on and so forth. So both ways, our cocoa farms have been affected by the extremes of the weather conditions caused by El Nino, excessive rains and then excessive dryness. And definitely it's going to affect production. But it's only come to exacerbate an existing systemic problem. Systemic problem had to do with cocoa swine-shoot virus disease. That is the main driver of the decrease of production of cocoa in Ghana.
So watching Business Live here with me, Pius Kojo Baka. We've got the business van for you right after this break. Hello, welcome back to Business Live. Hard up and looking for some money to support her education, Emmanuel Alight Amwa decided to venture into business. It was nothing sophisticated. A simple idea to make and sell the popular Ghanaian snack, kuli kuli, otherwise known as adunle. Now, it is just a part of a bigger dream to promote Ghanaian snacks. A story on the Joy Business Van today.
The Joy Business Van is brought to you by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and TN everywhere you go.
Hi, Joy Business Van. My name is Emmanuel Alight Amwa and I'm the CEO for Jani Foods. Welcome to my house, which is also my temporary business production.
Emmanuel Alight Amwa, or Ella Light, as she's popularly called, recently graduated from the University of Ghana.
I remember when I was in my final year, I needed to get some stuff urgently. I needed about 1,000 cedis in. I called home. Initially, I didn't want to call home because I knew my mommy didn't really have a solid source of income. So I was just thinking how I was going to get the money. So I just had to call her. I called home and she was like, Mama, and she went like, her response was like, oh, sweetie, and that broke me, like it really broke me because I was like, and I know she would do everything for me. So for her to say that, like to openly tell me that, it means it was very hard for her during those times.
Pressure on her mother.
So I remember I came home one weekend and I saw that my sister was doing adunle, and then donuts, those local snacks. So I tasted the adunle and I said, oh, this thing tastes really nice, not like the local one that we know, but I think it's advanced. It tasted so good. So I took some. Really loved it, and they were like, oh, Ella, how about you sell adunle in school? And I was like, hey, adunle is a local snack. I mean, how am I going to sell it in school?
Kuli adunle or atipupui, depending on which part of the country you hail from, is made from peanuts or cornmeal. It is a popular snack in Ghana, Nigeria, Benin, and northern Cameroon.
Kuli is a Ghanaian local snack, and the Northerners call it kuli. The Ghans call it adunle, and the Evers call it atipupui, but it actually originated from the Volta region. So atipupui basically means dried steak because of the nature of the snack. This is how it looks like. It's dried and it looks like a steak. Yes, but depending on the part of the country you are, the Northerners use ground nuts, and the Ghans use corn.
Having figured out an idea for packaging, Ella took her products to campus.
So I got the idea to go look for a nice paper pouch and then like this to do it. So I did, and then I took a sample to school. I took about 10. And shockingly, they bought it. Like, they bought it at a go. And at the time, I was selling it for 5 cedis. Yeah, so they bought it, and that really encouraged me to start the business.
Ella turned the porch of her home into a production center. She shows us how production is done.
First, mix the ingredients. So we use corn flour, sugar, and salt basically. But depending on the flavor, we can add milk powder and other ingredients, other spice. Yes. So we boil the water first, and then pour the mixed ingredients in, stir it up, dry it like banku, like how we get normal banku, and then leave it to cool down. And after that, we roll it, knead and roll it, and to the desired shape, the atipupui, and then from there we fry.
For 10 packs, Ella is now able to do as many as 200 packs a week. The unique taste of the corn sticks, recommendations, and a boost on social media is doing the trick for the business. Keeping up with orders is now becoming a challenge.
One main challenge we are facing is with the production. Because we don't have a production space, we do it in our house, in a porch. We don't have like a place where we can do it. So it makes producing in large quantity becomes very hard, very difficult, because we now have to do everything like step by step, and then it's so tedious. And we also don't have the machines. I know we can get a machine that can make the kuli, like mold it to the desired shape we want, but because we don't have the machinery, we are not able to do the orders, and like the orders delay sometimes.
But that may change soon, as Ella started to work on a new production facility.
So as part of my plans to scale up our business, we are acquiring a new production center that will help us to move the business from our home to the production center here in Awoshi. The building is almost ready. We are just left with the interior, with the lighting, and then the painting and tiling, and that's basically what is left. And then with the glass door and the window, yeah, that's basically what is left. And then the machinery. We need funds and support from people who are interested to help or to support us. We aim to expand the business. We want it to be a global business, and we are not only looking at producing adunle, we are also looking at producing other local snacks and even juice, beverages, and all of that. And we want to be the major supplier of snacks in Ghana and beyond, to hospitals, hotels, restaurants, everywhere. The thing is, if you think food, you should think Jani Foods. That's basically it. Thank you so much.
Big plans for the future. As she takes steps to go global, Ella is satisfied she's been able to start a food brand. The Joy Business Van was brought to you by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and MTN, everywhere you go.
Now, finally, before we go, Absa Bank Ghana says it will collaborate with key stakeholders within the SME space to aid in trade facilitation for export. According to Marketing and Corporate Relations Director at Absa Bank Ghana, Nana Esofua Tamaklo, the move is to intensify efforts geared towards building the capacity of small and medium-scale enterprises. She was speaking at a media briefing on the launch of Absa Bank's new brand repositioning.
Absa Bank Ghana says its repositioned brand to the market signals a shift to being a more deliberate, customer-centric business with the new brand promise of Your Story Matters. The bank has set a clear trajectory to ensure that Absa's entire suite of services and offerings lives up to this crucial pivot towards a more human-centered, empathetic banking service across the continent.
Support to SME is our biggest claim to fame. There is no bank in this country who is offering loans as 10%. You can please check. And therefore, the story to grow with our SMEs is as big as ever. We are still lending to our SME sector at 10% because we want to support this sector. It's the engine behind the economy, and therefore it's very important to us. And also, the fact that we want to continue empowering that sector is one of the reasons why we are supporting women-led businesses. And not just that, agribusiness, fintech, and young entrepreneurs. It does not matter the gender, because we see a lot of young people who are going into entrepreneurship. And so we have actually carved this out, and we are not doing this alone. We are doing this in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation. And it's given us a lot of leverage to lend, in astronomical numbers, to the sector. And we will be doing that throughout the year.
The bank says its financial literacy project and ready-to-work programs will continue to ensure that their customers and youth are supported with knowledge in order to be informed.
Thanks so much for being part of Business Live for today. I am Pius Kojo Baka. For more stories, do log on to myjoyonline.com/business. There you go, great stories on that portal. Do visit there. See you same time tomorrow. I leave you with commodities updates.
Thanks for joining us on Focus on Africa. I'm Wahiga Mwaura.
This is a covert operation on the hunt to catch a criminal.
We've been here for nearly a week, and this camp seems to grow every day.
The nightmare of hyperinflation has haunted Zimbabwe for over 20 years now.
Why is racism seemingly such a hard nut to crack for La Liga?
I think they are the first to say that they have not done enough.
Now to a new bill that could change the lives of African students in the United Kingdom, but not for the better. Well, joining me now in studio is Anita Nkonge, the BBC's youth reporter. I imagine there have been quite some reactions to that announcement by the UK government?
Yes, a whole bunch of mixed reactions.
For months, I've been investigating a form of blackmail that has become so prevalent in Nigeria that it's got its own name: Keto.
How widespread would you say this blackmail phenomenon known as Keto is in Nigeria?
Every week they get about 20 to 30 reports of cases of people saying that they either were close to be blackmailed.
The BBC's Umaru Fofana is in Freetown.
Hardly would anybody have predicted that in our lifetime we would see it lying down like this.
Climate change is here, and it's still, it is here. We have to change our ways
it is going to teach us a lot of lessons.
The Advechi Living Water Expedition is a research expedition and also a swim to draw attention to the influx of textiles to Ghana, specifically second-hand clothing waste.
What can the citizens themselves do to protect themselves?
So look at how you can empower the health sector, education and agriculture and the water sector.
It is not that Spain is a racist country, but that they acknowledge that there is a problem of education that must be dealt with.
The BBC's Nyasha Michelle has been talking to the British actress and finding out more about the show.
What would you say to those who are saying it's pushing a particular Afrocentrism narrative?
Why, if there's a possibility that she might have been of biracial heritage, she can't be played by an actress of biracial heritage?
From me and the rest of the Focus on Africa team, it's goodbye.
Hello everyone, welcome to Health and Vitality. I am Dr. Hannalisa Tete. In certain places, it's a common sight for children to be embarrassed because they have urinated on the bed at night. But did you know that if you and your partner wet the bed as a kid and outgrew it, your child could too? Find out after the break. Bedwetting, nighttime incontinence or nocturnal enuresis is involuntary urination while asleep after the age at which staying dry at night can be reasonably expected. There are two types: primary bedwetting, where a child has not been able to achieve dry nights since potty training, and secondary bedwetting, where a child who stopped bedwetting for at least 6 months starts again, and this is mostly due to a stressful event. So what do people think about bedwetting, and how do they handle a child that does so?
Bedwetting is not only allocated to children. Some people are even grown and they still bedwet. But then, I don't know if there's any medication for bedwetting. But you know, in the African setting, when a child bedwets, the person is beaten.
I think it's when someone maybe unconsciously urinates on him or herself during sleep. And to manage this as a child, you have to wake them up during sleep, like in the evening when they are asleep. You have to wake them up with time to go and then urinate, to avoid them urinating on themselves. Yeah.
Bedwetting is in a child is something that I will consider it to be like is laziness. Yeah, it's laziness on the part of the child. So maybe when the child was very young, she was too lazy to be waking up midnight to urinate or something. So for me, if I'm having a child who is into that or who bedwet, I'll make sure that I'll try to at least use a week or two to make sure that I'll always be waking him or her up to urinate, and I think that will be able to cure it.
Mostly by age 4, most children are able to stay dry at night. However, some are unable to do so even after age 6 or 7. This should not be a challenge because at this age, the child may still be developing nighttime bladder control. Here are a few of the reasons for this. It could occur when a child experiences stress and anxiety. This occurs in events that the child considers stressful, such as starting a new school or going to a new environment. This may trigger bedwetting. Also, If one or both of the child's parents wet the bed as children, it means there is a family history of bedwetting. Their child has a significant chance of wetting the bed as well. Bedwetting is seen to be common in children who have attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So what do you do to help a child that wets their bed at night? Instead of embarrassing them, which would lower their self-esteem, encourage responsibility by making them help in the cleanup process. Though adequate fluid intake is encouraged in the day, reduce fluid intake at night with no water or fluid taken at least 2 hours before bedtime. Make the child urinate immediately before they go to bed. Avoid beverage, tea, and foods with caffeine, which may stimulate the bladder, especially in the evening. Dietary changes should be made to avoid constipation. Make it easy to access the toilet and ensure that the path leading to the toilet is well lit. Encourage regular toilet use throughout the day. Use washable absorbent sheets, plastic layers on the bed, and waterproof bed covers to make cleaning easy. Whilst being encouraged to be patient, kindly talk to your doctor if your child starts to wet the bed after a few months of being dry at night, if your child still wets the bed after age 7, or bedwetting is accompanied by painful urination, unusual thirst, red urine, hard stools, or snoring. Until the next episode of Health and Vitality, it's bye for now.
Driven by passion, percussionist Vivi Vasileva and her energetic performances. Made with love, the rare and elaborately produced pasta su filindeu from Sardinia. And done by desire, Germans and their love of cycling. These stories and more coming up on Euromax. Vivi Vasileva's passion is percussion. The professional musician discovered her love of drumming on a beach in Bulgaria as a child, and since then has dedicated her life to music. We caught up with her at a solo performance in Vienna. This is one of Germany's rising stars in the classical music world. German-Bulgarian percussionist Vivi Vasileva.
Music for me is life and this very, very big energy that brings the most intense emotions from inside of us.
Already at her young age, she's reached the pinnacle of her career. She performs around the world as a soloist. Here in Vienna's concert house, she's rehearsing for a piece for percussion by Austrian composer Friedrich Serha.
In the beginning, it was challenging for me to find the connection to this music because it's very, very intense and quite aggressive also. My first impression was, okay, this is some kind of masculine energy, masculine aggressiveness that I don't really feel how I will stand on the stage and interpret this music with all this convincing and passion in every note.
Conductor Maren Alsop is performing this piece for the first time with her.
It's a fantastic experience to conduct with Vivi as soloist. She's so energized and dramatic and into the music, so it's a matter of trying to get everybody in that same zone. It's really fun.
Vivi Vasileva comes from a musical family. Her father taught her and her siblings to play violin. For her, another profession is unimaginable.
It's what I always wanted, and I always worked for this, and it's just a dream come true now that I can play with the most wonderful orchestras, most wonderful conductors, and these really amazing pieces that are written for us.
Only some 10% of classical percussionists are female, including one of her role models who's paved the way for her career.
The first percussion soloist was a woman, the first person who went in front of the orchestra, and it was Evelyn Glennie. she's still premiering works, and yeah, she was the door opener.
Back in the concert hall, the doors are beginning to open for tonight's concert.
I practice every day. Musicians have actually no holiday, and I practice all day, probably up to 10 hours. Playing percussion definitely keeps me in shape. I eat probably 3 times more than all my friends around me, and I still can't get enough. We use our whole body when we play percussion.
Vivi practices up until the audience takes their seats. A career highlight occurred in 2023 when she received the prestigious Leonard Bernstein Award worth 10,000 euros, money she's already spent on some of the instruments used in tonight's performance.
Yeah, fantastic. And the audience reaction, you could feel it was on fire. And she's not just a wonderful percussionist, but such a performer.
It was amazing. It's when you're in the flow and you're loving every moment, and you feel now's the time. You had the rehearsals, but in the concert you always give like 30% more, and yeah, it was amazing. It was very intense.
And what does the future hold?
I have a lot of plans for new pieces, working with composers, for different projects, like of course for orchestra. A lot of new works are waiting for us in the future, and nice concerts and projects.
And with that confidence, Vivi Vasileva is showing the world how she marches to the beat of her own drum. You think you know about every type of pasta out there? Well, we've discovered another you probably haven't heard of yet.
You won't find these noodles in any supermarket in the world. They're called su filindeu, the threads of God.
These noodles are sacred.
What makes them special is that very few people can make them. Why is that?
It takes a lot of patience and willpower to learn it well. If you think you can learn this here in a snap and then master the technique, you'd better not come.
There's just one city where these noodles are made, Nuoro, up in the mountains on the Italian island of Sardinia in the Mediterranean. Here, 2 families guard the secret of this pasta. But one man is willing to show us how to prepare it.
Welcome, I'm Luca Floris. I'll show you how to make su filindeu.
Is it the ingredients that make it so special? Water, salt, semolina? They're pretty simple, actually. However,
at first, you have to do a lot of testing. You need the right proportions. And you have to understand how the semolina reacts to the humidity or heat, because it can absorb a lot of water or release it again, depending on the temperature.
the dough is worked by hand, not using a machine. While kneading it, Luca can feel if it has the right consistency and elasticity. But there's more to take into consideration.
This is the phase when many people make a mistake, if they think the dough is done now. But it has to be really smooth and keep getting kneaded. It's a lot of work. It's quite tough. You can feel it in your elbows. Now I let the dough stand for a while, and in a few hours, it's ready.
Next comes the real challenge. How many strings can Luca pull from this roll?
Here's 1, Now 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256. The number of threads doubles each time.
A wicker wheel is used to dry the pasta threads. It takes a long time to learn the technique, and there's an extra challenge to it.
You have to do the beginning and the end as fast as possible, because while I'm still working this dough here, it's already starting to dry. And you can't stick fresh dough onto dry dough. It won't hold.
Three layers of threads form a sort of mesh at the end. It sure looks impressive. But how are you supposed to eat these noodles anyway?
In fall temperatures, it takes a few days for it all to dry. Here I have dried sufilindeu I made a few days ago, and I'm breaking it up now.
What? After all that careful crafting, it's simply broken apart?
That's part of the art. We have to break it into pieces so we can eat it.
But this pasta isn't served on just any ordinary day in Sardinia.
This pasta is sacred and dedicated to Saint Francis, whom we celebrate twice a year in Nuoro. No one makes it on a different day. This pasta is linked to our religion and spirituality.
But how does this specialty actually taste in the end? And how's it served? It gets cooked for a few minutes in this mutton broth before lots of Sardinian cheese is added, pecorino. So in the end, it's a sort of noodle soup.
It has a strong taste from the mutton broth, but you can feel how much work has gone into it, and that makes it even better. My mother always said you should enjoy sufilindeu like any other meal, with respect.
Anyone who wants to try sufilindeu themselves needs a lot of luck. You can't buy these special noodles in stores, not even in Sardinia. Just one more reason this Sardinian specialty is so extraordinary.
When it comes to biking, Germany is way ahead of other countries. But DW reporter Shabnan Surita didn't know how to ride a bike when she moved here from India 7 years ago. It wasn't long, however, before she took up the challenge.
Are you even German if you don't know how to ride a bike? Maybe not. Welcome to this new episode of Meet the Germans. And today we'll talk about Germans on bikes, which may or may not include me. Keep watching to find out. Before moving to Germany, I had no idea how important cycling was to Germans. Don't blame me, because everyone always told me that Germany is the ultimate land of cars. Which of course is still very true. But the numbers say that today Germany has around 60 million registered motor vehicles, whereas there are 83 million bikes here, which means statistically almost every German has a bike today. Whoa, that's a lot of bikes. Germany is one of Europe's top 5 bike-friendly countries. Also, according to surveys, the German city of Münster is the world's second most bike-friendly city behind Utrecht in the Netherlands. The city has hundreds of kilometers of bike paths and state-of-the-art infrastructure developed just for bikes. For Germans, cycling is more than a hobby or a sport. It is a life skill. Maybe that's why 97% of Germans know how to ride a bike, and for the 3% who don't, there are opportunities to learn, even as adults. Which is great for me because I never learned how to ride a bicycle back home in India. So now, after living in Germany for 7 years, I'm finally learning how to ride a bicycle the German way. At the German Cyclist Club, I took a 2-day cycling course for adults. Here I not only learned how to balance myself on a bike, but also some important cycling rules in Germany, like finding the perfect bike for you, wearing the correct helmet, using proper lights, checking if everything on your bike works, and reading the street signs correctly. But don't expect to take your bike out on the streets the very next day. It's not that easy. We are almost there. But why do Germans love bicycles so much?
For many reasons. I like being out in the fresh air and it's healthy.
Yeah, it's fun too. You can also quickly get to the woods and up the hills.
It's sports and doing something for yourself. And you don't have to look for a parking space.
What I like about cycling is that I can get from A to B easily and do sport at the same time.
I like riding around.
It's also good for the environment. You don't have to buy gas, parking tickets, and so on. I think cycling is really good.
I get it. Germans really love their bikes. But the German state, on the other hand, has been reducing its cycling budget over the past few years. That's why the German Cyclists Association still sees a lot of room for improvement.
Essentially, we need to improve the infrastructure. We have far too few bike paths, and the ones we have are not wide enough, or they're not continuous. Those are the biggest shortcomings. To improve this, we need major investment, much more funding for cycling infrastructure. And we also need investment in research and development to establish what biking in general can contribute to society, to the transport transition, and where biking paths need to be built. We currently only have around 400 million for cycling if we combine all the budgets. The goal is €1 billion a year for cycling.
So why did I learn cycling? Not only is biking cheap, fast and eco-friendly, to me it offers a sense of equality and control. Here in my neighborhood in Germany, I always see women of all ages cycling, no matter what time of the day or night it is, or how far they are traveling. I see them be confident, feel secure, ride unbothered, and I also wanted to experience that. So this is how I faced my fears and finally learned to cycle. Am I fully confident after this? Not 100% right now, but I am hopeful. Ich kann nicht bremsen, ich kann nicht treten. How is it to cycle in your country?
To meet the people making Europe's heartbeat. Just follow us on Instagram. Experience lifestyle, traditions, dining, and the arts along with the local people. For you, we'll get up close and personal. Join us. Become a part of our community at DW_Euromax.
We move on now to Drachenburg Castle, a villa styled as a palace located near the western city of Bonn. DW reporter Diana Pinheiros went there on a discovery tour and uncovered some interesting facts about the structure's past.
This German castle looks straight out of a fairy tale, but it has a dark past. A Nazi history, years of neglect, and a former owner with eccentric taste. Let's explore the history and secrets of Drachenburg, the Dragon Castle. Look at this! Yeah, I feel special here. Yes. Okay, we'll leave it back. That's crazy. According to folklore, German hero Siegfried once slayed a dragon here. Hence its name Drachenburg or Dragon Castle. Thousands of people from all over the world visit Drachenburg every year. The castle, located a 20-minute drive from Bonn, was built between 1882 and 1884. It's perched on a hill with a commanding view of the River Rhine. The castle is also a popular filming location. Parts of Babylon Berlin, Germany's most expensive television series, were shot here. Tour guide Gabi Brenich is waiting for me. She has been working here for 14 years. So, Gabi, let's start from the beginning. Who decided to build this castle and why?
Well, a very interesting person called Stefan Sarter. He was an innkeeper's son, and so he came from a low middle class family, but he shot to success at the Paris Stock Exchange by selling shares to build the Suez Canal. And with the new money, he bought the whole site to build his private home.
Nice. Not bad at all. Stefan von Sartre died in 1902. He had no children. The castle was sold off several times and transformed into a summer resort, a Christian school, and even a Nazi college.
In the 40s, the Adolf Hitler School moved in here. For how long they were here and what exactly happened?
Well, for about 4 years, until the end of the Second World War. And, well, there were some 14 to 16-year-old boys up here who got some military training and political indoctrination as well, as you can imagine. We don't have much information about that time because there are hardly some eyewitnesses who could tell you what happened here. So they threw away everything, they destroyed all the files and all that.
The castle's main entrance and the stained glass windows were damaged in World War II. After the war, the castle was used as a shelter for refugees and then as a training center for the rail authorities. It was supposed to be demolished in the early 1960s.
The castle changed owners several times and then it was abandoned 10 years.
Right.
Tell us about it.
Well, a kind of lost place. Very attractive for the first people dealing with drugs. This kind of architecture was regarded as old-fashioned, nobody was interested in. So that's the reason why it stood empty for 10 years, because nobody was willing to buy that and to use it. This was a wonderful venue for romantic meetings.
Okay.
The first drug consumers and all that, yes.
In 1971, wealthy entrepreneur Polish Pinat bought Drachenburg and had extensive refurbishment work done. He was well known for his fancy cars, quirky personality, and eccentric taste in interior design.
Gabi, come here. What do we have here?
Well, you're sitting on a real throne.
Yeah, I feel special.
Yes. So this is one of the pieces of furniture from the time of Paul Spinach or Spinat. Well, he always told the visitors that this was the throne of Louis XIV, but of course it wasn't, definitely, and that's the reason why our guests have the chance to sit on the throne and feel like a queen or a king.
We head to the kitchen. It was restored by the state of North Rhine-Westphalia, which has been in charge of Drachenburg since 1989. Great attention was paid to every last detail.
Oh wow, Gabi, look at you! Oh my God!
To the kitchen, you know.
Next, Gabi shows us some secret places inside the castle, like the servants' staircase, and the rest of the building too. It underwent 30 million euros worth of restoration work. Highlights include the grand marble staircase and many beautiful artworks. Filled with paintings of nudes, this room was once the gentleman's chamber.
Although the castle itself is a mix of different styles, it is interesting to see how each owner left their mark here. And you, have you ever visited a castle? Tell us which ones.
Smoking is harmful, no question about it, but smoking a pipe is one of the oldest habits and traditions in the world. Although the demand for pipes has been declining for a long time, the craft of making them is still alive in some places, such as in the French town of Saint-Claude, where one of the last pipe makers resides.
The tobacco pipe plays a vital role in the little French town of Saint-Claude. It's been considered the world capital of pipe making since the 19th century. Since 1865, the Atelier Journal has been making pipes that are known worldwide. Sébastien Ball is a master pipe maker. He took over the company in 2006.
This is where we turn the head of the pipe. The basic material is wood. A different part is finished on each machine. We produce in series, which means I set up each machine to make a specific model, like this one. This is the first step. From this block, I make the pipe bowl, the inside and the outside.
This is a job where the chips fly. The wood's condition and quality play a decisive role. Not every type is suitable.
This is the root of a tree heather. It's the only wood pipes should be made of because it doesn't burn easily and has no taste. Our pipes are made of that wood.
It takes a total of 50 production steps to turn a block of wood into a pipe. The Atelier Genot produces around 2,000 of them per year. Sébastien Bourg exports a third of them to the USA. A third are sold in France and a third in the rest of Europe.
We work with what we have. It's important the wood blocks are well cut, so we have as little waste as possible.
Although the history of the pipe is represented throughout the town, its importance has greatly diminished over time, and so has the demand. About 3,000 pipes are on display in the St. Claude Pipe Museum, including many rarities and hand-carved specimens. Museum director Antoine Grenat is also a pipe maker.
We are the last company with more than 20 employees that produces around 50,000 pipes a year. But this is ridiculously few compared to the early 20th century, when St. Claude was still producing 30 million pipes a year.
Back in Sébastien Bourg's studio. After around half an hour, the pipe is finished. Then it's embossed with the company's stamp. The pipe maker is optimistic about the future of his craft.
I don't believe this craft is threatened with extinction. We also train young people. The pipe is an object that people like. It may not be as fashionable as it was a long time ago, but it still finds favor.
The pipe has survived the centuries in all its forms and variations, and will most likely continue to find admirers in St. Claude and beyond.
And with that, we wrap up another edition of Euromax. We hope you enjoyed the show. Be sure to follow us on social media for more from the world of culture and lifestyle in Europe. Thanks for tuning in, and till next time, it's Auf Wiedersehen.
Good morning and welcome to the AM show. You are waiting for me to go, huh? This is the best breakfast show on the block, and Benjamin can't wait to just tell you about his proverb today. So,
what makes you think that? It's not like I'm just waiting to spew my proverb.
Yeah.
But you know the new name for the show?
Tell me.
It's the Sweetie and Benjamin show.
Oh, I like that.
It's our show.
Yes.
It's our show. It is what it is.
Yeah.
I love your outfit this morning. You're looking all African with a dash of... Wait, is that a belt?
No, it's not.
It's part of, like, frills for the dress.
Yeah, it's part of the...
Thankfully today, when I decided to go this way, I was hoping you wouldn't do anything orange. So it's okay. It's okay. I see you with your blue and whatever.
It's okay.
I chose to be
Tomorrow, I hope
like an orange
don't
today.
Get back to... Yeah, you look good. Who's been sewing for you?
This one is from a different outfit. It may be from Catherine Garments, if I remember correctly.
Right. Benjamin.
But yes, we're going to serve you our proverbs this morning. She may be stuck. I am confessing on her behalf. She may, but let's see whether she'll be able to redeem herself. For mine, I'll share this with you. Inso ta ponchenia oje wo. Inso eta ponchenia oje den wo. In other words, aponcheni the frog. So if you keep doing certain things that someone finds uncool and you keep up, the person may keep boiling, simmering to the point where there's an overflow. Our politicians could learn from that because they keep doing certain things to the people, and someday the people might just get fed up and kick you out through the right channels. And it also applies to animals. Have you noticed how if you pester animals enough, even the most patient, for example, I've seen donkeys, some of the most docile animals on the planet, attack their owners for whipping them too hard or mistreating them.
Yeah.
So even pets, what did you want to do? At some points, they either give you a paw or something. So that's it.
So I
Same
must
with us.
confess that I didn't originally have a problem. But, because
But now you do.
Yeah, you just gave me an idea. I'm just going to explain the meaning of my name, Abochi. I want to say full name. The extended version is Abochi Mahamivia. Which means that even if you're gulping water down with speed, it can choke you.
It can choke you.
So don't think that it's as soft as water and so you can easily gulp it down. So don't underestimate me.
I guess it also points to patience, right?
Yes.
Be patient with whatever you do.
Yes, with whatever you do.
You should watch some people eat. You would think the food,
So
food will get finished.
Honestly, do not think that the people, the citizens, can be fun food all the time. Because one day, just like you said, we might revolt against you and we will choke.
Someday you'll choke.
Yes.
You'll gag.
That's
anyway.
how we're welcoming you to the midweek edition of the Benjamin and Sweetie show, huh?
Yeah.
I like that.
Whichever way, Sweetie and Benjamin and Sweetie.
Yeah.
We come and do the do. But anyway, stay with us. Up next, she'll be serving you the news. And right after that, the news review, courtesy of political scientist, director of the Center for European Studies, Dr. Kwame Asasante.
And then we'll get into AM Sports. You know, Mufta Nabil, of course, will be here to bring you all the latest updates in the world of sports.
After that, we get into our big stories. And first on the bill, government is set to launch the Ghana Apprenticeship Program. And there's a training program initiated by the Council for Technical and Vocational Education and Training, COTVET, as we call them. And it's implemented by, guess what? District-level coordinators of the Ghana Education Service in close partnership with craft-specific trade associations. We'll bring you details of that later on the show.
Also coming up, we've got a conversation on lithium and its exploration in Ghana. Remember the lithium deal? Well, is there a way governments can maximize this mineral and its benefits? Our guest will be Dr. Stephen Blessinaka, who is Executive Director of Ghana Gold Expo. He'll be joining us later on the show to get into the nitty-gritties of lithium.
Well, I'm especially interested in that conversation about how we deal with our lithium. We've dealt with gold, diamonds. How about lithium? What are we going to do with it? Stay tuned for that. But then later, we'll host the National Commission for Civic Education. It is developing a compact for Ghana's political and economic transformation. Together with a center, the African Center for Economic Transformation, the NCCE will undertake citizens' engagements around the country. We'll be hosting Kathleen Addy. She'll be telling us a lot more about that later on the show.
And on Citizens Microphone today, doctors at the Komfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital say they will be embarking on an indefinite strike over what leadership describes as harassment and persistent orders to move out of their Danyame residences in Kumasi. So JoyNews is reliably informed that many of these doctors have received notices asking them to move out of the official bungalows because they have been sold out. More later on the show.
Now, if you do that, where do the doctors reside and how do they deliver healthcare, especially considering the state of the Komfo-Anokye
And the very
Teaching
essence of bungalows is so they can live near the hospitals and, diligently do their duty.
Yeah. So we'll be getting into that. Now, 92% of women-led businesses in Ghana have never exported. That's according to a report. We'll be bringing you some details of that as well. Stay with us. We'll be back on the AM show.
This is the AM News on the AM show. Let's begin with the Komfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital, where Doctors Association have declared an indefinite strike following what they describe as forceful ejection from the hospital's accommodation. Consultants and specialist doctors occupying the facilities in Danyame Enclave say they are facing threats from a private developer seeking to eject them after serving a one-week notice. The association says the strike is to demand the government's swift intervention. Nana Bwache Yadom reports.
Medical doctors at the Konfanoche Teaching Hospital say they are embarking on an indefinite strike for what leaders describe as harassment and persistent orders to move out of their Denyame residence in Kumasi. The doctors on Tuesday concluded on the industrial action to demand the installation of their bungalows despite claims that it has been sold out. Dr. Michael Leet is the president of the Cath Doctors Association. He explains the frustration of the affected doctors.
Some doctors in the Denyame residence are supposed to be evicted. I mean, this has been ongoing for about a year now. And as an association, we've suggested some measures to management, but we see this to be beyond our hospital management in that, I mean, they are not the owners of the land per se. So some of our doctors have been given an eviction they've been given notice to evict their accommodation units within a week. Some have had their water supply cut off. Some have been walled in.
According to him, the doctors at the hospital will lay down their tools to seek access to their accommodation.
We have close to about 20-something doctors plus other staff of the Konfanoche and other doctors from other hospitals. So we thought it wise that if you are being evicted, then we meet and decide as a group what is the next step. And what came out, the unanimous decision was to lay down our tools tomorrow by 6 a.m. and then go and look for accommodation.
Meanwhile, the Ashanti Regional Minister Simon Osei Mensah says the allegation of ejection are untrue. He wants the affected doctors to provide evidence to support their claims.
If I hear somebody saying that we've given him 1 week to vacate his bungalow or something, they should produce the letter so that we know the author of that letter. Whoever wrote that letter to them, we want to know. And also, we've had an agreement with the contractor that before they move anybody, they have to rent a place for the person for a period of 2 years, by which time we will be sure we will be done with the structures we are putting up. And they should produce the letter that is giving them an ultimatum of 1 week. They should provide that letter to me. And we've said that no developer should move anybody without a rented alternative accommodation.
The minister indicated the government is constructing bungalows to accommodate several doctors within the region.
Originally, we decided to go to 200, but now we've reduced it to 180 because we are sure that the 180 will be enough for all those that we are going to relocate. And location is one site, that is one contractor's site. And here we have more than 30 structures. As you can see, all of them are above 80% complete. Only few will be around maybe 75.
For JoyNews, now watch Dankwa Yadom, Kumasi.
Now, the Energy Minister, Dr. Matthew Poku-Prempeh, has dismissed claims that the country is facing a power crisis. He says the current situation is a temporary supply challenge which they're working to fix. He also insists the NPP government has managed the power sector in the country despite the debt inherited. There's more in the following report.
Despite mounting concerns over persistent power outages in certain parts of the country, sparking fears of a return to the power crisis of the past, Energy Minister Dr. Matthew Poku-Prempeh reassures the public that such a situation is not imminent.
When it comes to electricity, we've been challenged for some time. Before His Excellency got into office, we faced a situation where we literally had 3 days of 1 day of having electricity. we are at the situation called CC.
These remarks were made by the minister during the main edition of Africa Energy Technology Conference held in Accra. Dr. Opoku Prempeh used the opportunity to raise concerns about the energy management and transition in Africa.
Even now that we are all aware of energy transition, we are still thinking about produce and export, not produce and utilize enough Africa. Not a single country in Africa think about Africa, that country that we in. So when you even go to their trade shows, their expo shows and things, it's always how much can we export? Check. It's called expo. Never use. So when
the concerns by the energy minister were amplified by one of the panel members and advocated a positive mindset towards leadership to make Africa better.
Until we come to the conclusion that leadership is a sacrifice and people are seen to be making sacrifices when they are in positions of authority, Africa will continue to be where it is.
The Africa Energy Technology Conference held in Accra highlighted Africa's potential as a key player in the global energy market. Samuel Mbura, Joy News.
Now, 2 people are feared dead in 2 separate accidents at a spot close to the Odan Bridge near Esereso in the Bosomtwe district of the Ashanti region. A middle-aged man was reported dead after he was knocked down by a hit-and-run driver. 2 hours later, driver of a Kia Rio salon car was pulled out unconscious after his car plunged into the Odan River. Residents of Esereso, who are also angered by the development, want authorities to introduce safety measures on the stretch, which is under construction.
Residents of Esereso were Tuesday exposed to 2 fatal accidents on the Lake Road. A 50-year-old man and resident of Esereso, identified only as Pass, was killed by a hit-and-run driver at about 2 p.m. on Tuesday. 2 hours later, a Kia Rio car plunged into the Odan River at the same spot. A large crowd gathered on the Odan Bridge as personnel of the fire service and police supervised the removal of the vehicle from the river. Residents say the spot has gained notoriety for motor accidents. They want authorities to institute safety measures to save more lives. First is the assemblyman for Esereso East Electoral Area, Amwatin Opoku Emmanuel.
This one is too pathetic. I've never experienced such before with this pathetic 2 accidents. I can say it's something that is normal. For now, we are calling for the contractor to come and build something which is going to guide the river to make the road safe for now.
This macron I say I was to boy Raden Pies and Kaku Joe Berabe Yakwana Sebeda accident the business beam. Ariadiano Papano Netifie
from Kumasi for Joy News, Ohim Interior reporting.
In other stories, National Youth Organizer of the New Patriotic Party, Salam Mustafa, has stated that the party will win the 2024 general elections. Speaking at the party's Regional Youth and Tertiary Students Conference, Confederacy in Wa, he added that the party will pull all its arsenals together and campaign vigorously to ensure that the NDC and John Mahama do not come to power. Rafiq Salam reports from Wa.
The New Patriotic Party Upper West Regional Youth Wing and Tertiary Students Confederacy First Conference brought together members from all 11 constituencies and tertiary institutions in the region. It was held on the theme Breaking Barriers to Break the AIDS. National Youth Organizer of the NPP, Mustafa Salam, enumerated projects and programs initiated by the NPP administration which have positively impacted on the lives of the people, comparing the record of Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and that of former President John Mahama, the former, has outperformed him, stating that Ghana is not an experimental lab.
We have a better candidate with a better track record, with better integrity, with better credibility. He's incorruptible. He's much better and ahead of his opponent, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. A clean character, as against John Mahama, that we all know that is well acclaimed of his corrupt status. So it is right to say that Ghanaians want a leader who would work in their interest, not a leader that we have tried before and failed, who has gone home to sit and say that he has seen his mistakes and now he's coming to correct them. Hello, please. Ghana is not an experimental lab. This is serious business. We're talking about the lives of people. So it's serious. We don't want jokes.
Salam Mustafa disclosed that the MPP is bent on breaking the 8-year political cycle. Hook or crook?
I am absolutely confident. By hook or crook, we are going to win the elections in December. I'm telling you, I have no fear at all. By hook or crook, yes, we are going to win this election. We are all out for it. We are going to campaign like we have never done before. I said it. That's why I'm extremely confident of our country. Nothing is going to stop it.
Our senior youth organizer of the MPP, Hamid Mahama Sana, noted that the conference serves as the beginning of the resolve to breaking the 8 and 8-party supporters to unite to achieve total victory.
As we embark on this journey together, let us embrace the spirit of collaboration, support one another, and work together collectively. I believe that each of you here possess the potential to make in your communities and beyond.
And Assistant Secretary to President Akufo-Addo, lawyer Hamida averred that the only person who could lead the country into prosperity and build on the good works of President Akufo-Addo is Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and call on Ghanaians to vote massively for him to win the 2024 polls.
Behind me on the banner, I see breaking barriers to break the 8, to build the future together. It is possible. I see none other than my own big brother, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the man who is set to do what Ghana has never experienced before. We cannot trust the governance, the effective governance of this country for that matter, into any other hands but Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. So come December 7th, 2024, we must all endeavor and make sure that we vote for none other but Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
Reporting for JoyNews, Rafiq Salam. Wow.
Send Ghana is worried about the emerging trend where cocoa farming is becoming unattractive to many young people. According to them, cocoa remains one of the essential foreign exchange earners for Ghana's economy. Senior Programs Officer at Send Ghana, Harriet Nuama Ajiman, who raised this concern, said it is worrying that the existing traditional farming methods are deterring the country's youth from cocoa farming.
Ghana's cocoa industry, long hailed as the backbone of the nation's economy, has been facing a major labor force challenge. Ghana's thriving tradition is losing its appeal to the youth due to a multitude of factors. Findings from the gender-responsive research by Send Ghana suggest that the youth do not have much interest in cocoa farming. According to the program's manager for Send Ghana, Harriet Nuama, traditional farming techniques passed down through generations are proven to be a significant deterrent for young farmers.
You know, farming itself is not attractive to young people these days because we are still using our local implements. Farming is still rudimentary for most people, and people don't want to exert so much energy these days into farming. That is one. Two, when it comes to paying cocoa farmers for the work they have done, buying their beans, sometimes the payment is in arrears because the licensed buying companies must have enough money to take the cocoa and pay, and sometimes they don't have the money, so they come to you, they take one bag, give you money for one bag, and you have probably 20 bags, and you need money to survive. So it doesn't really encourage the young people to produce the cocoa and keep it, and then the payment is done in pieces. When you have money being paid in that manner, you are not able to really do much investments, and then the inputs are not adequate as it should be. From another conversation we had with farmers, for instance, Cocoa Board will provide fertilizer, chemicals, and farmers will have to share the chemicals. And somebody said, well, they bring the chemicals and then we share it in tots. They will put a tot, so you don't get the quantity that you really need for your farm. In that case, your basic need at that time is not even being met as a farmer, because if you need 10 bottles and you are giving only one, you have to go and buy the 9. And if you don't have the money to buy the 9, it means your cocoa trees will suffer. And so that does not really encourage most young people.
The research also identified a positive trend in resource distribution in cocoa growing communities, with a focus on benefiting women and children. Notably, revenues from cocoa are being reinvested in critical areas such as education, water, health, and agriculture across almost all communities.
From our assessment, we realized that, well, assemblies receive revenue and they also generate revenue, even though they don't really consider that to come from cocoa. A few thought that, well, their common fund has embedded in that revenue from cocoa, and then from their own internally generated fund, they get some money from the cocoa value chain, and that they have used to contribute to the development of public services in their localities. It's all about having a potable source of water, drinking water, because most of these communities have streams. That is wholesome. They are trying to get treated water to drink, and that is why water is on top of their chart as their most felt need, their basic need. And water is linked to health, and so once they address their water use, they are also addressing the health needs of the people. Once you are taking wholesome water, some diseases will be reduced or eliminated, and so it's very important they put their monies to that.
In light of these pressing concerns, organizations like Senona are sounding the alarm bells, urging policymakers and industry players to address the underlying issues facing the cocoa sector.
And that will be all for the AM News on the AM Show. Up next is the news review, and political scientist and director of a Center for European Studies at the University of Ghana, Dr. Kwame Asa Asante, is our guest. Please stay with us.
Welcome back. It's time now for the news review, and it's brought to you courtesy of Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic. And they say it's going to be the end to your chronic disease. But here's what they are offering for you. If you're a man, they're offering you prostate screening for free. Free. You won't pay anything. If you're a woman, they're offering you fertility screening as well for free. Just make your way to any of their branches here in Accra. At Spintex opposite the Shell signboard. There's Kumasi, Kronoma here behind the Angel Educational Complex. There's Takrady Anaji State, Tema, Community 22, Techiman Hanswa, and Esiama and Zama. Their call lines are 0244 867 068 or 0274 234 321. Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic, the end to chronic disease. But just the start of the news review right here, and we're pleased to bring you. He is a political scientist, also director of the Center for European Studies at the University of Ghana, Dr. Kwame Asah-Asante. He joins the conversation. Doc, good morning.
Good morning, Ben.
Good to have you. Now, as always, I'm going to give you your 2 minutes or so. Share your thoughts on anything very pertinent that you'd like to share. Now, for me, I don't know whether this will serve as a guide. I know you have your own point, but for me, two things. The way we've organized the All-African Games and the sums of money, over 200 million that we claim to have spent on it. And I'm not talking cedis, I'm talking dollars, right? And the showing on the medal table. Then you also consider the fact that facilities, basic facilities that our athletes need, they didn't have. Some of them said they were getting these a day before their events. Someone was given a shoe size of 36 when the person dons 47. All kinds of chaotic stuff. So you ask yourself, was it the show of organizing the event or building our athletes to dignify our country? So that is one. The other bit is Dumso. It's becoming very erratic. Recently, I listened to Samuel Dubik Mahama, the managing director of the electricity company of Ghana. And you can feel his pain, but there are also things being hidden, and it's not just to do with ECG, because they are just, distributors. They are down the chain. The production of electricity, the lack of funding, the lack of fuel to turn the turbines and all of that. All of those are in there. People are saying, give us a schedule, give us a timetable, because right now it's practically doomsday, but the term is being avoided like the plague. These are two things on my mind, but what is on your mind?
Yeah, I think I share your concerns, but I'll depart a little to the sub-region and look at an equally disturbing issue, and I'll go to Nigeria.
Right.
I am not happy about the events in northern Nigeria.
Oh, the kidnapping?
Yes.
The 300 or so.
Yes, and it's the latest. And if you look at the fact that you are talking about kids who people have come pick them and taken them to where we have no idea. A few years ago, you and I witnessed what happened in Chibok, the Chibok girls, and the rest of them. It is a big worry, and that these are people who are going to be leaders of Nigeria one day, and people are now taking them, have a field day, taking them, go and hide them, and do all manner of things to them. What are they living in the minds of those children? The pain is going to be indelible. It's going to create all manner of psychological problems for these young people who have been abducted. I am so surprised that the Nigerian government is sitting down for this thing to happen. Nigeria is the fourth best armed forces. They have the fourth of the best armed forces in Africa. It is about the 35th in the international system. They have all the military power. Nigeria Army has engaged in all manner of operations, difficult ones, and they have emerged as what great soldiers and all that. I'm not sure this is out of their reach. And if everybody will go against Nigeria Army, I support them, because I know the army and what they stand for and what they can do.
But maybe the question, Doc, is the political will there?
That is what I'm coming to. That what is preventing Nigeria government for supporting this great army to defeat these people once and for all? I am so surprised. It is not the army. I must say, it should be a problem with government. And that shows the weak capacity of the government to resource its military and then let them work the way they ought to work. Because I believe if Nigeria army is giving all that they need, I can tell you in no time they will root out these criminals from the system. It's so worrying. And my fear is that, if this thing is not kept, it's likely to have effect in neighboring countries and then the sub-region and all that. And I believe, and I will urge Nigerian government, that they should do everything within its power to be able to support Nigerian army and then root out these criminals from the system. It's very, very unfortunate. It's not safe to be in that place. But where do the people go? Their own land. They are there. They are not at peace. All right. We vote government into office to take care of our lives and our property, and we will obey. Obedience to the state is compulsory simply because of the social contract that government will protect us and we will obey. All right. If this thing breaks down, where do we go? It's unfortunate. Nigeria government should do the needful.
All right. They have to sit up, most definitely. And it always breaks my heart when these things happen because, like you said, there's that, as students of politics, we know, there's that social contract where historically people have ceded their power to a certain nucleus of people to manage affairs. And on the other hand, they also are given certain responsibilities and rules and regulations they must abide by. But if that social contract is broken, and look at Africa, that is why some people would even point to the 1992 Constitution and say that in there, you are supposed to guarantee our livelihoods, even economically speaking. We must have jobs to do and all of that. It may be a stretch taking it to court, right? But it is there. You must safeguard the economic, privileges of the people. But government in and out and country here and there, they fail to do that. Sometimes you ask yourself, so what do you do in the end? Because I don't, like you mentioned, the Chibok girls, that situation. And the sad thing, they would usually take girls, a lot of them, and you know what happens? They end up raping a lot of them, indoctrinating them. They become wives too early, and these are young girls, teens.
They brought some of the
others.
girls with babies, babies.
Yes.
With babies. Very unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. And that's my fear. Because as a journalist and somebody who has worked for, International Club of Children's Rights, I believe that this is a call to duty. I must speak on this matter.
Thank you so much for sharing your passionate thoughts about that. Let's get into the papers now. The Ghanaian Times, they say they are the most authoritative newspaper. Nkwanta communal conflict. Lay down arms, engage in dialogue. OT Regional Minister Designate appeals to feuding factions. Then there's Telecel brand officially launched in Ghana. Vodafone is becoming Telecel. And then NDC government will investigate land looting in Ga-Adangbe area. Ex-President Mahama says so. As for the land and the buildings that have been sold, those ones, time and again, only God knows. President opens maiden Africa Energy Technology Confab in Accra. And there's, in sports, Ministry of Youth and Sports dismisses claims over late arrival of equipment. Oh, sir. So our athletes are lying. That's what you're saying. I'll get into that story shortly. I find it difficult that the athletes will lie just so when they failed in their disciplines or something of the sort. Accra Lions aim to deepen Kotoko's woes. And Kumasi Asante Kotoko, Krobia, Kumasi Asante Kotoko, my team, yes. They are, in their quest to bounce back from last weekend's defeat to Kerala United, will face off with in-form Accra Lions in their Week 21 Bet Power Ghana Premier League fixture at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium today in Kumasi. And it remains to be seen whether Asante Kotoko will be able to deliver. But let me get to this story. The Minister of Youth and Sports, Mustafa Yusuf, has dismissed claims by some members of the team that is going to at the ongoing African Games that they did not receive equipment and kits for their respective events. He was responding to claims by a section of cyclists and badminton players that they were affected by the lack of equipment to train adequately for them to compete. Now, at a press conference organized by the Ministry of Youth and Sports and the local organizing committee in collaboration with Team Ghana Federation heads, Mr. Yusuf stated that the complaints of the athletes were untrue. We requested from the various federations the type of equipment they needed for the games. When they submitted the list, we went through with them before procuring and delivering to them. In some cases, we chased the athletes for their sizes, and it took forever to get these requests for them. There are timelines to meet to get these gear and equipment down to Ghana. So sometimes the challenges don't come from the sports ministry or the LOC. Furthermore, some of these federations take the items and instead of giving them to the athletes, they take it and do not hand them over to the athletes, he said. This makes no sense to me. You are preparing your athletes. If someone is not abiding by what must be done and you know they are not going to perform, what do? Do you still go ahead and enlist them, knowing very well that they don't have what is right to go there? And this whole bit about some of the federations will take their stuff and not deliver to them. So what do you do as a sports ministry? We always want to find excuses like, and how about, Mr. Sports Minister, you organize the opening ceremony, event, and you are charging 150 cedis. Ordinary, stand, 150 cedis in this economy. When you could have made it practically free, at least for the opening ceremony. So you see how many people were in the stadium for the opening ceremony. Beautiful opening ceremony, but how many people were there? What picture does that paint? I mean, what thinking? But I'll have time for this in my blunt thoughts on Friday. It's one of the areas I'll tackle. Doc, I know you are passionate about sports. I feel there's a whole lot going wrong, going ill with our sports. What's your take?
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate we are reading stories like this. The ministry should come clean on this. If there's a problem, let us know. If you have done something wrong, admit it and then correct it immediately. We move on. And going forward, let's plan well so that we can ensure value for money. We struggle to get resources, and this is an opportunity to showcase our country, our culture, and then our sports. So we can fail. I believe that we have to have this thing at the back of our minds and work at it. The ministry should come again and should come again.
Lay down arms, engage in dialogue. OT Regional Minister Designate appeals to feuding factions. So that story is supposed to be right. I thought it was page 3, but it's rather page 8. All right, so let's get there. Feuding factions on the communal conflict at Nkwanta in the Nkwanta South Municipality of the OT region have been called upon to lay down their arms and engage in dialogue to settle their differences amicably. Now, the OT Regional Minister Designate, Deputy Superintendent of Police, retired Daniel Machato, who made the call, said development of the region depended on peace as a prerequisite for progress, and therefore imperative that all chieftaincy disputes were addressed amicably for a conducive environment to spur development in the OT region, to spur on development. And so that's the story. And then Telecel, a leading telecommunications brand in Africa, has officially launched in Ghana to provide innovative telecommunications solutions to connect and empower customers and communities across the country. In February 2023, Telecel Group successfully completed the acquisition of 70% shares of Ghana Telecommunications Limited to become its majority shareholder, with the government of Ghana holding a minority share of 30%. So I guess that's the new kid on the block, though it's basically Vodafone transforming or transmogrifying into Telecel. Let me do this last story from page 7, and I'll come to you, Doc, for your reactions. So here we go. NDC government will investigate land looting in Gadangbe area. Ex-President Mahama says so. So the flag bearer of the National Democratic Congress in the 2024 elections, John Dramani Mahama, has promised to investigate the looting of lands in Gadangbe when voted into power as president. Among other things, he said he would establish a commission of inquiry to look into lands that were given to the state for specific purposes but had been looted. Interacting with traditional leaders in the Greater Accra region as part of his Building Ghana tour, which started on Monday, he said his promise was in line with the law, which enjoins the government to give back lands which were no longer going to be used to serve the purpose for which they were given out. Those are the stories. Any quick reflections on them?
Yeah, I'll start with Nkwanta. It's unfortunate we are having such development. It's a terrain that I know very well, and it's unfortunate that you have, family members fighting among themselves, among the Chala and Achade groups, and some of them. It's very, very unfortunate. It's my hope and prayer that they'll come together, smoke peace pipe, and then restore the peace in that area. That place is a very beautiful place. You will love it, long distance, and the serene, beautiful. On top of this is a notable area for agriculture production. Large, hectares of yam grown there, and other farm products there. And it's also one of the best routes to the north. As soon as you cross the OT, you are in Bimbila, move away to Yendi, the rest of them. You take, Pasar area, then you are moving to the Kitikrachi area. That's a very active commercial area. So I pray that whatever there is the need to do, all those who matter, I'm talking about stakeholders, should put themselves together and make sure that there's peace in that area. I know also that the area also has potential for what tourism. If you go and see the land map, you see forest cover, you see even wildlife, amazing. So I pray that people will quicken the effort and make sure that they restore peace. And I'll plead with the leaders, the chiefs, that they should come together and then fight for peace and then restore that peaceful environment back so that people will live in peace. I'm told that people even attack people on their farms and all that. All these things are worrying situation. I plead with them. I plead with them that they should maintain peace. I will look at the issue of JM saying that when he's giving the mandate, he will look at Gandangbe land, which is being looted with impunity. It's unfortunate we have such development. All right. If you look at Gandangbe lands, the whole city rests on that. It is true that they have ceded some to the state by way of law and compensation. But look, I think that we are giving them a raw deal, that the little that is left with them, people are using all manner of means to take it away from them. It's unfortunate. Sometimes too, there is also a problem from the traditional authorities, some of them, who also do not appropriate these things properly, and it creates all manner of problems for the state. I am particularly worried about the situation where state officials connive with other people within the industry to sell state properties to themselves. Very, very, very unfortunate. If you acquire land and you are not using it, from the era of Professor Kasim Kasanga, we realize that it must be given back to the owners. Why are they delaying, and why are you, creating that problem? It is unfortunate. We must know that, look, the people of Ga and Gandangbe region have really supported the effort of this country a lot. Look at the land that we set on at Eugene and other places and all that. They've supported this country a lot. So the little that is left for them, that is by law, must be given to them, we should not find ways of taking it away from them. And then one thing that also hurt me is Ben, do you know the reason why Cape Coast was the capital of Ghana, which was in Cape Coast, was moved to Accra? The main reason, or one of the reasons, let me put it that way, is because the place was so neat and it was so close to mountains, Equapim Ridge, which is also healthy. So they decided to move the state to here. Today, what do we find? We have destroyed this place. Most of the places is filthy and the rest of them. In spite of the president's own promise, we have not seen a thing relative to what we are seeing now. It is my hope and prayer that we would do all it's under our power to be able to restore Accra back to its original state and make sure that land that belong to Ghanaians, they have them. Because it is the only property that they have. When they lose it, that is the end. Let us, I will support the call of JM that if Ghanaians are able to give him the mandate, he should walk the talk and make sure that Ghanaians are not deprived of their means of livelihood. It's unfortunate. Maybe the last one I'll touch on is the Telecel Vodafone, changing color to Telecel. It's good. But I want to believe that we will still have the quality of service that we had under Vodafone, and that employment will also be guaranteed. We have a lot of youth who are parading our streets. They finish all manner of schools and they have no job. We want to urge them that direction is also important for us. So they must put in a lot of programs to absorb these people, train those who they need to train them and make use of them. And then we too also, as consumers of their product, we should be faithful to them. They cannot give up their best when we undermine the very industry that is going to feed us. So it takes two to tango. So we must also do our bit to make sure that this business survive in this country.
Let's do the Daily Guide newspaper now. Telecel officially launches in Ghana. We've already been into that. Election 2024, EC shoots down NDC drone operation. And then AG drops charges against Dr. Anemana in ambulance case. You remember that one, I'll get into it. And then there's also NLE boss elected ALA vice president. On the back page, some sporting news. Justice Blade begs Kotoko fans as they host Lions today. Dreams drawn against Stade Malien. Dreams FC have been drawn against Malian giants Stade Malien de Bamako in the quarterfinals of the 2023-2024 CAF Confederation Cup campaign. The draw for the knockout round of the competition was done on Tuesday, March 12, 2024 in Cairo in Egypt. Then, Napoli boss faces fine for pushing cameraman. And Napoli president Aurelio De Laurentiis could face a heavy fine from UEFA after he pushed a cameraman in an ongoing spat with Italian media. Some things you simply cannot do. But let's do this drone story. So here we go. A plan of the National Democratic Congress to deploy drones to monitor the December general elections has been shot down by the Electoral Commission. The NDC in the Greater Accra region had earlier announced that it would deploy drones during the upcoming general election. The regional chairman, Emmanuel Niashimo, who announced this, said the deployment of drones was part of efforts to secure 2 million votes for the party in this year's elections. Mr. Moore said the aim was to strengthen the NDC's monitoring systems to prevent potential rigging, adding that preparations were well underway to commence the training of constituency executives on how to use the drones to monitor ground activities. However, the EC has stressed that such a move would constitute an invasion of voters' electoral privacy and a breach of security protocols, and thus it will not be allowed. The EC's Director of Electoral Services, Dr. Sribo Kweku, responding to the strategy by the NDC on radio, said the EC had not received official notification from the party regarding the deployment of drones. And the final story. The Attorney General has dropped all charges against Dr. Sylvester Anemana, a former Chief Director at the Ministry of Health who was standing trial alongside Minority Leader Dr. Kasila Forson for causing financial loss to the state. Dr. Anemana was standing trial together with Dr. Forson and private businessman Richard Jakba for willfully causing financial loss of 2.37 million euros to the state through a contract to purchase 200 ambulances for the Ministry of Health, among other charges. This is a story, Doc, I know you are very familiar with. What is your take?
I don't know. To be honest with you, I've not been following the story.
The ambulance one?
Yes.
Okay.
Now that,
but you know the foundation of the story, right? It's been in the news for years.
Yes. But to be honest, I'm not seized with the facts of the matter and all that. So let me move on to look at the NDC drone fair.
Right.
I believe that a program of this nature, you need stakeholders in election to discuss this. It will not be out of place to table it at IPAC, look at it, you discuss. And if stakeholders believe that it is the way to go, why not? Because you see, in election, any attempt at doing something that will mar the process need to be forgotten.
Right.
So I believe that much as it's an innovation and all that, the stakeholders are important in this business. Look at it, of course, with inclusion of the security apparatus, looking at it whether it doesn't invade privacy, whether it affects the electoral process and all that.
Right.
Once you come out with a decision from this group of people and it's right, everybody will defend you at each time. So I believe that this must be tabled, discussed at the appropriate forum, and then let them find what solution to that.
So quickly on that, I agree with both sides. One, it shouldn't be close enough to determine who is voting for whom. That would invade privacy. But on the other hand, consider, for example, what happened in Yendi, right? Imagine we had drones. We probably would have known, because you can't have cameras on every situation. If we did, we probably would have known whether indeed there was a slap by the member of parliament for Yendi or whether the journalist was being untruthful. So there are both angles to look at.
Yes.
And where there are skirmishes, for example, what happened in Techiman South, where some people were unfortunately killed, maybe we could have better footage and know who did what. So there are different angles to the conversation.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying that the stakeholders should look at it. Because if it's a good thing, I am not sure that people will have the courage to shoot it down. But if it is not, they will also express concern about it. So it must be discussed. You can't throw it away just like that. It must be discussed, and then they find a better. Maybe you would like to operate no closer to where the polling is taking place and the rest of them. All these things will be part of the discussion, so that whatever comes out as what the decision be owned and protected by the people.
All right, so let's wrap with the next few stories. Bank of Ghana predicts 13 to 17% inflation by December 2024. That's in the middle spread of the paper, but the last few papers, and then we can go. I believe I'll just do the New Finder and the Ghanaian Publisher. So there's BDAC strengthens Ghana-India business relations, and there's school farms back government to support with partial grant, land development, seeds, and fertilizer. You see this point. We pictured here is Dr. Brian Echampong. I have said this time and again, when we were in school, we were reading, we were farming, we were growing our own maize, yam, among other things. We were eating well. Okay, it was, even then when we were complaining about, beans, the oil and this and weevils and the rest, it's not like what we are seeing in our schools today. Why did we even stop this kind of system? And today, our school people, SHS, are going hungry. Let's not even pretend. They are hungry. If parents are sending 100 cedis per week just to supplement, what does that tell you? What does that tell you? You go for cocoa, there's no bread, there's no sugar. What is that? So it's high time we did this. And if we are going back, well, better late than never. And the Ghanaian Publisher, will Baumia also pick a woman? That's the question in there. Pictured there, Irene Toshi Adolate, Akosia Frema Osayo Opare, of course, the Chief of Staff, and then Ursula Owusu Ekofo. Those are the picks there. Those are the stories. Any quick reactions? We have a minute and then we go.
Yeah, you remember, Ben, I did suggest here on this network that we should bring back school farms. You recall?
No, we've had an agreement on that. I don't even know why we stopped that thing.
Yes, and I am happy they are going to do that, but they should walk the talk. Because, growing up as a child at the Kropon PTC Demonstration Junior Secondary School, we had farms. We had big farms, all right? Why can't you do the same? We can, if these things are managed well, you can produce to feed the students, and then you sell some to your neighbors or the neighboring or the communities, where you can raise IGF. They can even go into water production there. produce water.
Look, Doc, you are into this. I'm even thinking some of the schools where the situation is right, maybe location and all, can go into aquaculture, even fish farming. They can do it.
Yes. I said that previously. I said you can start with what you can add fish, that's tilapia, catfish, and then you can go to poultry.
Yeah.
And then depending on the suitability of the land, you can produce certain crops, certain other places you may not have, you exchange them, and then you supply other places. And you can generate IGF, support the school, tell government, don't bring money, let me run these things here, and then use the resources.
Just support us to do these things. And guess what? Especially the students who may be in agric, who may be interested in veterinary, whatever, or maybe animal husbandry. Maybe right from there, they acquire certain skills, and right from secondary school, even before getting to the tertiary level, they are able to do something for themselves. What would that do to unemployment? Because already they are gathering the skills. You can do all of that.
Even here, you can get people who will have even different areas of studies. They are science students and all that, but they will be engaged. I have a friend who went to Denmark to study.
Right.
And he was studying agriculture. And they taught him how to keep books, accounting books. Today, he's a chartered accountant. He's a Fifi Ham. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
That little, course that he took in Denmark today has developed to become the best for him and all that. We can start this. Right. And I'm happy. And it should not be just a mere talk. They should support it and then make sure that it works.
Right.
And that will be the game changer. We don't need to import anything and then bring toward the schools. We can feed ourselves by feeding on what we produce.
Right. Thank you so much, Doc, for joining the conversation. We are very grateful. Dr. Kwame Asah-Asante, political scientist and director of the Center for European Studies at the University of Ghana. Thank you so much, Doc. Well, here we go. We're getting into sports up next, but this segment brought to you by Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic. They're offering free prostate screening if you're a man, free fertility screening if you're a woman. Reach out to them at any of their branches. In Accra, at Spintex, opposite the Shell signboard. Kumasi, Kronoma here behind the Angel Educational Complex. Takrade Anaji Estate, Tichiman Hanswa, and Esiama in Zema. If you'd like to give them a call, the numbers are 0244 867 068 or 0274 234-321. Endpoint Homeopathic Clinic, the end to chronic disease. But sports is up next. Kotoko will be one of those on the radar. Will they be able to redeem themselves in that match today? Stay for sports.
Good morning. Let's do sports now on the AM show with me, Muftahu Nabila Abdullah. Tuesday was a very good night for Ghana's under-20 teams. That is the Black Satellites and the Black Princesses. The Black Princesses came from a goal down to defeat Tanzania 2-1, whilst the Black Satellites won 3-1 against the Gambia in match day 2 of the ongoing African Games.
Of Ramadan, and it couldn't have come at a better time for Misbah Aziz. First goal in the match, first goal in the tournament. Four additional minutes. Ghana can make it 3, and Jerry Friye finally gets on the score sheet. That's a beautiful goal. Classic standards. Jerry Efriye, the boy from FC. 3-1 for the Black the celebration to match his goal. The third goal Ghanaians were desperately looking for finally arrived and it's come through.
There were other events that happened, and one of those events was the fact that Abeku Jackson won a bronze medal for the country. That was the 5th medal Ghana has won so far in the ongoing African Games. He's been speaking about the medal that he won, and he also said that Ghanaian athletes have sacrificed so much to represent the country.
Excited for Team Ghana in swimming. I'm excited for all the athletes in swimming. I've been with them a week or two before the competition, and I know for sure every athlete here is training and giving their best. I know the for Team Ghana in swimming. I'm excited for all the athletes in swimming because I got to train with them a week or two before the competition, and I know for sure every athlete here is training and giving their best. I know the sacrifices that every athlete, even without being in swimming, whether it's weightlifting, whether it's boxing, whether it's football, I know the sacrifices each athlete has to go through, and the discipline and the training and the toughness that comes with it, as long as and also the pressure. And I would like to say that every athlete in Ghana, I'm proud, be it what the result is, because I know how much effort he puts into it, and I'm just happy to be here to participate. Yeah, of course, the fans are important. For us, the fans are important, especially because the host nation. And just hearing the crowd shouting my name, even while swimming, hearing the crowd shouting my name, I know I'm getting closer to something and pushing forward. And the main goal is to hear the national anthem being played for Ghana and to stand on the podium and to know that you did your best for your country and raise the country's flag high. Yeah, for me, this is always a stepping stone. I mean, it's good to have competitions before the main Olympics. It's good to have African Games, World Championship. I recently just came back from World Championship. Before World Championship, I had a different competition. It's been back-to-back competitions, and it's the way forward, because the more competition, the more experience, the more you're getting into for the main goal Olympics and to qualify for the Olympics. I mean, like I said, it's a stepping stone. My first All-African Games was in Morocco. I managed to be in the finals, top 5, top 4. I was 5th and 4th in individual events, and now it's a stepping stone. Now I'm on the medal podium. Who knows what the next All-African Games would hold for me? But then again, it's exciting to be here. It's exciting to be in the host nation. It's exciting to hear the fans shout for you. It's exciting to hear everyone behind you and supporting my family, my friends, and I just want to say thank you. Not necessarily. For me, I still give my best, because be them being there or not there, for me, swimming my own race, and for me, it's to keep winning and keep winning. Be it whoever is there, it's just to swim your own race and give your best. It's always to drop my time. It's always to get into my personal best, drop my time, move forward, qualify for the Olympics, and make my nation proud. The next step for me is to go back to training, see what went wrong, be it medal, 2 medals, 3 medals. There's always something. There's always room for improvement. So I'm going to go back, improve, work on everything I can, and give my best.
Now, let's take a look at some of the events that happened on day 4 of the ongoing African Games.
Closes out. That was out, surely. It's 24-21 now.
This is looking very, 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 very good.
And Neil Byton finished with this one. That should be it.
Over and done with, folks.
That should be it.
25-21.
I think the Kenyans have nicked it. 25-21.
Away they go. Heat 2. The 4 by 100 meters freestyle.
hits. And Ethiopia's Mulegeta in lane 7. And they're going into the water already. Very strong swim from the Egyptians. Ghana Suleiman, but is out in lane 3 where Van der Westhuizen is swimming strongly.